Section 12 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2 by Arthur Griffiths, Section 12, Executions, Part 2. It is satisfactory to be able to record that some consideration was shown the capital convict actually awaiting execution. Even so severe a critic as Mr. Wakefield states that a stranger to the scene would be astonished to observe the peculiar tenderness, I was going to add respect, which persons under sentence of death obtain from all the officers of the prison. Before sentence, a prisoner has only to observe the regulations of the jail in order to remain neglected and unnoticed. Once ordered to the cells, friends of all classes suddenly rise up. His fellow prisoners, the turnkeys, the chaplain, the keepers, and the sheriffs all seem interested in his fate, and he can make no reasonable request that is not at once granted by whomsoever he may address. This rule has some, but very few exceptions, such as where a hardened offender behaves with great levity and brutality, as if he cared not for his life, and thought everyone anxious to promote his death. Mr. Wakefield goes on to remark that persons convicted of forgery excited an extraordinary degree of interest in all who approached them. This was noticeable with Fauntleroy, who, on account of his birth and antecedents, was allowed to occupy a turnkey's room, and kept altogether separate from the other prisoners until the day of his death. It cannot be denied, however, that the ordinary's treatment was somewhat unfeeling, and in proof thereof I will quote an extract from the reverend gentleman's own journal. He seems to have improved the occasion when preaching the condemned sermon before Fauntleroy, by pointing a moral from that unhappy man's own case. For this, the chaplain was, a few days later, summoned before the jail committee of aldermen, and informed that the public would not in future be admitted to hear the condemned sermon. I was also informed, writes Mr. Cotton, that this resolution was in consequence of the aldermen's, disapproving of the last discourse delivered by me, previous to the execution of Henry Fauntleroy, for uttering a forged security, in which it was said I had enlarged upon the heinous nature of his crime, and warned the public to avoid such conduct. I was informed that this unnecessarily harassed his feelings, and that the object of such sermons was solely to console the prisoner, and that from the time of his conviction nothing but what is consolatory should be addressed to a criminal. One of the aldermen, moreover, informed me that the whole court of aldermen were unanimous in their opinion on this subject. As to the exclusion of strangers on these occasions, the experience I have had convinces me that one, and perhaps the only good of an execution, i.e. the solemn admonition to the public, will thereby be lost. Probably the reader will side with the alderman against the ordinary. This episode throws some doubt upon the tenderness and proper feeling exhibited by the chaplain towards the most deserving members of his criminal flock, and the idea will be strengthened by the following account of the Sunday service in the prison chapel on the occasion when the condemned sermon was preached. The extract is from Mr. E. Gibbon Wakefield's brochure, the date 1828, just 3 years after Fauntleroy's death. Strangers were now excluded, but the sheriffs attended in state, wearing their gold chains, while behind their pew stood a couple of tall footmen in state liveries. The sheriffs were in one gallery. In the other opposite were the convicts capitally convicted who had been respited. Down below, between the galleries, was the mass of the prison population. The schoolmaster and the juvenile prisoners being seated round the communion table, opposite the pulpit. In the centre of the chapel was the condemned pew, a large dock-like erection painted black. Those who sat in it were visible to the whole congregation, and still more to the ordinary, whose desk and pulpit were just in front of the condemned pew and within a couple of yards of it. The occupants of this terrible black pew were the last always to enter the chapel. Upon the occasion which I am describing, they were 4 in number, and here I will continue the narrative in Mr. Wakefield's own words. First is a youth of 18, condemned for stealing in a dwelling house goods valued above £5. His features have no felonious cast. He steps boldly with head upright, looks to the women's gallery, and smiles. His intention is to pass for a brave fellow, but the attempt fails. He trembles, his knees knock together, and his head droops as he enters the condemned pew. The next convict is clearly and unmistakably a villain. He is a hardened offender, previously cast for life, reprieved, transported to Australia, and since returned without pardon. For this offence the punishment is death. He has, however, doubly earned his sentence, and is actually condemned for burglary committed since his arrival in England. His look at the sheriffs and the ordinary is full of scorn and defiance. The third convict is a sheep stealer, a poor ignorant fellow in whose crime are mitigating circumstances, but who is left to die on the supposition that this is not his first conviction, and still more because a good many sheep have of late been stolen by other people. He is quite content to die. Indeed, the chaplain and others have brought him firmly to believe that his situation is enviable, and that the gates of heaven are open to receive him. The last of the 4 is said to have been a clergyman of the Church of England, condemned for forgery, a miserable old man in a tattered suit of black. Already he is half dead. Great efforts have been made to save his life. Friends, even utter strangers, have interceded for him, and to the last he has buoyed himself up by hope of reprieve. Now his doom is sealed irrevocably, and he has given himself up to despair. He staggers towards the pew, reels into it, stumbles forward, flings himself on the ground, and by a curious twist of the spine, buries his head under his body. The sheriffs shudder. Their inquisitive friends crane forward. The keeper frowns on the excited congregation. The lately smirking footmen close their eyes and forget their liveries. The ordinary clasps his hands. The turnkeys cry, "Hush!" and the old clerk lifts up his cracked voice, saying, "Let us sing to the praise and glory of God." The morning hymn is sung first, as if to remind the condemned that next morning at 8 a.m. they are to die. The service proceeds. At last the burial service is reached. The youth alone is able to read, but from long want of practice he is at a loss to find the place in his prayer book. The ordinary observes him, looks to the sheriffs, and says aloud, "The service for the dead!" The youth's hands tremble as they hold the book upside down. The burglar is heard to mutter an angry oath. The sheep stealer smiles, and, extending his arms upwards, looks with a glad expression to the roof of the chapel. The forger has never moved. Let us pass on. All have sung the lamentation of a sinner, and have seemed to pray especially for those now awaiting the awful execution of the law. We come to the sermon. The ordinary of Newgate is an orthodox, unaffected Church of England divine, who preaches plain, homely discourses as fit as any religious discourse can be fit for the irritated audience. The sermon of this day, whether eloquent or plain, useful or useless, must produce a striking effect at the moment of its delivery. The text, without another word, is enough to raise the wildest passions of the audience. For a while the preacher addresses himself to the congregation at large, who listen attentively, except the clergyman and the burglar, the former of whom is still rolled up at the bottom of the condemned pew, while the eyes of the latter are wandering round the chapel, and one of them is occasionally winked impudently at some acquaintance amongst the prisoners for trial. At length the ordinary pauses, and then, in a deep tone, which, though hardly above a whisper, is audible to all, says, Now for you, my poor fellow mortals, who are about to suffer the last penalty of the law. But why should I repeat the whole? It is enough to say that in the same solemn tone he talks about the minutest of crimes, punishments, bonds, shame, ignominy, sorrow, sufferings, wretchedness, pangs, childless parents, widows and helpless orphans, broken and contrite hearts, and death tomorrow morning for the benefit of society. What happens? The dying men are dreadfully agitated. The young stealer in a dwelling house no longer has the least pretense to bravery. He grasps the back of the pew. His legs give way. He utters a faint groan and sinks on the floor. Why does no one stir to help him? Where would be the use? The hardened burglar moves not, nor does he speak, but his face is of an ashy paleness, and if you look carefully, you may see the blood trickling from his lip, which he has bitten unconsciously, or from rage, or to rouse his fainting courage. The poor sheep-stealer is in a frenzy. He throws his hands far from him and shouts aloud, "Mercy, good Lord, mercy is all I ask. The Lord in his mercy come. There, there, I see the Lamb of God. Oh, how happy! Oh, this is happy!" Meanwhile, the clergyman, still bent into the form of a sleeping dog, struggles violently. His feet, legs, hands, and arms, even the muscles of his back, move with a quick jerking motion, not naturally, but, as it were, like the affected parts of a galvanized corpse. Suddenly he utters a short, sharp scream, and all is still. The silence is short. As the ordinary proceeds to conclude, the women set up a yell, which is mixed with a rustling noise, occasioned by the removal of those whose hysterics have ended in fainting. The sheriffs cover their faces, and one of their inquisitive friends blows his nose with his glove. The keeper tries to appear unmoved, but his eye wanders anxiously over the combustible assembly. The children round the communion table stare and gape with childish wonder. The two masses of prisoners for trial undulate and slightly murmur, while the capital convicts, who were lately in that black pew, appear faint with emotion. This exhibition lasts for some minutes, and then the congregation disperses, the condemned returning to the cells, the forger carried by the turnkeys, the youth sobbing aloud convulsively, as a passionate child, the burglar muttering curses and savage expressions of defiance, whilst the poor sheep-stealer shakes hands with the turnkeys, whistles merrily, and points upwards with madness in his look. Mr. Wakefield winds up his graphic but somewhat sensational account by describing another religious service which may appropriately be inserted here. He says, "On the day of execution there is no service in the chapel of Newgate. On the following day the capital convicts, whose companions have been hanged, are required to return thanks for their narrow escape. The firmest disbeliever in religion, if he had not lately been irritated by taking part in such a scene as the condemned service in Newgate, could hardly witness this ceremony without being affected. The men, who were so lately snatched from the jaws of death, kneel, whilst the rest of the congregation sit, and the ordinary, in a tone of peculiar solemnity, says, 'Almighty God, Father of all mercies, we, thine unworthy servants, do give thee most humble and hearty thanks for all thy goodness and loving kindness to us, and to all men, particularly to those who desire now to offer up their praises and thanksgivings for thy late mercies vouchsafed unto them.' Could any one, knowing the late situation of the kneeling men, looking as they do at the empty pew, occupied when they saw it last but a few hours ago by their comrades who are now dead, could any one, not disgusted with the religious ceremonials of Newgate, witness this scene without emotion? Hardly any one. But what are the feelings of those who take part in it? I have been present at the scene not less than 20 times, and have invariably observed that many of the kneeling men or boys laughed while they knelt, pinched each other, and, when they could do so without fear of being seen by any officer of the prison, winked at other prisoners in derision of what was taking place. And I have frequently heard men and lads who had been of the kneeling party boast to their companions after the service that they had wiped their eyes during the thanksgiving to make the ordinary believe they had been crying. Although this misapplication of religious services still went on, the outside public continued to be excluded from the Newgate chapel on the day the condemned sermon was preached. This very proper rule was, however, set aside on the Sunday preceding Courvoisier's execution. So many applications for admission were made to the sheriffs that they reluctantly agreed to open the gallery which had formerly been occupied by strangers on these occasions. Cards were issued, and to such an extent that, although the service was not to commence till 10:30, by 9 a.m. all the avenues to the prison gates were blocked by ticket holders. In spite of the throng, owing to the excellent arrangements made by the sheriffs, no inconvenience was suffered by the congregation, among whom were Lord Adolphus Fitzclarence, Lord Coventry, Lord Paget, Lord Bruce, several members of the House of Commons, and a few ladies. Contemporary accounts give a minute description of the demeanour of the convict upon this solemn occasion. He sat on a bench before the pulpit. The hideous condemned pew had been swept away, and never once raised his eyes during the service. In fact, his looks denoted extreme sorrow and contrition, and he seemed to suffer great inward agitation when the ordinary particularly alluded to the crime for the perpetration of which he stood condemned. Mr. Carver, the ordinary, appears to have addressed himself directly to Courvoisier, and to have dwelt with more emphasis than good taste upon the nature of the crime, and the necessity for repentance. But the chaplain admitted that the solitude of the convict's cell was more appropriate for serious reflection and profitable ministration than this exciting occasion before a large and public assembly. So far as I can find, Courvoisier was the last condemned criminal who was thus exhibited to a crowd of morbidly curious spectators. The atrocity of the murder no doubt attracted extraordinary attention to it. The crowd outside Newgate on the day of execution has already been described, but there was also a select gathering of distinguished visitors within the jail. First came the sheriffs, the under-sheriffs, and several aldermen and city officials. Then Lord Powerscourt and several other peers of the realm. Mr. Charles Keene, the tragedian, was also present, drawn to this terrible exhibition by the example of his father, the more celebrated Edmund Keene, who had witnessed the execution of Thistlewood, with a view, as he himself said, to his professional studies. But there is little doubt that as executions became more rare, they made more impression on the public mind. Already a strong dislike to the reckless and almost indiscriminate application of the extreme penalty was apparent in all classes, and the mitigation of the criminal code, for which Romilly had so strenuously laboured, was daily more and more of an accomplished fact. In 1832, capital punishment was abolished for forgery, except in cases of forging or altering wills or powers of attorney to transfer stock. Nevertheless, after that date, no person whatever was executed for this offence. In the same year, capital punishment was further restricted, and ceased to be the legal sentence for coining, sheep or horse stealing, and stealing in a dwelling house. Housebreaking, as distinguished from burglary, was similarly exempted in the following year. Next, the offences of returning from transportation, stealing post-office letters, and sacrilege were no longer punishable with death. In 1837, Lord John Russell's acts swept away a number of capital offences, including cutting and maiming, rick burning, robbery, burglary, and arson. within a couple of years, the number of persons sentenced to death in England had fallen from 438 in 1837 to 56 in 1839. Gradually, the application of capital punishment became more and more restricted, and was soon the penalty for murder alone. While in London, for instance, in 1829, 24 persons had been executed for crimes other than murder. From 1832 to 1844, not a single person had been executed in the metropolis except for this, the gravest crime. In 1837, the death penalty was practically limited to murder or attempts to murder, and in 1841 this was accepted as the almost universally established rule. 7 other crimes, however, were still capital by law, and so continued till the passing of the Criminal Consolidation Acts of 1861. With the amelioration of the criminal code, other cruel concomitants of execution also disappeared. In 1832, the dissection of bodies cut down from the gallows, which had been decreed centuries previously, was abolished. The most recent enactment in force was the 9th George IV Cap 31, which directed the dissection of all bodies of executed murderers, the idea being to intensify the dread of capital punishment. That such dread was not universal or deep-seated may be gathered from the fact that authentic cases were known previous to the first cited act of criminals selling their own bodies to surgeons for dissection. This dissection was carried out for Newgate prisoners in Surgeons' Hall adjoining Newgate, the site of the present Sessions House of the Old Bailey, and the operation was witnessed by students and a number of curious spectators. Lord Ferrers' body was brought to Surgeons' Hall after execution in his own carriage and six. After the post-mortem had been carried out, the corpse was exposed to view in a first-floor room. Pennant speaks of Surgeons' Hall as a handsome building, ornamented with Ionic pilasters and with a double flight of steps to the first floor. Beneath is a door for the admission of the bodies of murderers and other felons. There were other public dissecting rooms for criminals. One was attached to Hickes Hall, the Clerkenwell Sessions House, built out of moneys provided by Sir Baptist Hickes, a wealthy alderman of the reign of James I. Persons were still living in 1855 who had witnessed dissections at Hickes Hall, and whom the horrid scene, with the additional effect of some noted criminals hanging on the walls, drove out again sick and faint, as we have heard some relate, and with pale and terrified features, to get a breath of air. The dissection of executed criminals was abolished soon after the discovery of the crime of burking, with the idea that ignominy would no longer attach to an operation which ceased to be compulsory for the most degraded beings, and that executors, or persons having lawful possession of the bodies of people who had died friendless, would voluntarily surrender them for the advancement of medical science. Another brutal practice had nearly disappeared about the time of the abolition of dissection. This was the public exhibition of the body, as was done in the case of Mrs. Phipoe, the murderess who was executed in front of Newgate in 1798, and her body publicly exhibited in a place built for the purpose in the Old Bailey. About this time I find that the bodies of 2 murderers, Clench and Mackay, were publicly exposed in a stable in Little Bridge Street near Apothecaries' Hall, Surgeons' Hall being let to the lieutenancy of the county for the accommodation of the militia. In 1811, Williams, who murdered the Marrs in Ratcliffe Highway, having committed suicide in jail to escape hanging, it was determined that a public exhibition should be made of the body through the neighbourhood which had been the scene of the monster's crimes. A long procession was formed, headed by constables, who cleared the way with their staves. Then came the newly formed horse patrol, with drawn cutlasses, parish officers, peace officers, the high constable of the county of Middlesex on horseback, and then the body of Williams, extended at full length on an inclined platform erected on the cart, about 4 feet high at the head, and gradually sloping towards the horse, giving a full view of the body. which was dressed in blue trousers and a blue and white striped waistcoat, but without a coat, as when found in the cell. On the left side of the head, the fatal maul, and on the right, the ripping chisel, with which the murders had been committed, were exposed to view. The countenance of Williams was ghastly in the extreme, and the whole had an appearance too horrible for description. The procession traversed Ratcliffe twice, halting for a quarter of an hour in front of the victim's dwelling, and was accompanied throughout by an immense concourse of persons eager to get a sight of the murderer's remains. All the shops in the neighbourhood were shut, and the windows and tops of the houses were crowded with spectators. Hanging in chains upon the gibbet, which had served for the execution, or on another specially erected on some commanding spot, had fallen into disuse by 1832. But there was an attempt to revive it at that date, when the Act for dispensing with the dissection of criminals was passed. A clause was inserted to the effect that the bodies of all prisoners convicted of murder should either be hung in chains or buried under the gallows on which they had been executed, according to the discretion of the court before whom the prisoners might be tried. The revival of this barbarous practice caused much indignation in certain quarters, but it was actually tried in two provincial towns, Leicester and Durham. At the first named, the exhibition nearly created a tumult, and the body was taken down and buried, but not before the greatest scandal had been caused by the unseemly proceedings of the crowd that flocked to see the sight. A sort of fair was held, gaming tables were set up, cards were played under the gibbet, to the disturbance of the public peace and the annoyance of all decent people. At Jarrow Stake, where the Durham murderer's body was exposed, there were similar scenes, mingled with compassion for the culprit's family, and a subscription was set on foot for them, then and there, at the foot of the gibbet. Later on, after dark, some friends of the deceased stole the body and buried it in the sand, and this was the end of hanging in chains. After this, a law was passed which prescribed that the bodies of all executed murderers should be buried within the walls of the jail. Although these objectionable practices had disappeared, there were still many shocking incidents at executions, owing to the bungling and unskilful way in which the operation was performed. The rope still broke sometimes, although it was not often that the horrid scene seen at Jersey at the beginning of the century was repeated. There the hangman added his weight to that of the suspended culprit, and having first pulled him sideways, then got upon his shoulders, so that the rope broke. To the great surprise of all who witnessed this dreadful scene, the poor criminal rose straight upon his feet, with the hangman on his shoulders, and immediately loosened the rope with his fingers. After this, the sheriffs sent for another rope, but the spectators interfered, and the man was carried back to jail. The whole case was referred to the king, and the poor wretch, whose crime had been a military one, was eventually pardoned. A somewhat similar event happened at Chester not long afterwards. The ropes by which two offenders were turned off broke a few inches from their necks. They were taken back to jail, and were again brought out in the afternoon, by which time fresh and stronger ropes had been procured, and the sentence was properly and completely carried out. Other cases might be quoted, especially that of William Snow, alias Sketch, who slipped from the gallows at Exeter and fell to the ground. He soon rose to his feet, and hearing the sorrowful exclamations of the populace, coolly said, "Good people, do not be hurried. I am not. I can wait." Similar cases were not wanting as regards the executions before Newgate. Others were not less horrible, although there was no failure of apparatus. Sometimes the condemned man made a hard fight for life. When Charles White was executed in 1823 for arson, he arranged a handkerchief in such a way that the executioner found a difficulty in pinioning his hands. White managed to keep his wrists asunder, and continued to struggle with the officials for some time. Eventually he was pinioned with a cord in the usual manner. On the scaffold he made a violent attempt to loosen his bonds and succeeded in getting his hands free. Then, with a strong effort, he pushed off the white cap and tried to liberate his neck from the halter, which by this time had been adjusted. The hangman summoned assistance, and with help tied the cap over White's face with a handkerchief. The miserable wretch during the whole of this time was struggling with the most determined violence, to the great horror of the spectators. Still he resisted, and having got from the falling drop to the firm part of the platform, he nearly succeeded in tearing the handkerchief from his eyes. However, the ceremony went forward, and when the signal was given, the drop sank. The wretched man did not fall with it, but jumped onto the platform, and seizing the rope with his hands, tried to avoid strangulation. The spectacle was horrible. The convict was half on the platform, half hanging, and the convulsions of his body were appalling. The crowd vociferously yelled their disapproval, and at length the executioner forced the struggling criminal from the platform so that the rope sustained his whole weight. His face was visible to the whole crowd and was fearful to behold. Even now his sufferings were not at an end, and his death was not compassed until the executioner terminated his sufferings by hanging on to his legs. When Luigi Buranelli was executed in 1855, through the improper adjustment of the rope, his sufferings were prolonged for 5 minutes. His chest heaved, and it was evident that his struggle was a fearful one. A worse case still was that of William Bousfield, who, when awaiting execution for murder, about the same date, had attempted to throw himself upon the fire in his condemned cell. He was, in consequence, so weak when brought out for execution that he had to be carried by 4 men, 2 supporting his body and 2 his legs. His wretched, abject condition, seated in a chair under the drop, was such as almost to unnerve the executioner Calcraft, who had been further upset by a letter threatening to shoot him when he appeared to perform his task. Calcraft, the moment he had adjusted the cap and rope, ran down the steps, drew the bolt, and disappeared. For a second or two the body hung motionless. Then, with a strength that astonished the attendant officials, Bousfield slowly drew himself up and rested with his feet on the right side of the drop. One of the turnkeys rushed forward and pushed him off. Again the wretched creature succeeded in obtaining foothold, but this time on the left side of the drop. Calcraft was forced to return, and he once more pushed Bousfield off, who for the 4th time regained his foothold. Again he was repelled, this time Calcraft adding his weight to the body, and the strangulation was completed. It was stated in evidence before the Commission on Capital Punishment in 1864 that Calcraft's method of hanging was very rough, much the same as if he had been hanging a dog. There has never been much science in the system of carrying out the extreme penalty in this country. The finisher of the law has come more by chance than fitness or special education to exercise his loathsome office. Calcraft, of whom mention has just been made, was by trade a lady's shoemaker, and before he took to hanging he was employed as a watchman at Reed's Brewery in Liquorpond Street. He was at first engaged as assistant to the executioner Tom Cheshire, but in due course rose to be chief. He was always known as a mild-mannered man of simple tastes, much given to angling in the New River, and a devoted rabbit fancier. He was well known in the neighborhood where he resided, and the street gamins cried "Jack Ketch" as he went along the street. While Calcraft was in office, other aspirants to fame appeared in the field. One was a Skerne, who had been a convicted prisoner at York, but who consented to act as hangman when Calcraft was engaged, and no other functionary could be obtained. It was not always easy to hire a hangman. There is still extant a curious petition presented to the Treasury by Ralph Griffith, Esquire, High Sheriff of Flintshire, which sets forth that the petitioner had been at great expense by sending clerks and agents to Liverpool and Shrewsbury to hire an executioner. The man to be hanged belonged to Wales, and no Welshman would do the job. Travelling expenses of these agents cost £15, and another £10 were spent in the hire of a Shropshire man, who deserted and was pursued but without success. Another man was hired, himself a convict, whose fees for self and wife were 12 guineas. Then came the cost of the gallows, £4 12s, and finally the funeral, cart, coffin, and other petty expenses, amounting to £7 10, making the whole outlay close on £50. End of section 12. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 13 of The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 13, Newgate Notorieties, Part 1. In Chapter 2 of the present volume, I brought down the record of crime to the second decade of the present century. I propose now to continue the subject, and to devote a couple of chapters to criminal occurrences of a more recent date, only premising that as accounts become more voluminous, I shall be compelled to deal with fewer cases, taking in preference those which are typical and invested with peculiar interest. It is somewhat remarkable that a marked change soon comes over the calendar. Certain crimes, those against the person especially, diminished gradually. They became less easy or remunerative. Police protection was better and more effective. The streets of London were well lighted, the suburbs were more populous and regularly patrolled. People, too, were getting into the habit of carrying but little cash about them, and no valuables but their watches or personal jewelry. Street robberies offered fewer inducements to depredators, and evildoers were compelled to adopt other methods of preying upon their fellows. This led to a rapid and marked increase in all kinds of fraud, and prominent in the criminal annals of Newgate in these later years will be found numerous remarkable instances of this class of offence, forgeries committed systematically and for long periods, as in the case of Fauntleroy, to cover enormous defalcations, the fabrication of deeds, wills, and false securities for the purpose of misappropriating funds or feloniously obtaining cash, thefts of bullion, banknotes, specie, and gold dust, planned with consummate ingenuity, eluding the keenest vigilance, and carried out with reckless daring. Jewel boxes cleverly stolen under the very noses of owners or caretakers. As time passed, the extraordinary extension of all commercial operations led to many entirely novel and often gigantic financial frauds. The credulity of investors, the unscrupulous dishonesty of bankers, the slackness of supervision over wholly irresponsible agents, produced many terrible monetary catastrophes, and lodged men like Cole, Robson, and Redpath in Newgate. While the varying conditions of social life thus brought about many changes in the character of offences against property, those against the person became more and more limited to the most heinous, or those which menaced or destroyed life. There was no increase in murder or manslaughter. The number of such crimes remained pretty constant proportionately to population, nor did the methods by which they were perpetrated greatly vary from those in times past. The causes also continued much the same: passion, revenge, cupidity, Sudden ebullitions of homicidal rage, the cold-blooded, calculating atrocity born of self-interest, were still the irresistible incentives to kill. The brutal ferocity of the wild beast once aroused, the same means, the same weapons were employed to do the dreadful deed, the same and happily often futile precautions taken to conceal the crime. Pegsworth and Greenacre and Daniel Good merely reproduced types that had gone before, and that have since reappeared. Esther Hibner was as inhuman in her ill usage of the parish apprentice she killed as Martha Brownrigg had been. Thurtell and Hunt followed in the footsteps of Billings, Wood, and Catherine Hayes. Courvoisier might have lived a century earlier. Hocker was found upon the scene of his crime, irresistibly attracted thither, as was Theodore Gardel. Now and again there seemed to be a recurrence of a murder epidemic, as there had been before, as in the year 1849, a year memorable for the Rush murders at Norwich, the Gleeson-Wilson murder at Liverpool, that of the Mannings in London, and of many more. Men like Mobbs, the miscreant known as General Haynau on account of his bloodthirstiness, still murdered their wives, or like Cannon, the chimney sweeper, who savagely killed the policeman. A not altogether new crime, however, akin to murder, although happily never passing beyond dastardly attempts, cropped up in these times, and was often frequently repeated within a short interval. The present queen, very soon after her accession, became the victim of the most cowardly and unmanly outrages, and the attempted murder of the sovereign by Oxford in 1840 was followed in the very next year by those of Francis and of Bean in 2 consecutive months, while in 1850 Her Majesty was the victim of another outrage at the hands of one Pate. These crimes had their origin too often in the disordered brains of lunatics at large, like Captain Good. Their perpetrators were charged with high treason, but met with merciful clemency as irresponsible beings. But at various dates, treason more distinct and tangible came to the front: attempts to levy war against the state, the well-known Cato Street conspiracy, which grew out of disturbed social conditions after the last French war, amidst general distress, and when the people were beginning to agitate for a larger share of political power, was among the earliest and to some extent the most desperate of these. Its ringleaders, Thistlewood and the rest, were, after capture, honoured by committal as state prisoners to the Tower, but they came one and all to Newgate for trial at the Old Bailey, and remained there after conviction till they were hanged. Later on, the Chartists agitated persistently for the concession embraced in the so-called People's Charter, many of which are by this time actually, and by more legitimate efforts, engrafted upon our Constitution. But the Chartists sought their ends by riot and rebellion, and gained only imprisonment for their pains. Some 500 in all were arrested, but as only 3 of these were lodged in Newgate, I shall not recur to them in my narrative. The Cato Street conspiracy would have been simply ridiculous but for the recklessness of the desperadoes who planned it. That some 30 or more needy men should hope to revolutionize England is a sufficient proof of the absurdity of their attempt. But they proceeded in all seriousness, and would have shrunk from no outrage or atrocity in furtherance of their foolhardy enterprise. The massacre of the whole of the cabinet ministers at one stroke was to be followed by an attack upon the old man and the old woman, as they styled the Mansion House and the Bank of England. At the former, the provisional government was to be established, which, under Thistlewood as dictator, was to rule the nation, by first handing over its capital to fire and pillage. This Thistlewood had seen many vicissitudes throughout his strange, adventurous career. the son of a respectable Lincolnshire farmer, he became a militia officer and married a woman with £10,000, in which, however, she had only a life interest. She died early, and Thistlewood, left to his own resources, followed the profession of arms, first in the British service and then in that of the French Revolutionary government. It was during this period that he was said to have imbibed his revolutionary ideas. Returning to England, he found himself rich in a small landed property, which he presently sold to a man who became bankrupt before he had paid over the purchase money. After this, he tried farming, but failed. He married again and came to London, where he soon became notorious as a reckless gambler and a politician holding the most extreme views. In this way, he formed the acquaintance of Watson and others, with whom he was arraigned for treasonable practices, and imprisoned. On his release he sent a challenge to Lord Sidmouth, the Home Secretary, and was again arrested and imprisoned. On his second release, goaded by his fancied wrongs, he began to plot a dark and dreadful revenge, and thus the conspiracy in which he was the prime mover took shape and came to a head. The government obtained early and full information of the nefarious scheme. One of the conspirators, by name Edwards, made a voluntary confession to Sir Herbert Taylor one morning at Windsor, after which Thistlewood and his accomplices were closely watched, and measures taken to arrest them when their plans were so far developed that no doubt could remain as to their guilt. The day appointed for the murder and rising actually arrived before the authorities interfered. It was the day on which Lord Harrowby was to entertain his colleagues at dinner in Grosvenor Square. The occasion was considered excellent by the conspirators for disposal of the whole cabinet at one blow, and it was arranged that one of their number should knock at Lord Harrowby's door on the pretence of leaving a parcel, and that when it was opened the whole band should rush in. While a few secured the servants, the rest were to fall upon Lord Harrowby and his guests. Hand grenades were to be thrown into the dining room, and during the noise and confusion the assassination of the ministers was to be completed, the heads of Lord Castlereagh and Lord Sidmouth being carried away in a bag. Lord Harrowby's dinner party was postponed, but the conspirators knew nothing of it, and those who watched his house were further encouraged in their mistake by the arrival of many carriages, bound, as it happened, to the Archbishop of York's. Meanwhile, the main body remained at their headquarters, a ruined stable in Cato Street, Edgware Road, completing their dispositions for assuming supreme power after the blow had been struck. Here they were surprised by the police, headed by a magistrate and supported by a strong detachment of Her Majesty's Guards. The police were the first to arrive on the spot, the guards having entered the street at the wrong end. The conspirators were in a loft, approached by a ladder and a trap door, access through which could only be obtained one by one. The first constable who entered, Thistlewood ran through the body with a sword, but others quickly followed. The lights were extinguished, and a desperate conflict ensued. The guards, headed by Lord Adolphus Fitzclarence, now reinforced the police, and the conspirators gave way. 9 of the latter were captured, with all the war material, cutlasses, pistols, hand grenades, and ammunition. Thistlewood and 14 more succeeded for the moment in making their escape, but most of them were subsequently taken. Thistlewood was discovered next morning in a mean house in White Street, Moorfields. He was in bed with his breeches on, in the pockets of which were found a number of cartridges, the black belt he had worn at Cato Street, and a military sash. The trial of the conspirators came on some 6 weeks later at the Old Bailey. Thistlewood made a long and rambling defence, the chief features of which were abuse of Lord Sidmouth and the vilification of the informer Edwards. Several of the other prisoners took the same line as regards Edwards, and there seems to have been good reason for supposing that he was a greater villain than any of those arraigned. He had been in a state of abject misery, and when he first joined the Reformers, as the Cato Street conspirators called themselves, he had neither a bed to lie upon nor a coat to his back. His sudden access to means unlimited was no doubt due to the profitable role he soon adopted of government informer and spy, and it is pretty certain that for some time he served both sides, on the one inveigling silly enthusiasts to join in the plot, and denouncing them on the other. The employment of Edwards, and the manner in which the conspirators were allowed to commit themselves further and further before the law was set in motion against them, were not altogether creditable to the government. It was asserted, not without foundation, at these trials, that Edwards repeatedly incited the associates he was betraying to commit outrage, to set fire to houses, throw hand grenades into the carriages of ministers, that he was, to use Thistlewood's words, a contriver, instigator, and entrapper. The government were probably not proud of their agent, for Edwards, after the conviction had been assured, went abroad to enjoy, it was said, an ample pension so long as he did not return to England. 5 of the conspirators, Thistlewood, Ings, Brunt, Davidson, and Tidd, were sentenced to death, and suffered in the usual way in front of Newgate, with the additional penalty of decapitation as traitors after they had been hanged. A crowd as great as any known collected in the Old Bailey to see the ceremony, about which there were some peculiar features worth recording. The reckless demeanour of all the convicts except Davidson was most marked. Thistlewood and Ings sucked oranges on the scaffold. They, with Brunt and Tidd, scorned the Ordinary's ministrations, but Ings said he hoped God would be more merciful to him than men had been. Ings was especially defiant. He sought to cheer Davidson, who seemed affected, crying out, "Come, old cock of wax, it will soon be over." As the executioner fastened the noose, he nodded to a friend he saw in the crowd, and catching sight of the coffins ranged round the gallows, he smiled at the show with contemptuous indifference. He roared out snatches of a song about death or liberty, and just before he was turned off, yelled out 3 cheers to the populace whom he faced. He told the executioner to "do it tidy," to pull it tight, and was in a state of hysterical exaltation up to the very last. Davidson, who was the only one who seemed to realize his awful situation, listened patiently and with thankfulness to the chaplain, and died in a manner strongly contrasting with that of his fellows. After the 5 bodies had hung for half an hour, a man in a mask came forward to complete the sentence. Contemporary reports state that from the skilful manner in which he performed the decapitation, he was generally supposed to be a surgeon. Be this as it may, the weapon used was only an ordinary axe, which rather indicates that force, not skill, was employed. This axe is still in existence, and is preserved at Newgate with various other unpleasant curiosities, but is only an ordinary commonplace tool. These were the last executions for high treason, but not the last prisoners by many who passed through Newgate charged with sedition. Attacks upon the sovereign, as I have said, became more common after the accession of the young Queen Victoria in 1838. It was a form of high treason not unknown in earlier reigns. In 1786, a mad woman, Margaret Nicholson, tried to stab George III as he was alighting from his carriage at the gate of St. James's Palace. She was seized before she could do any mischief, and eventually lodged in Bethlehem Hospital, where she died after 40 years' detention at the advanced age of 100. Again, a soldier by name Hatfield, who had been wounded in the head and discharged from the army for unsoundness of mind, fired a pistol at George III. from the pit of Drury Lane Theatre in 1800. William IV. Was also the victim of a murderous outrage on Ascot Racecourse in 1832, when John Collins, a person in the garb of a sailor, of wretched appearance and having a wooden leg, threw a stone at the king, which hit him on the forehead, but did no serious injury. Collins, when charged, pleaded that he had lost his leg in action, that he had petitioned without success for a pension, and that, as he was starving, he had resolved on this desperate deed, feeling, as he said, that he might as well be shot or hanged as remain in such a state. He was eventually sentenced to death, but the plea of lunacy was allowed, and he was confined for life. None of the foregoing attempts were, however, so dastardly or determined as that made by Oxford upon our present gracious Queen 2 years after she ascended the throne. The cowardly crime was probably encouraged by the fearless and confiding manner in which the Queen, secure as it seemed in the affections of her loyal people, freely appeared in public. Oxford, who was only 19 at the time his offence was committed, had been born at Birmingham, but he came as a lad to London, and took service as a potboy to a publican. From this he was promoted to barman, and as such had charge of the business in various public houses. He left his last situation in April 1840, and established himself in lodgings in Lambeth, after which he devoted himself to pistol practice in shooting galleries, sometimes in Leicester Square, sometimes in the Strand or the West End. His acquaintances often asked his object in this, but he kept his own counsel till the 10th June. On that day Oxford was on the watch at Buckingham Palace. He saw Prince Albert return there from a visit to Woolwich, and then passed on to Constitution Hill, where he waited till 4 p.m., the time at which the Queen and Prince Consort usually took an afternoon drive. About 6 p.m. the royal carriage, a low open vehicle drawn by 4 horses, ridden by postilions, left the palace. Oxford, who had been pacing backwards and forwards with his hands under the lapels of his coat, saw the carriage approach. He was on the right or north side of the road. Prince Albert occupied the same side of the carriage, the Queen the left. As the carriage came up to him, Oxford turned, put his hand into his breast, drew a pistol, and fired at the Queen. The shot missed, and as the carriage passed on, Oxford drew a second pistol and fired again. The Queen saw this second movement and stooped to avoid the shot. The Prince, too, rose to shield her with his person. Again, providentially, the bullet went wide of the mark, and the royal party drove back to Clarence House, the Queen being anxious to give the first news of the outrage and of her safety to her mother, the Duchess of Kent. Meanwhile, the pistol shots had attracted the attention of the bystanders, of whom there was a fair collection as usual, waiting to see the Queen pass. Oxford was seized by a person named Lowe, who was at first mistaken for the assailant, but Oxford at once assumed the responsibility for his crime, saying, "It was I did it, I'll give myself up, there is no occasion to use violence, I will go with you." He was taken into custody, and removed first to a police cell, thence committed to Newgate, after he had been examined before the Privy Council. Oxford expressed little anxiety or concern. He asked more than once whether the Queen was hurt, and acknowledged that the pistols were loaded with ball. A craze for notoriety to be achieved at any cost was the one absorbing idea in young Oxford's disordered brain. After his arrest, he thought only of the excitement his attempt had raised, nothing of its atrocity or of the fatal consequences which might have ensued. When brought to trial he hardly realized his position, but gazed with complacency around the crowded court, and eagerly inquired what persons of distinction were present. He smiled continually, and when the indictment was read, burst into loud and discordant fits of laughter. These antics may have been assumed to bear out the plea of insanity set up in his defence, but that there was madness in his family, and that he himself was of unsound mind, could not be well denied. His father, it was proved in evidence, had been at times quite mad, and Oxford's mental state might be inferred from his own proceedings. Among his papers was found a curious document purporting to be the rules of an association called Young England, which Oxford had evolved out of his own inflated self-conceit, and which had never any real corporeal existence. Young England was a secret society, with no aim or object. Its sworn members, known only to Oxford, and all of them mere shadows, were bound to provide themselves with sword, rifle, dagger, and a pair of pistols, to wear a black crape mask, to obey punctually the orders of their commander-in-chief, and to assume any disguise, if required, to go into the country on the business of the association. The officers of the society were to be known only by factitious names. Thus, among the presidents were those of Gowrie, Justinian, Aleman, Colesman, Kenneth, and Godfrey. Hannibal and Ethelred were on the council. Anthony, Augustus, and Frederick were among the generals. Louis and Amadeus among the captains, and Hercules, Neptune, and Mars among the lieutenants of the association. The various grades were distinguished by cockades and bows of different colors. The society was supposed to meet regularly, and its proceedings, together with the speeches made, were duly recorded. With Oxford's other papers were found letters from the secretary, written, as it seemed, by Oxford to himself, after the manner of Mr. Toots, all of which declared their approval of the commander-in-chief. One expressed pleasure that Oxford improved so much in speaking, and declared that his, Oxford's, speech the last time was beautiful. This letter went on to say that a new member had been introduced by Lieutenant Mars, a fine, tall, gentlemanly young man, and it is said that he is a military officer, but his name has not yet transpired. Soon after he was introduced, we were alarmed by a violent knocking at the door. In an instant our faces were covered, we cocked our pistols, and with drawn swords stood waiting to receive the enemy. While one stood over the fire with the papers, another stood with lighted torch to fire the house. We then sent the old woman to open the door, and it proved to be some little boys who had knocked and ran away. Another letter directed Oxford to attend an extraordinary meeting of Young England, in consequence of having received some information of an important nature from Hanover. "You must attend, and if your master will not give you leave, you must come in defiance of him." No serious importance could be attached to these, the manifest inventions of a disordered intellect. The whole of the evidence pointed so strongly towards insanity that the jury brought in a verdict of acquittal on that ground, and Oxford was ordered to be detained during Her Majesty's pleasure. He went from Newgate first to Bethlehem, from which he was removed to Broadmoor on the opening of the great criminal lunatic asylum at that place. He was released from Broadmoor in 1878 and went abroad. Within a couple of years, A second attempt to assassinate the Queen was perpetrated in nearly the same spot by a man named John Francis, who was arrested in the very act just as he had fired one shot. His motives for thus imitating the dastardly crime of Oxford are shrouded in obscurity. He could not plead insanity like his predecessor, and no attempt was made at his trial to prove him of unsound mind. Here again, probably it was partly the love of notoriety which was the incentive, backed possibly with the hope that, as in a much more recent case, he would be in some way provided for, he having been for some time previously in abject circumstances. The deed was long premeditated, and would have been executed a day earlier had not his courage failed him at the last moment. A youth named Pearson had seen him present a pistol at the Queen's carriage, but draw it back again, exclaiming presently, "I wish I had done it." Pearson weakly allowed Francis to go off, without securing his apprehension, but later he gave full information. The Queen was apprised of the danger, and begged not to go abroad, but she declared she would not remain a prisoner in her own palace, and next day drove out as usual in an open barouche. Nothing happened till Her Majesty returned to Buckingham Palace about 6 p.m., when, on descending Constitution Hill, with an equerry riding close on each side of her carriage, a man who had been leaning against the palace garden wall suddenly advanced, levelled a pistol at the Queen, and fired. He was so close to the carriage that the smoke of his pistol enveloped the face of Colonel Wilde, one of the equerries. The Queen was untouched, and at first, it is said, hardly realized the danger she had escaped. Francis had already been seized by a policeman named Trounce, who saw his movement with the pistol, but too late to prevent its discharge. The prisoner was conveyed without delay to the Home Office, and there examined by the Privy Council, which had been hastily summoned for the purpose. On searching him, the pistol was found in his pocket, the barrel still warm, also some loose powder and a bullet. There was some doubt as to whether the pistol, when fired, was actually loaded with ball, but the jury brought in a verdict of guilty of the criminal intent to kill. Francis was sentenced to be hanged, decapitated, and quartered, the old traitor's doom, but was spared and subsequently transported for life. The enthusiasm of the people at the Queen's escape was uproarious, and her drive next day was one long triumphal progress. At the Italian Opera in the evening, the audience on the Queen's appearance greeted her with loud cheers and called for the national anthem. This was in May 1842. Undeterred by the well-merited punishment which had overtaken Francis, a third miscreant made a similar but far less serious attempt in the month of July following. As the Queen was driving from Buckingham Palace to the Chapel Royal, a deformed lad among the crowd was seen to present a pistol at Her Majesty's carriage in the Mall about halfway between Buckingham and St. James's Palaces. Only one person saw the movement, a lad named Dasset, who at once collared the cripple, and taking him up to two policemen, charged him with the offence. The policemen treated the matter as a hoax, and allowed the culprit to make off. Later on, however, Dasset was himself seized and interrogated, and on his information handbills were circulated giving the exact description of the deformed youth, who had a humpback and a long, sickly pale face with light hair. His nose was marked with a scar or black patch, and he was altogether of a dirty appearance. It happened that a lad named Bean had absconded from his father's home some weeks before, whose description, as given by his father to the police, exactly tallied with that of the deformed person wanted for the assault on the Queen. A visit to the father's residence was followed by the arrest of the son, who had by this time returned. This son, John William Bean, was fully identified by Dasset and presently examined by the Privy Council. He was eventually charged with a misdemeanour, the capital charge having been abandoned and committed for trial. Much the same motives of seeking notoriety seemed to have impelled Bean, who was perfectly sane, to his rash act, but it was proved that the pistol was not loaded with ball, and he was only convicted of an attempt to harass, vex, and grieve the sovereign. Lord Abinger sentenced him to 18 months' imprisonment in Newgate, but the place of durance was changed, to meet the existing law, to Millbank Penitentiary. I shall mention briefly one more case, in which, however, there was no murderous intent, before I pass on to other crimes. On June 1850, the Queen was once more subjected to cowardly outrage, the offender being a Mr. Pate, a gentleman by birth, who had borne the Queen's commission, first as cornet, and then lieutenant in the 10th Hussars. Pate was said to be an eccentric person, given to strange acts and antics, such as mixing whiskey and camphor with his morning bath water, and walking for choice through prickly gorse bushes. He always kept the blinds down at his chambers in Jermyn Street, and, as the St. James clock chimed 3:15, invariably went out in a cab, for which he always paid the same fare, 9 shillings, all in shillings and no other coin. But this was not sufficient to constitute lunacy, nor was his plea of momentary uncontrollable impulse deemed valid as any palliation of his offence. That offence was a brutal assault upon Her Majesty, whom he struck in the face with a small stick just as she was leaving Cambridge House. The blow crushed the bonnet and bruised the forehead of the Queen, who was happily not otherwise injured. Pate was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years' transportation, the judge, Baron Alderson, abstaining from inflicting the penalty of whipping, which was authorized by a recent act on account of Mr. Pate's family and position in life. I have already remarked that as violence was more and more eliminated from crimes against the person, frauds indicating great boldness, extensive design, and ingenuity became more prevalent. The increase of bank forgeries and its cause I referred to in a previous chapter. At one session of the Old Bailey in 1821, no less than 35 true bills were found for passing forged notes. But there were other notorious cases of forgery. That of Fauntleroy the banker in 1824 caused much excitement at the time on account of the magnitude of the fraud and the seeming probity of the culprit. Mr. Fauntleroy was a member of a banking firm, which his father had established in conjunction with a gentleman of the name of Marsh and others. He had entered the house as clerk in 1800. In 1807, and when only 22, he succeeded to his father's share in the business. According to Fauntleroy's own case, he found at once that the firm was heavily involved, through advances made to various builders, and that it could only maintain its credit by wholesale discounting. Its embarrassments were greatly increased by the bankruptcy of 2 of its clients in the building trade, and the bank became liable for a sum of £170,000. New liabilities were incurred to the extent of £100,000 by more failures, and in 1819, by the death of one of the partners, a large sum in cash had to be withdrawn from the bank to pay his heirs. During these numerous and trying difficulties, it is Mr. Fauntleroy who speaks, The house was nearly without resources, and the whole burthen of management falling on me, I sought resources where I could. In other words, he forged powers of attorney and proceeded to realize securities lodged in his bank under various names. Among the prisoner's private papers, one was found giving full details of the stock he had feloniously sold out, the sum total amounting to some £170,000, with a declaration in his own handwriting to the following effect: "In order to keep up the credit of our house, I have forged powers of attorney for the above sums and parties, and sold out to the amount here stated, and without the knowledge of my partners. I kept up the payments of the dividends, but made no entries of such payments in my books. The bank began first to refuse our acceptances and to destroy the credit of our house. The bank shall smart for it." End of section 13. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 14 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 14, Newgate Notorieties, Part 1. Many stories were in circulation at the time of Fauntleroy's trial with regard to his forgeries. It was said that he had, by means of them, sold out so large an amount of stock that he paid £16,000 a year in dividends to escape detection. Once he ran a narrow risk of being found out. A lady in the country, who had £13,000 in the stocks, desired her London agent to sell them out. He went to the bank and found that no stocks stood in her name. He called at once upon Fauntleroy, his client's bankers, for an explanation, and was told by Mr. Fauntleroy that the lady had desired him to sell out. "Which I have done," added the fraudulent banker, "and here are the proceeds," whereupon he produced exchequer bills to the amount. Nothing more was heard of the affair, although the lady declared that she had never instructed Fauntleroy to sell. On another occasion, the banker forged a gentleman's name while the latter was sitting with him in his private room, and took the instrument out to a clerk with the ink not dry. It must be added that the Bank of England, on discovering the forgeries, replaced the stock in the names of the original holders, who might otherwise have been completely ruined. A newspaper report of the time describes Fauntleroy as a well-made man of middle stature. His hair, though grey, was thick, and lay smooth over his forehead. His countenance had an expression of the most subdued resignation. The impression which his appearance altogether was calculated to make was that of the profoundest commiseration. The crime, long carried on without detection, was first discovered in 1820, when it was found that a sum of £10,000, standing in the name of 3 trustees, of whom Fauntleroy was one, had been sold out under a forged power of attorney. Further investigations brought other similar frauds to light, and fixed the whole sum misappropriated at £170,000, the first forgery dating back to 1814. A run upon the bank immediately followed, which was only met by a suspension of payment and the closing of its doors. Meanwhile, public gossip was busy with Fauntleroy's name, and it was openly stated in the press and in conversation that the proceeds of these frauds had been squandered in chambering, gambling, and debauchery. Fauntleroy was scouted as a licentious libertine, a deep and determined gamester, a spendthrift whose extravagance knew no bounds. The veil was lifted from his private life, and he was accused of persistent immorality. In his defense, he sought to rebut these charges, which indeed were never clearly made out, and it is pretty certain that his own account of the causes which led him into dishonesty was substantially true. He called many witnesses, 17 in all, to speak of him as they had found him, and these, all respectable city merchants and business men, declared that they had hitherto formed a high opinion of his honour, integrity, and goodness of disposition, deeming him the last person capable of a dishonourable action. These arguments availed little with the jury, who, after a short deliberation, found Fauntleroy guilty, and he was sentenced to death. Every endeavour was used, however, to obtain a commutation of sentence. His case was twice argued before the judges on points of law, but the result in both cases was unfavourable. Appeals were made to the Home Secretary, and all possible political interest brought to bear, but without success. Fauntleroy, meanwhile, lay in Newgate, not herded with other condemned prisoners as the custom was, but in a separate chamber, that belonging to one of the warders of the jail. I find in the chaplain's journal, under date 1824, various entries relative to this prisoner. Visited Mr. Fauntleroy. My application for books for him not having been attended, I had no prayer book to give him. Visited Mr. Fauntleroy. The sheriffs have very kindly permitted him to remain in the turnkey's room where he was originally placed, nor can I omit expressing a hope that this may prove the beginning of a better system of confinement, and that every description of persons who may be unfortunately under sentence of death will no longer be herded indiscriminately together. The kindliness of the city authorities to Fauntleroy was not limited to the assignment of a separate place of durance. As I have already said, they took the chaplain seriously to task for the bad taste shown in the condemned sermon preached before Fauntleroy. This was on the text, "Wherefore let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall," and was full of the most pointed allusions to the culprit. Fauntleroy constantly groaned aloud while the sermon proceeded, and contemporary reports declared that he appeared to feel deeply the force of the reverend gentleman's observations, especially when the chaplain spoke of the great magnitude of our erring brother's offence, one of the most dangerous description in a trading community. The sermon ended with an appeal to the dying man, exhorting him to penitence. This personality, and it can be called by no other name, is carefully excluded from prison pulpit utterances on the eve of an execution. A very curious and, in its way, amusing circumstance in connection with this case was the offer of a certain Italian, Edmund Angelini, to take Fauntleroy's place. Angelini wrote to the Lord Mayor to this effect, urging that Fauntleroy was a father, a citizen. His life is useful, mine a burthen to the state. He was summoned to the mansion house, where he repeated his request, crying, "Accordez-moi cette grâce," with much urgency. There were doubts of his sanity. He wrote afterwards to the effect that the moment he had offered himself, an unknown assassin came to aim a blow at him. "Let this monster give his name. I am ready to fight him. I am still determined to put myself in the place of Mr. Fauntleroy. If the law of this country can receive such a sacrifice, my death will render to heaven an innocent man, and to earth a repentant sinner." Fauntleroy was not entirely dependent upon the ordinary for ghostly counsel in his extremity. He was also attended by the Reverend Mr. Springett and the indefatigable Mr. Baker, whose name has already been mentioned. When led out on the morning of his execution, these two last-named gentlemen each took hold of one of his arms, and so accompanied him to the scaffold. The concourse in front of Newgate was enormous, but much sympathy was evinced for this unfortunate victim to human weakness and ruthless laws. A report was, moreover, widely circulated, and the impression long prevailed that he actually escaped death. It was said that strangulation had been prevented by the insertion of a silver tube in his windpipe, and that after hanging for the regulated time he was taken down and easily restored to consciousness. Afterwards, according to the common rumor, he went abroad and lived there for many years, but the story is not only wholly unsubstantiated, but there is good evidence to show that the body, after execution, was handed over to his friends and interred privately. Some years were still to elapse before capital punishment ceased to be the penalty for forgery, and in the interval several persons were sentenced to or suffered death for this crime. There were two notable capital convictions for forgery in 1828. One was that of Captain Montgomery, who assumed the aliases of Colonel Wallace and Colonel Morgan. His offence was uttering forged notes, and there was strong suspicion that he had long subsisted entirely by this fraud. The act for which he was taken into custody was the payment of a forged £10 note for half a dozen silver spoons. Montgomery was an adept at forgery. He had gone wrong early. Although born of respectable parents and gazetted to a commission in the army, he soon left the service and betook himself to dishonest ways. His first forgery was the marvellous imitation of the signature of the Honourable Mr. Neville, M.P., who wrote an extremely cramped and curious hand. He was not prosecuted for this fraud on account of the respectability of his family, and soon after this escape he came to London, where he practised as a professional swindler and cheat. For a long time justice did not overtake him for any criminal offence, but he was frequently in Newgate and the King's Bench for debt. After 3 years' confinement in the latter prison, he passed himself off as his brother, Colonel Montgomery, a distinguished officer, and would have married an heiress had not the imposture been discovered in time. He then took to forging banknotes, and was arrested as I have described above. Montgomery was duly sentenced to death, but he preferred suicide to the gallows. After sentence, his demeanour was serious yet firm. The night previous to that fixed for his execution, he wrote several letters, one of them being to Edward Gibbon Wakefield, a fellow prisoner, and listened attentively to the ordinary, who read him the well-known address written and delivered by Dr. Dodd previous to his own execution for forgery. But next morning he was found dead in his cell. In one corner, after much search, a phial was found labelled prussic acid, which it was asserted he had been in the habit of carrying about his person ever since he had taken to passing forged notes, as an antidote against disgrace. This phial he had managed to retain in his possession, in spite of the frequent searches to which he was subjected in Newgate. The second conviction for forgery in 1828 was that of the Quaker Joseph Hunton, a man of previously the highest repute in the city of London. He had prospered in early life, was a slop seller on a large scale at Bury St. Edmunds, and a sugar baker in the metropolis. He married a lady also belonging to the Society of Friends, who brought him a large fortune which, and his own money, he put into a city firm, that of Dixon and Company. He soon, however, became deeply involved in stock exchange speculations, and, losing heavily, to meet the claims upon him, he put out a number of forged bills of exchange or acceptances, to which the signature of one Wilkins of Abingdon was found to be forged. Hunton tried to fly the country on the detection of the fraud, but was arrested at Plymouth just as he was on the point of leaving England in the New York packet. He had gone on board in his Quaker dress, but when captured was found in a light green frock, a pair of light grey pantaloons, a black stock, and a foraging cap. Hunton was put upon his trial at the Old Bailey, and in due course sentenced to death. His defence was that the forged acceptances would have been met on coming to maturity, and that he had no real desire to defraud. Hunton accepted his sentence with great resignation, although he protested against the inhumanity of the laws which condemned him to death. On entering Newgate, he said, "I wish after this day to have communication with nobody. Let me take leave of my wife and family and friends. I have already suffered an execution. My heart has undergone that horrible penalty." He was, however, visited by and received his wife and several members of the Society of Friends. 2 elders of the meeting sat up with him in the press yard the whole of the night previous to execution, and a third, Mr. Sparks Moline, came to attend him to the scaffold. He met his death with unshaken firmness, only entreating that a certain blue handkerchief, to which he seemed fondly attached, should be used to bandage his eyes, which request was readily granted. Hunton's execution no doubt aroused public attention to the cruelty and futility of the capital law against forgery. A society which had already been started against capital punishment devoted its efforts first to a mitigation of the forgery statute, but could not immediately accomplish much. In 1829 the gallows claimed 2 more victims for this offence. One was Richard Gifford, a well-educated youth who had been at Christ's Hospital and afterwards in the National Debt Office. Unfortunately, he took to drink, lost his appointment, and fell from bad to worse. Suddenly, after being at the lowest depths, he emerged and was found by his friends living in comfort in the Waterloo Road. His funds, which he pretended came to him with a rich wife, were really the proceeds of frauds upon the Bank of England. He forged the names of people who held stock on the bank books, and got the value of the stock. He also forged dividend receipts and got the dividends. He was only 26 when he was hanged. The other and the last criminal executed for forgery in this country was one Maynard, who was convicted of a fraud upon the Custom House. In conjunction with 2 others, one of whom was a clerk in the Custom House, and had access to the official records, he forged a warrant for £1,973, and was paid the money by the Comptroller General. Maynard was convicted of uttering the forged document, Jones of being an accessory, the 3rd prisoner was acquitted. Maynard was the only one who suffered death. This was on the last day of 1829. In the following session, Sir Robert Peel brought in a bill to consolidate the acts relating to forgery. Upon the 3rd reading of this bill, Sir James Mackintosh moved as an amendment that capital punishment should be abolished for all crimes of forgery, except the forgery of wills and powers of attorney. This amendment was strongly supported outside the House, and a petition in favour of its passing was presented, signed by more than 1,000 members of banking firms. Mackintosh's amendment was carried in the Commons, but the new law did not pass the Lords, who re-enacted the capital penalty. Still, no sentence of death was carried out for the offence, and in 1832 the Attorney General introduced a bill to abolish capital punishment entirely for forgery. It passed the Commons, but opposition was again encountered in the Lords. This time they sent back the bill, re-enacting only the 2 penalties for will forging and the forging of powers of attorney. In other words, they had advanced in 1832 to the point at which the lower house had arrived in 1830. There were at the moment in Newgate 6 convicts sentenced to death for forging wills. The question was whether the government would dare to take their lives at the bidding of the House of Lords, and in defiance of the vote of the Assembly, which more accurately represented public opinion. It was indeed announced that their fate was sealed, but Mr. Joseph Hume pressed the government hard, and obtained an assurance that the men should not be executed. The new Forgery Act, with the Lords' Amendment, passed into law, but the latter proved perfectly harmless, and no person ever after suffered death for any variety of this crime. I will include in this part of the present chapter almost one of the last instances of a crime which in time past had invariably been visited with the death penalty, and which was of a distinctly fraudulent nature. The abduction of Miss Turner by the brothers Wakefield bore a strong resemblance to the carrying off and forcible marrying of heiresses as already described. Miss Turner was a schoolgirl of barely 15, only child of a gentleman of large property in Cheshire, of which county he was actually High Sheriff, at the time of his daughter's abduction. The elder brother, Edward Gibbon Wakefield, the prime mover in the abduction, was a barrister, not exactly briefless, but without a large practice. He had, it was said, a good private income, and was already a widower with 2 children at the time of his committing the offence for which he was subsequently tried. He had eloped with his first wife from school. While on a visit to Macclesfield, he heard by chance of Miss Turner, and that she would inherit all her father's possessions. He thereupon conceived an idea of carrying her off and marrying her willy-nilly at Gretna Green. The 2 brothers started at once for Liverpool, where Miss Turner was at school with a Mrs. Dalby. At Manchester en route, a travelling carriage was purchased, which was driven up to Mrs. Dalby's door at 8 in the morning, and a servant hurriedly alighted from it, bearing a letter for Miss Turner. This purported to be from the medical attendant of Mr. Turner, written at Shrigley, Mr. Turner's place of residence, and it stated that Mrs. Turner had been stricken with paralysis. She was not in immediate danger, but she wished to see her daughter, as it was possible she might soon become incapable of recognizing anyone. Miss Turner, greatly agitated, accompanied the messenger who had brought this news, a disguised servant of Wakefield's, who had plausibly explained that he had only recently been engaged at Shrigley. The road taken was via Manchester, where the servant said a Dr. Hull was to be picked up to go on with them to Shrigley. At Manchester, however, the carriage stopped at the Albion Hotel. Miss Turner was shown into a private room, where Mr. Wakefield soon presented himself. Miss Turner, not knowing him, would have left the room, but he said he came from her father, and she remained. Wakefield, in reply to her inquiries, satisfied her that her mother was well, and that the real reason for summoning her from school was the state of her father's affairs. Mr. Turner was on the verge of bankruptcy. He was at that moment at Kendal, and wished her to join him there at once. Miss Turner consented to go on, and they travelled night and day towards the north. But at Kendal there was no Mr. Turner, and, to allay Miss Turner's growing anxiety, Wakefield found it necessary to become more explicit regarding her father's affairs. He now pretended that Mr. Turner was also on his way to the border, pursued by sheriff's officers. The fact was, Wakefield went on to say, an uncle of his had advanced Mr. Turner £60,000, which had temporarily staved off ruin. But another bank had since failed, and nothing could save Mr. Turner but the transfer of some property to Miss Turner and its settlement on her, so that it might become the exclusive property of her husband, whoever he might be. Wakefield added that it had been suggested he should marry Miss Turner, but that he had laughed at the idea. Wakefield's uncle took the matter more seriously, and declared that unless the marriage came off, Mr. Turner must be sold up. Miss Turner, thus pressed, consented to go on to Gretna Green. Passing through Carlisle, she was told that Mr. Turner was in the town, but could not show himself. Nothing could release him from his trouble but the arrival of the marriage certificate from Gretna Green. Filial affection rose superior to all scruples, and Miss Turner, having crossed the border, was married to Wakefield by the blacksmith in the usual way. Returning to Carlisle, she now heard that her father had been set free, and had gone home to Shrigley, whither they were to follow him. They set out, but at Leeds Wakefield found himself called suddenly to Paris. The other brother was accordingly sent on a pretended mission to Shrigley to bring Mr. Turner on to London, whither Wakefield and Miss Turner also proceeded. On arrival, Wakefield pretended that they had missed Mr. Turner, and must follow him over to France. The strangely married couple thereupon pressed on to Dover and crossed over to Calais. The fact of the abduction did not transpire for some days. Then Mrs. Dalby learnt that Miss Turner had not arrived at Shrigley, but that she had gone to Manchester. Friends went in pursuit and traced her to Huddersfield and further north. The terror and dismay of her parents were soon intensified by the receipt of a letter from Wakefield at Carlisle announcing the marriage. Mr. Turner at once set off for London, where he sought the assistance of the police, and presently ascertained that Wakefield had gone to the Continent with his involuntary bride. An uncle of Miss Wakefield's, accompanied by his solicitor and a Bow Street runner, at once went in pursuit. Meanwhile, a second letter turned up from Wakefield at Calais, in which he assured Mrs. Turner that Miss Turner was fondly attached to him, and went on to say, "I do assure you, madam, that it shall be the anxious endeavour of my life to promote her happiness by every means in my power." The game, however, was nearly up. Miss Turner was met by her uncle on Calais pier, as she was walking with Wakefield. The uncle claimed her. The husband resisted. Monsieur le Maire was appealed to, and decided to leave it to the young lady, who at once abandoned Wakefield. As he still urged his rights over his wife, Miss Turner cried out in protest, "No, no, I am not his wife. He carried me away by fraud and stratagem, and forced me to accompany him to Gretna Green. By the same forcible means I was compelled to quit England, and to trust myself to the protection of this person, whom I never saw until I was taken from Liverpool, and never want to see again." On this Wakefield gave in. He surrendered the bride who had never been a wife, and she returned to England with her friends, while Wakefield went on alone to Paris. Mr. William Wakefield was arrested at Dover, conveyed to Chester, and committed to Lancaster jail for trial at the next assizes, when indictments were preferred against both brothers for having carried away Ellen Turner, spinster, then a maid and heir apparent unto her father, for the sake of the lucre of her substance, and for having afterwards unlawfully and against her will married the said Ellen Turner. They were tried in March of the following year, Edward Wakefield having apparently given himself up and found guilty, remaining in Lancaster jail for a couple of months, when they were brought up to the Court of King's Bench for judgment. The prosecution pressed for a severe penalty. Edward Wakefield pleaded that his trial had already cost him £3,000. Mr. Justice Bailey, in summing up, spoke severely of the gross deception practised upon an innocent girl, and sentenced the brothers each to 3 years' imprisonment. William Wakefield in Lancaster jail, and Edward Gibbon Wakefield in Newgate, which sentences were duly enforced. The marriage was annulled by an Act of Parliament, although Wakefield petitioned against it, and was brought from Newgate at his own request to oppose the second reading of the bill. He also wrote and published a pamphlet from the jail, to show that Miss Turner had been a consenting party to the marriage and was really his wife. Neither his address nor his pamphlet availed much, for the bill for the divorce passed both houses. That Mr. Wakefield was a shrewd critic and close observer of all that went on in the Newgate of those days will be admitted by those who have read his book on The Punishment of Death, which was based on his jail experiences, and of which I have availed myself in the last chapter. After their release from Lancaster and Newgate respectively, both Wakefields went abroad. Mr. W. Wakefield served in a Continental army, and rose to the rank of colonel, after which he went to New Zealand, and held an important post in that colony. Mr. E. G. Wakefield took part in the scheme for the colonization of North Australia, and for some years resided in that colony. Miss Turner subsequently married Mr. Legg of Limhall, Cheshire. It must not be imagined that although highway robbery was now nearly extinct, and felonious outrages in the streets were rare, that thieves or depredators were idle or entirely unsuccessful. Bigger jobs than ever were planned and attempted, as in the burglary at Lambeth Palace, when the thieves were fortunately disappointed, the Archbishop having, before he left town, sent his plate chests, 8 in number, to the silversmiths for greater security. The jewellers were always a favourite prey of the London thieves. Shops were broken into, as when that of Grimaldi and Johnson in the Strand was robbed of watches to the value of £6,000. Where robbery with violence was intended, the perpetrators had now to adopt various shifts and contrivances to secure their victim. No more curious instance of this ever occurred than the assault made by one Howard upon a Mr. Millay with intent to rob him. The latter had advertised, offering a sum of £1,000 to anyone who would introduce him to some mercantile equipment. Howard replied, desiring Mr. Millay to call upon him in a house in Red Lion Square. Mr. Millay went, and a second interview was agreed upon, when a third person, Mr. Owen, through whose interest an appointment under government was to be obtained for Millay, would be present. Mr. Millay called again, taking with him £500 in cash. Howard discovered this, and his manner was very suspicious. There were weapons in the room, a long knife, a heavy trap-ball bat, and a poker. Mr. Millay became alarmed, and, as Mr. Owen did not appear, withdrew. Howard, strange to say, making no attempt to detain him, probably because Millay promised to return a few days later and to bring more money. On this renewed visit, Mr. Owen was still absent, and Mr. Millay agreed to write him a note from a copy Howard gave him. While thus engaged, Howard thrust the poker into the fire. Millay protested, and then Howard, under the influence of ungovernable rage, as it seemed, jumped up, locked the door, and attacked Millay violently with the trap-ball bat and knife. Millay defended himself and managed to break the knife, but not before he had cut himself severely. A life-and-death struggle ensued. Millay cried, "Murder!" Howard swore he would finish him, but proved the weaker of the two, and Millay got him down on the floor. By this time the neighbors were aroused, and several people came to the scene of the affray. Howard was secured, given into custody, and committed to Newgate. The defense he set up was that Millay had used epithets towards him while they were negotiating a business matter, and that, being an irritable temper, he had struck Millay, after which a violent scuffle took place. It was, however, proved that Howard was in needy circumstances, and that his proposals to Mr. Millay could only have originated in a desire to rob him. He was found guilty of an assault with intent, and sentenced to transportation for 14 years. A more complicated and altogether most extraordinary case of assault with intent to extort money occurred a few years later. It was perpetrated upon a respectable country solicitor, Mr. G., of Bishop Stortford, who administered the estate of a certain Mr. Canning, deceased. This Mr. Canning had left his widow a life interest in £2,000 so long as she remained unmarried. The money went after her to her children. Mr. G. had invested £1,200 of this, and was seeking how best to place the remaining £800 when he was asked to meet a Mr. Heath in London with regard to the sale of certain lands at Bishop Stortford. An appointment was made and kept by Mr. G., but on arrival he was met by a young sailor with a letter which begged Mr. G. to go to Heath's house, as the latter was not well. Mr. G. went in the coach sent for him, and alighted at 27 York Street West, Commercial Road. The coach immediately drove off. Mr. G. entered the house, asked for Mr. Heath, was told he would find him in the back kitchen at breakfast. He was about to descend the stairs when 3 persons, one of them the young sailor, fell upon him, and, in spite of his resistance, carried him into a sort of den partitioned off at the end of the back kitchen. There he was seated on some sort of wooden bench and securely fastened. A chain fixed to staples at his back passed round his chest under his arms and was padlocked on the left side. His feet were bound with cords and made fast to rings in the floor. Thus manacled, one of the party, who pretended to be Mrs. Canning's brother, addressed him, insisting that he should forthwith sign a cheque for the £800 of the Canning inheritance still uninvested, and write an order sufficient to secure the surrender of the other £1,200. Mr. G. at first stoutly refused. Then, as they warned him that he would be kept a prisoner in total darkness in this horrible den until he agreed to their demands, he gave in and signed the documents thus illegally extorted. One was a cheque for £800 on his bankers, the other an order to Mr. Bell of Newport, Essex, requesting the surrender of a deed. His captors, having thus succeeded in their designs, left him, no doubt, to realize the money. The door of his place of durance stood open, and Mr. G. began to consider whether he might not escape. For 3 hours he struggled without success with his bonds, but at length managed to wriggle out of the chain which confined his body, and soon loosened the ropes round his feet. Thus free, he eluded the vigilance of 2 of the party, who were at dinner in the front kitchen, and, creeping out into the garden at the back, climbed the wall and got into the street. His first act was to send a messenger to stop the cheque and the order to Mr. Bell, his next to seek the help of the police. 2 Bow Street runners were dispatched to the house in York Street, which had evidently been taken on purpose for the outrage. There was no furniture in the place, and the den in the kitchen had been recently and specially constructed of boards of immense strength and thickness. It was a cell 5 feet by 3, within another, the intervening being filled with rammed earth to deaden the sound. A fixed seat, 2 feet, was at one end, and a foot above it was a bar with a staple, to which hung the body chain. End of section 14. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 15 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 15, Newgate Notorieties, Part 3. On the arrival of the police, the house was empty. The 2 men on guard had gone off immediately after Mr. G. had escaped, but they returned later in the day and were apprehended. Inquiries set on foot also elicited the suspicion that the person who had represented Mrs. Canning's brother was a blind man named Edwards, who had taken this house in York Street, and who was known to be a frequent visitor at Mrs. Canning's. A watch was set on him at her house, where he was soon afterwards arrested. Edwards, whom Mr. G. easily identified with the others, at once admitted that he was the prime mover of the conspiracy. He had sought by all legal means to obtain possession of the £2,000, but had failed, and had had recourse to more violent means. It turned out that he was really married to Mrs. Canning, both having been recognized by the clergyman who had performed the ceremony, and the assault had been committed to secure the money, which Mrs. Canning had lost by remarriage. All 3 men were committed for trial, although Edwards wished to exculpate the others as having only acted under his order. At the trial, the indictment charging them with felony could not be sustained, but they were found guilty of conspiracy and assault. Edwards was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment in Newgate, Whedon and Lacassar to 12 and 6 months respectively in Coldbath Fields. At no period could thieves in London or elsewhere have prospered had they been unable to dispose of their ill-gotten goods. The trade of fence or receiver, therefore, is very nearly as old as the crimes which it so obviously fostered. One of the most notorious, and for a time most successful practitioners in this illicit trade, passed through Newgate in 1831. The name of Ikey Solomons was long remembered by thief and thief-taker. He began as an itinerant street vendor at 8. At 10 he passed bad money. At 14 he was a pickpocket and a duffer, or a seller of sham goods. He early saw the profits to be made out of purchasing stolen goods, but could not embark in it at first for want of capital. He was taken up when still in his teens for stealing a pocketbook, and was sentenced to transportation, but did not get beyond the hulks at Chatham. On his release, an uncle, a slop seller in Chatham, gave him a situation as barker or salesman, at which he realized £150 within a couple of years. With this capital he returned to London and set up as a fence. He had such great aptitude for business, and such a thorough knowledge of the real value of goods, that he was soon admitted to be one of the best judges known of all kinds of property, from a glass bottle to a 500-guinea chronometer. But he never paid more than a fixed price for all articles of the same class, whatever their intrinsic value. Thus, a watch was paid for as a watch, whether it was of gold or silver, a piece of linen as such, whether the stuff was coarse or fine. This rule in dealing with stolen goods continues to this day, and has made the fortune of many since Ike. Solomons also established a system of provincial agency, by which stolen goods were passed on from London to the seaports, and so abroad. Jewels were reset, diamonds refaced, all marks by which other articles might be identified, the selvages of linen, the stamps on shoes, the number and names on watches, were carefully removed or obliterated after the goods passed out of his hands. On one occasion, the whole of the proceeds of a robbery from a boot shop was traced to Solomons. The owner came with the police, and was morally convinced that it was his property, but could not positively identify it, and Ike defied them to remove a single shoe. In the end, the injured bootmaker agreed to buy back his stolen stock at the price Solomons had paid for it, and it cost him about £100 to restock his shop with his own goods. As a general rule, Ike Solomons confined his purchases to small articles, mostly of jewelry and plate, which he kept concealed in a hiding-place with a trap-door just under his bed. He lived in Rosemary Lane, and sometimes he had as much as £20,000 worth of goods secreted on the premises. When his trade was busiest, he set up a second establishment, at the head of which, although he was married, he put another lady, with whom he was on intimate terms. The second house was in Lower Queen Street, Islington, and he used it for some time as a depot for valuables. But it was eventually discovered by Mrs. Solomons, a very jealous wife, and this, with the danger arising from an extensive robbery of watches in Cheapside, in which Ike was implicated as a receiver, led him to think seriously of trying his fortunes in another land. He was about to emigrate to New South Wales when he was arrested at Islington and committed to Newgate on a charge of receiving stolen goods. While thus incarcerated, he managed to escape from custody, but not actually from jail, by an ingenious contrivance which is worth mentioning. He claimed to be admitted to bail, and was taken from Newgate on a writ of habeas before one of the judges sitting at Westminster. He was conveyed in a coach driven by a confederate, and under the escort of a couple of turnkeys. Solomons, while waiting to appear in court, persuaded the turnkeys to take him to a public house, where all might refresh. While there, he was joined by his wife and other friends. After a short carouse, the prisoner went into Westminster, his case was heard, bail refused, and he was ordered back to Newgate. But he once more persuaded the turnkeys to pause at the public, where more liquor was consumed. When the journey was resumed, Mrs. Solomons accompanied her husband in the coach. Halfway to Newgate, she was taken with a fit. One turnkey was stupidly drunk, and Ike persuaded the other, who was not much better, to let the coach change and pass Petticoat Lane en route to the jail, where the suffering woman might be handed over to her friends. On stopping at a door in this low street, Ike jumped out, ran into the house, slamming the door behind him. He passed through and out at the back, and was soon beyond pursuit. By and by, the turnkeys, sobered by their loss, returned to Newgate alone, and pleaded in excuse that they had been drugged. Ikey left no traces, and the police could hear nothing of him. He had in fact gone out of the country, to Copenhagen, whence he passed on to New York. There he devoted himself to the circulation of forged notes. He was also anxious to do business in watches, and begged his wife to send him over a consignment of cheap, righteous watches, or such as had been honestly obtained, and not on the cross. But Mrs. Solomons could not resist the temptation to dabble in stolen goods, and she was found shipping watches of the wrong category to New York. For this she received a sentence of 14 years' transportation, and was sent to Van Diemen's Land. Ikey joined her at Hobart Town, where they set up a general shop, and soon began to prosper. He was, however, recognized, and ere long an order came out from home for his arrest and transfer to England, which presently followed, and again found himself an inmate of Newgate, waiting trial as a receiver and a prison breaker. He was indicted on 8 charges, 2 only of which were substantiated, but on each of them he received a sentence of 7 years' transportation. At his own request he was reconveyed to Hobart Town, where his son had been carrying on the business. Whether Ikey was assigned to his own family is not recorded, but no doubt he succeeded to his own property when the term of servitude had expired. No doubt on the removal of Ikey Solomons from the scene, his mantle fell upon worthy successors. There was an increase rather than an abatement in jewel and bullion robberies in the years immediately following, and the thieves seemed to have had no difficulty in disposing of their spoil. One of the largest robberies of its class was that effected upon the Custom House in the winter of 1834. A large amount of specie was nearly always retained here in the department of the receiver of fines. This was known to some clerks in the office, who began to consider how they might lay hands on a lot of cash. Being inexperienced, they decided to call in the services of a couple of professional housebreakers, Jordan and Sullivan, who at once set to work in a businesslike way to obtain impressions of the keys of the strong room and chest. But before committing themselves to an attempt on the latter, it was of importance to ascertain how much it usually contained. For this purpose, Jordan waited on the receiver to make a small payment, for which he tendered a £50 note. The chest was opened to give change, and a heavy tray lifted out, which plainly held some £4,000 in cash. Some difficulty then arose as to gaining admission to the strong room, and it was arranged that a man, May, another Custom House clerk, should be introduced into the building and secreted there during the night to accomplish the robbery. May was smuggled in through a window on the esplanade behind an opened umbrella. When the place was quite deserted, he broke open the chest and stole £4,700 in notes, with a quantity of gold and some silver. He went out next morning with the booty, when the doors were reopened, and attracted no attention. The spoil was fairly divided. Part of the notes were disposed of to a travelling receiver, who passed over to the Continent, and there cashed them easily. This occurred in November 1834. The Custom House officials were in a state of consternation, and the police were unable at first to get on the track of the thieves. While the excitement was still fresh, a new robbery of diamonds was committed at a bonded warehouse in the immediate neighborhood on Custom House Quay. The jewels had belonged to a Spanish countess, recently deceased, who had sent them to England for greater security on the outbreak of the First Carlist War. At her death, the diamonds were divided between her 4 daughters, but only half had been claimed, and at the time of the robbery there was still £6,000 worth in the warehouse. These were deposited in an iron chest of great strength on the 2nd floor. The thieves, it was supposed, had secreted themselves in the warehouse during business hours and waited till night to carry out their plans. Some ham sandwiches, several cigar ends, and 2 empty champagne bottles were found on the premises next day, showing how they had passed their time. They had had serious work to get at the diamonds. It was necessary to force one heavy door from its hinges and to cut through the thick panels of another. The lock and fastenings of the chest were forced by means of a jack, an instrument known to housebreakers, which, if introduced into a keyhole and worked like a bit and brace, will soon destroy the strongest lock. The thieves were satisfied with the diamonds. They broke open other cases containing gold watches and plate, but abstracted nothing. The police were of the opinion that these robberies were both the work of the same hand, but it was not until the autumn that they traced some of the notes stolen from the Custom House to Jordan and Sullivan. About this time also suspicion fell upon Huey, one of the clerks, who was arrested soon afterwards and made a clean breast of the whole affair. There was a hunt for the 2 well-known housebreakers, who were eventually heard of at a lodging in Kennington, but they at once made tracks and took up their residence under assumed names in a tavern in Bloomsbury. The police lost all trace of them for some days, but at length Sullivan's brother was followed from the house in Kennington to the above-mentioned tavern. Both the thieves were now apprehended, but only a small portion of the lost property was recovered, notwithstanding a minute search through the room they had occupied. After their arrest, Jordan's wife and Sullivan's brother came to the inn and begged to be allowed to visit this room, but their request, in spite of their earnest entreaties, was refused at the instigation of the police. A few days later, a frequent guest at the tavern arrived and had this same room allotted to him. A fire was lit in it, and the maid in doing so threw a lot of rubbish, as it seemed, which had accumulated under the grate, on top of the burning coals. By and by the occupant of the room noticed something glittering in the centre of the fire, which, to inspect more closely, he took out with the tongs. It was a large gold brooch, set in pearls, but a portion of the mounting had melted with the heat. The fire was raked out, and in the ashes were found 7 large and 4 dozen small brilliants, also 7 emeralds, one of them of considerable size. A part of the swag stolen from the bonded warehouse was thus recovered, but it was supposed that a number of the stolen notes had perished in the fire. The condign punishment meted out to these custom-house robbers had no deterrent effect, seemingly. Within 3 months, 3 new and most mysterious burglaries were committed at the West End, all in houses adjoining each other. One was occupied by the Portuguese ambassador, who lost a quantity of jewellery from an escritoire, and his neighbours lost plate and cash. Not the slightest clue to these large affairs was ever obtained, but it is probable that they were put-up jobs, or managed with the complicity of servants. The next year 12,000 sovereigns were cleverly stolen in the Mile End Road. The gold dust robbery of 1839, the first of its kind, was cleverly and carefully planned with the assistance of a dishonest employee. A young man named Caspar, clerk to a steamship company, learnt through the firm's correspondence that a quantity of gold dust brought in a man of war from Brazil had been transshipped at Falmouth for conveyance to London. The letter informed him of the marks and sizes of the cases containing the precious metal, and he with his father arranged that a messenger should call for the stuff with forged credentials and anticipating the rightful owner. The fraudulent messenger, by the help of young Caspar, established his claim to the boxes, paid the wharfage dues, and carried off the gold dust. Presently the proper person arrived from the consignees, but found the gold dust gone. The police were at once employed, and after infinite pains they discovered the person, one Moss, who had acted as the messenger. Moss was known to be intimate with the elder Caspar, father of the clerk to the steamship company, and these facts were deemed sufficient to justify the arrest of all three. They also ascertained that a gold refiner, Solomons, had sold bar gold to the value of £1,200 to certain bullion dealers. Solomons was not straightforward in his replies as to where he got the gold, and he was soon placed in the dock with the Caspars and Moss. Moss presently turned approver, and implicated Money Moses, another Jew, for the whole affair had been planned and executed by members of the Hebrew persuasion. Money Moses had received the stolen gold dust from Moss's father-in-law Davis, or Isaacs, who was never arrested, and passed it on to Solomons by his daughter, a widow named Abrahams. Solomons was now also admitted as a witness, and his evidence, with that of Moss, secured the transportation of the principal actors in the theft. In the course of the trial it came out that almost everyone concerned, except the Caspars, had endeavoured to defraud his accomplices. Moss peached because he declared he had been done out of the proper price of the gold dust, but it was clear that he had tried to appropriate the whole of the stuff instead of handing it or the price of it back to the Caspars. Money Moses and Mrs. Abrahams imposed upon Moss as to the price paid by Solomons. Mrs. Abrahams imposed upon her father by abstracting a portion of the dust and selling it on her own account. Solomons cheated the whole lot by retaining half the gold in his possession and only giving an IOU for it, which he refused to redeem on account of the row about the robbery. Moses, it may be added, was a direct descendant of Ike Solomons. He was ostensibly a publican, and kept the Black Lion in Vinegar Yard, Drury Lane, where secretly he did business as one of the most daring and successful fencers ever known in the metropolis. His arrest and conviction cast dismay over the whole gang of receivers, and for a time seriously checked the nefarious traffic. It may be added that prison life did not agree with Money Moses. A striking change came over his appearance while in Newgate. Before his confinement he had been a sleek, round person, addicted obviously to the pleasures of the table. He did not thrive on prison fare, now more strictly meagre, thanks to the inspectors and the more stringent discipline, and before he embarked for Australia to undergo his 14 years, he was reported to have fallen away to a shadow. Having brought down the records of great frauds, forgeries, and thefts from about 1825 to 1840, I will now retrace my steps and give some account of the more remarkable murders during that period. No murder has created greater sensation and horror throughout England than that of Mr. Weir by Thurtell, Hunt, and Probert. As this was accomplished beyond the limits of the metropolis, and its perpetrators arraigned at Hertford, where the principal actor suffered death, the case hardly comes within the limits of my subject. But Probert, who turned king's evidence, and materially assisted conviction, was tried at the Old Bailey the following year for horse-stealing, and hanged in front of Newgate. The murder was still fresh in the memory of the populace, and Probert was all but lynched on his way to jail. According to his statement, when sentenced to death, he had been driven to horse-stealing by the execration which had pursued him after the murder. Every door had been closed against him, every hope of future support blasted. Since the calamitous event, he went on, that happened at Hertford, I have been a lost man. The event which he styles calamitous we may well characterize as one of the most deliberately atrocious murders on record. Thurtell was a gambler, and Weir had won a good deal of money from him. Weir was supposed to carry a private bank about with him in a pocket in his under waistcoat. To obtain possession of this, Thurtell with his two associates resolved to kill him. The victim was invited to visit Probert's cottage in the country near Elstree. Thurtell drove him down in a gig, to be killed as he travelled, in Thurtell's own words. The others followed, and on overtaking Thurtell, found he had done the job alone in a retired part of the road known as Gill's Hill Lane. The murderer explained that he had first fired a pistol at Weir's head, but the shot glanced off his cheek. Then he attacked the other's throat with a penknife, and last of all drove the pistol barrel into his forehead. After the murder, the villains divided the spoil and went on to Probert's cottage, and supped off pork chops brought down on purpose. During the night they sought to dispose of the body by throwing it into a pond, but 2 days later had to throw it into another pond. Meanwhile, the discovery of pistol and knife spattered with human blood and brains raised the alarm, and suspicion fell upon the 3 murderers who were arrested. The crime was brought home to Thurtell by the confession of Hunt, one of his accomplices, who took the police to the pond where the remains of the unfortunate Mr. Weir were discovered, sunk in a sack weighted by stones. Probert was then admitted as a witness, and the case was fully proved against Thurtell, who was hanged in front of Hertford jail. Hunt, in consideration of the information he had given, escaped death and was sentenced to transportation for life. Widespread horror and indignation was evoked throughout the kingdom by the discovery of the series of atrocious murders perpetrated in Edinburgh by the miscreants Burke and Hare, the first of whom has added to the British language a synonym for illegal suppression. The crimes of these inhuman purveyors to medical science do not fall within the limits of this work, but Burke and Hare had their imitators further south, and of these Bishop and Williams, who were guilty of many peculiar atrocities, ended their murderous careers in front of the debtor's door at Newgate. Bishop, whose real name was Head, married a half-sister of Williams. Williams was a professional resurrectionist or body snatcher, a trade almost openly countenanced when subjects for the anatomy schools were only to be got by rifling graves or worse. Bishop was a carpenter, but, having been suddenly thrown out of work, he joined his brother-in-law in his line of business. After a little, Bishop got weary of the dangers and fatigues of exhumation, and proposed to Williams that instead of disinterring, they should murder their subjects. Bishop confessed that he was moved to this by the example of Burke and Hare. They pursued their terrible trade for 5 years without scruple and without detection. Eventually the law overtook them, but almost by accident. They presented themselves about noon one day at the dissecting room of King's College Hospital, accompanied by a third man, an avowed snatcher and habitué of the Fortune of War, a public house in Smithfield, frequented openly by men of this awful profession. This man, May, asked the porter at King's College if he wanted anything, the euphemism for offering a body. The porter asked what he had got, and the answer was a male subject. Reference was made to Mr. Partridge, the demonstrator in anatomy, and after some haggling they agreed on a price, and in the afternoon the snatchers brought a hamper which contained a body in a sack. The porter received it, but from its freshness became suspicious of foul play. Mr. Partridge was sent for, and he with some of the students soon decided that the corpse had not died a natural death. The snatchers were detained, the police sent for, and arrest followed as a matter of course. An inquest was held on the body, which was identified as that of an Italian boy, Carlo Ferrari, who made a living by exhibiting white mice about the streets, and the jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against persons unknown, expressing a strong opinion that Bishop, Williams, and May had been concerned in the transaction. Meanwhile, a search had been made at Nova Scotia Gardens, Bethnal Green, where Bishop and Williams lived. At first, nothing peculiar was found, but at a second search the back garden ground was dug up, and in one corner, at some depth, a bundle of clothes were unearthed, which, with a hairy cap, were known to be what Ferrari had worn when last seen. In another portion of the garden more clothing, partly male and partly female, was discovered, plainly pointing to the perpetration of other crimes. These facts were represented before the police magistrate, who examined Bishop and his fellows, and further incriminating evidence adduced, to the effect that the prisoners had bartered for a coach to carry a stiff'un. They had also been seen to leave their cottage carrying out a sack with something heavy inside. On this they were fully committed to Newgate for trial. This trial came off in due course at the Central Criminal Court, where the prisoners were charged on 2 counts, one that of the murder of the Italian boy, the other that of a boy unknown. The evidence from first to last was circumstantial, but the jury, after a short deliberation, did not hesitate to bring in a verdict of guilty, and all 3 were condemned to death. Shortly before the day fixed for execution, Bishop made a full confession, the bulk of which bore the impress of truth, although it included statements that were improbable and unsubstantiated. He asserted that the victim was a Lincolnshire lad, and not an Italian boy, although the latter was fully proved. According to the confession, death had been inflicted by drowning in a well, whereas the medical evidence all pointed to violence. It was, however, pretty clear that this victim, like preceding ones, had been lured to Nova Scotia Gardens and there drugged with a large dose of laudanum. While they were in a state of insensibility, the murder was committed. Bishop's confession was endorsed by Williams, and the immediate result was the respite of May. A very painful scene occurred in Newgate when the news of his escape from death was imparted to May. He fainted, and the warrant of mercy nearly proved his death blow. The other 2 looked on at his agitation with an indifference amounting to apathy. The execution took place a week or 2 later, in the presence of such a crowd as had not been seen near Newgate for years. I will close this chapter with a brief account of another murder, the memory of which is still fresh in the minds of Londoners, although half a century has passed since it was committed. The horror with which Greenacre's crime struck the town was unparalleled since the time when Catherine Hayes slew her husband. There were many features of resemblance in these crimes. The decapitation and dismemberment, the bestowal of the remains in various parts of the town, the preservation of the head in spirits of wine, in the hope that the features might some day be recognized, were alike in both. The murder in both cases was long a profound mystery. In this, which I am now describing, a bricklayer found a human trunk near some new buildings in the Edgware Road one morning in the last week of 1836. The inquest on these remains, which medical examination showed to be those of a female, returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person unknown. On the 7th July, 1837, the lockmen of Ben Jonson Lock in Stepney Fields found a human head jammed into the lock gates. Closer investigation proved that it belonged to the trunk already discovered on the 2nd February. A further discovery was made in an osier bed near Cold Harbour Lane, Camberwell, where a workman found a bundle containing 2 human legs in a drain. These were the missing members of the same mutilated trunk, and there was now evidence sufficient to establish conclusively that the woman thus collected piecemeal had been barbarously done to death. But the affair still remained a profound mystery. No light was thrown upon it till, towards the end of March, a Mr. Gay of Goodge Street came to view the head and immediately recognized it as that of a widowed sister, Hannah Brown, who had been missing since the previous Christmas Day. The murdered individual was thus identified. The next step was to ascertain where and with whom she had last been seen. This brought suspicion onto a certain James Greenacre, whom she was to have married, and in whose company she had left her own lodgings to visit his in Camberwell. The police wished to refer to Greenacre, but as he was not forthcoming, a warrant was issued for his apprehension, which was effected at Kennington on the 24th March. A woman named Gale, who lived with him, was arrested at the same time. The prisoners were examined at the Marylebone Police Court. Greenacre, a stout middle-aged man, wrapped in a brown greatcoat, assumed an air of insolent bravado, but his despair must have been great, as was evident from his attempt to strangle himself in the station-house. Suspicion grew almost to certainty as the evidence was unfolded. Mrs. Brown was a washerwoman, supposed to be worth some money, hence Greenacre's offer of marriage. She had realized all her effects and brought them with her furniture to Greenacre's lodgings. The two, when married, were to emigrate to Hudson's Bay. Whether it was greed or a quarrel that drove Greenacre to the desperate deed remains obscure. They were apparently good friends when last seen together at a neighbour's, where they seemed perfectly happy and sociable and eager for the wedding day. But Greenacre in his confession pretended that he and his intended had quarrelled over her property or the want of it, and that in a moment of anger he knocked her down. He thought he had killed her, and in his terror began at once to consider how he might dispose of the body and escape arrest. While she was senseless, but really still alive, he cut off her head and dismembered the body in the manner already described. It is scarcely probable that he would have gone to this extremity if he had had no previous evil intention, and the most probable inference is that he inveigled Mrs. Brown to his lodgings with the set purpose of taking her life. His measures for the disposal of the corpus delicti remind us of those taken by Mrs. Hayes and her associates, or of Gardell's frantic efforts to conceal his crime. The most ghastly part of the story is that which deals with his getting rid of the head. This, wrapped up in a silk handkerchief, he carried under his coat flaps through the streets, and afterwards on his cap in a crowded city omnibus. It was not until he left the bus and walked up by the Regent's Canal that he conceived the idea of throwing the head into the water. Another day elapsed before he got rid of the rest of the body, all of which, according to his own confession, made no doubt with the idea of exonerating Mrs. Gale, he accomplished without her assistance. On the other hand, it was adduced in evidence that Mrs. Gale had been at his lodgings the very day after the murder, and was seen to be busily engaged in washing down the house with bucket and mop. Greenacre, when tried at the Old Bailey, admitted that he had been guilty of manslaughter. While conversing with Mrs. Brown, he declared the unfortunate woman was rocking herself to and fro in a chair. As she leant back, he put his foot against the chair and so tilted it over. Mrs. Brown fell with it, and Greenacre, to his horror, found that she was dead. But the medical evidence was clear that the decapitation had been effected during life, and the jury, after a short deliberation, without hesitation, brought in a verdict of wilful murder. The woman, Gale, was also found guilty, but sentence of death was only passed on Greenacre. The execution was, as usual, attended by an immense concourse, and Greenacre died amidst the loudest execrations. Gale was sentenced to penal servitude for life. End of section 15. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 16 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 16, Newgate Notorieties Continued, Part 1. As the century advanced, crimes of fraud increased. They not only became more numerous, but they were on a wider scale. The most extensive and systematic robberies were planned and carried out so as long to escape detection. One of the earliest of the big operators in fraudulent finance was Edward Beaumont Smith, who was convicted in 1841 of uttering false exchequer bills to an almost fabulous amount. A not entirely novel kind of fraud, but one carried out on a larger scale than heretofore, came to light in this same year 1841. This was the wilful shipwreck and casting away of a vessel which, with her supposed cargo, had been heavily insured. The Dryad was a brig owned principally by two persons named Wallace, one a seaman, the other merchant. She was freighted by the firm of Zulueta and Company for a voyage to Santa Cruz. Her owners insured her for a full sum of £2,000, after which the Wallaces insured her privately with other underwriters for a second sum of £2,000. After this, on the faith of forced bills of lading, the captain, Luce by name, being a party to the intended fraud, they obtained further insurances on goods never shipped. It was fully proved in evidence that when the Dryad sailed, she carried nothing but the cargo belonging to Zulueta and Company. Yet the Wallaces pretended to have put on board quantities of flannels, cloths, cotton prints, beef, pork, butter, and earthenwares, on all of which they effected insurances. Luce had his instructions to cast away the ship on the first possible opportunity, and from the time of his leaving Liverpool he acted in a manner which excited the suspicions of the crew. The larboard pump was suffered to remain choked up, and the longboat was fitted with tackles and held ready for use at a moment's notice. The ship, however, met with exasperatingly fine weather, and it was not until the captain reached the West India Islands that he got a chance of accomplishing his crime. At a place called the Silver Keys, he ran the ship on the reef, but another ship, concluding that he was acting in ignorance, rendered him assistance. The Dryad was got off, repaired, and her voyage renewed to Santa Cruz. He crept along the coast close inshore, looking for a quiet spot to cast away the ship, and at last, when within 15 miles of port, with wind and weather perfectly fair, he ran her onto the rocks. Even then she might have been saved, but the captain would not suffer the crew to act. Nearly the whole of the cargo was lost, as well as the ship. The captain and crew, however, got safely to Jamaica, and so to England, the captain dying on the voyage home. The crime soon became public. Mate, carpenter, and crew were eager to disavow complicity, and voluntarily gave information. The Wallaces were arrested, committed to Newgate, and tried at the Old Bailey. The case was clearly proved against them, and both were sentenced to transportation for life. While lying in Newgate, awaiting removal to the convict ship, both prisoners made full confessions. According to their own statements, the loss of the Dryad was only one of 6 intentional shipwrecks with which they had been concerned. The crime of fraudulent insurance, they declared, was very common, and the underwriters must have lost great sums in this way. The merchant Wallace said he had been led into the crime by the advice and example of a city friend who had gone largely into this nefarious business. This Wallace added that his friend had made several voyages with the distinct intention of superintending the predetermined shipwrecks. The other Wallace, the sailor, also traced his lapse into crime to evil counsel. He was an honest sea captain, he said, trading from Liverpool, where once he had the misfortune to be introduced to a man of wealth, the foundations of which had been laid by buying old ships on purpose to cast them away. This person made much of Wallace, encouraged his attentions to his daughter, and tempted him to take to fraudulent insurance as a certain method of achieving fortune. Wallace's relations warned him against his Liverpool friend, but he would not take their advice, and, developing his transactions, ended as we have seen. A clergyman nearly a century later followed in the steps of Dr. Dodd, but did not under more humane laws lose his life. The Reverend W. Bailey, LL.D., was convicted at the Central Criminal Court in February 1843 of forgery. A notorious miser, Robert Smith, had recently died in Seven Dials, where he had amassed a considerable fortune. But among the charges on the estate he left was a promissory note for £2,875 produced by Dr. Bailey and purporting to be signed by Smith. The executors to the estate disputed the validity of this document. Miss Bailey, the doctor's sister, in whose favour the note was said to have been given, then brought an action against the administrators, and at the trial Dr. Bailey swore that the note had been given him by Smith. The jury did not believe him, and the verdict was for the defendants. Subsequently, Bailey was arrested on a charge of forgery, and after a long trial, found guilty. His sentence was transportation for life. A gigantic conspiracy to defraud was discovered in the following year, when a solicitor named William Henry Barber, Joshua Fletcher, a surgeon, and 3 others were charged with forging wills for the purpose of obtaining unclaimed stock in the funds. There were 2 separate affairs. In the first, a maiden lady, Miss Slack, who was the possessor of 2 separate sums in consols, neglected through strange carelessness on her own part and that of her friends to draw the dividends on more than one sum. The other, remaining unclaimed for 10 years, was transferred at the end of that time to the Commissioners for the Reduction of the National Debt. Barber, it was said, became aware of this, and that he gained access to Miss Slack on pretence of conveying to her some funded property left her by an aunt. By this means her signature was obtained. A forged will was prepared bequeathing the unclaimed stock to Miss Slack. A note purporting to be from Miss Slack was addressed to the Governor of the Bank of England, begging that the said stock might be handed over to her, and a person calling herself Miss Slack duly attended at the bank, where the money was handed over to her in proper form. A second will, also forged, was propounded at Doctors' Commons as that of a Mrs. Hunt of Bristol. Mrs. Hunt had left money in the funds which remained unclaimed, and had been transferred, as in Miss Slack's case. Here again, the money, with 10 years' interest, was handed over to Barber and another calling himself Thomas Hunt, an executor of the will. It was shown that the will must be a forgery, as its signature was dated 1829, whereas Mrs. Hunt actually died in 1806. A third similar fraud, to the amount of £2,000, was also brought to light. Fletcher was the moving spirit of the whole business. It was he who had introduced Barber to Miss Slack, and held all the threads of these intricate and nefarious transactions. Barber and Fletcher were both transported for life, although Fletcher declared that Barber was innocent and had no guilty knowledge of what was being done. Barber was subsequently pardoned, but was not replaced on the rolls as an attorney till 1855, when Lord Campbell delivered judgment on Barber's petition to the effect that the evidence to establish his, Barber's, connivance in the frauds was too doubtful for us to continue his exclusion any longer. Banks and bankers continued to be victimized. In 1844, the Bank of England was defrauded of a sum of £8,000 by one of its clerks, Burgess, in conjunction with an accomplice named Elder. Burgess fraudulently transferred consols to the above amount, standing in the name of Mr. Oxenford, to another party. A person, Elder of course, who personated Oxenford, attended at the bank to complete the transfer and sell the stock. Burgess, who was purposely on leave from the bank, effected the sale, which was paid for with a check for nearly the whole amount on Lubbock's bank. Burgess and Elder proceeded in company to cash this, but as they wanted all gold, the cashier gave them 8 Bank of England notes for £1,000 each, saying that they could get so much specie nowhere else. Thither Elder went alone, provided with a number of canvas and 1 large carpet bag. But when the latter was filled with gold, it was too heavy to lift, and Elder had to be assisted by 2 bank porters, who carried it for him to a carriage waiting near the Mansion House. The thieves, for Elder was soon joined by Burgess, drove together to Ben Cont's, the pugilist's, public house in St. Martin's Lane, where the cash was transferred from the carpet bag to a portmanteau. The same evening both started for Liverpool, and, embarking on board the mail steamer Britannia, escaped to the United States. Burgess's continued absence was soon noticed at the bank. Suspicions were aroused when it was found that he had been employed in selling stock for Mr. Oxenford, which developed into certainty as soon as that gentleman was referred to. Mr. Oxenford having denied that he had made any transfer of stock, the matter was at once put into the hands of the police. A smart detective, Forrester, after a little inquiry, established the fact that the man who had personated Mr. Oxenford was a horse dealer named Joseph Elder, an intimate acquaintance of Burgess's. Forrester next traced the fugitives to Liverpool, and thence to Halifax, whither he followed them, accompanied by a confidential clerk from the bank. At Halifax, Forrester learnt that the men he wanted had gone on to Boston, thence to Buffalo and Canada, and back to Boston. He found them at length residing at the latter place, one as a landed proprietor, the other as a publican. Elder, the former, was soon apprehended at his house, but he evaded the law by hanging himself with his pocket handkerchief. The inn belonging to Burgess was surrounded, but he escaped through a back door onto the river and rowed off in a boat to a hiding place in the woods. Next day a person betrayed him for the reward, and he was soon captured. The proceeds of the robbery were lodged in a Boston bank, but 400 sovereigns were found on Elder, while 200 more were found in Burgess's effects. Burgess was eventually brought back to England, tried at the Central Criminal Court, and sentenced to transportation for life. Within a month or 2, the bank of Messrs. Rogers and Company, Clement's Lane, was broken into. Robberies as daring in conception as they were boldly executed were common enough. One night a quantity of plate was stolen from Windsor Castle. Another time Buckingham Palace was robbed. Of this class was the ingenious yet peculiarly simple robbery effected at the house of Lord Fitzgerald in Belgrave Square. The butler, on the occasion of a death in the family, when the house was in some confusion, arranged with a burglar to come in, and with another carry off the plate chest in broad daylight and as a matter of business. No one interfered or asked any questions. The thief walked into the house in Belgrave Square and openly carried off the plate chest, deposited it in a light cart at the door, and drove away. Howes, the steward, accused the other servants, but they retorted, declaring that he had been visited by the thief the day previous, whom he had shown over the plate closet. Howes and his accomplice were arrested. The former was found guilty and sentenced to 15 years, but the latter was acquitted. Stealing plate was, about this period, the crime of a more aristocratic thief. The club spoons and other articles of plate were long a source of profitable income to a gentleman named Ashley, who belonged to 5 good London clubs: the Junior United Service, the the Union, Reform, Colonial, and Erecthium clubs. When one of these clubs was taken in at the Army and Navy, that establishment also suffered. Suspicion fell at length upon Ashley, who was seen to handle the forks and spoons at table in a strange manner. A watch was set on his house in Allington Street, Pimlico, and one day a police constable tracked him to a silversmith's in Holborn Hill, where Ashley produced 4 silver spoons and begged that his initials might be engraved upon them. Ashley was arrested as he left the shop. The spoons were impounded, and it was found that the club monogram had been erased from them. On a search of the prisoner's lodgings in Allington Street, a silver fork was found, a number of pawnbrokers' duplicates, and 3 small files. It was proved at the trial that Ashley had asked his landlady for brick dust and leather, and it was contended that these with the files were used to alter the marks on the plate. At most of the clubs the servants had been mulcted to make good lost plate, which had no doubt been stolen by the prisoner. Several pawnbrokers were subpoenaed and obliged to surrender plate, to the extent in some cases of a couple of dozen of spoons or forks, which the various club secretaries identified as the property of their respective clubs. Ashley was the son of an army agent and banker, and many witnesses were brought to attest to his previous good character, but he was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years' transportation. A robbery of a somewhat novel kind was executed in rather a bungling fashion by Kerr, a sea captain, whose ship brought home a mixed cargo from Bahia and other ports. Part of the freight were 400 rough diamonds valued at £4,000. These packages were consigned to Messrs. Schroeder of London, and as it was known that they were to arrive in Kerr's ship, one of the owners had met her at Deal, but the captain had already absconded with the packages of precious stones in his pocket. Kerr came at once to London, and, by the help of the landlord of a public house in Smithfield and others, disposed of the whole of the diamonds. A Jew named Benjamin effected the sale to certain merchants named Blogg and Martin, who declared that the rough diamond market was in such a depressed condition that they could only afford to give £1,750 for stones worth £4,000. The circumstances of this purchase of brilliants from a stranger at such an inadequate price was strongly commented upon at Kerr's trial. The moment it was discovered that the diamonds had disappeared, the affair was taken up by the police. Forrester, the detective who had pursued and captured Burgess at Boston, tracked Kerr to France, and following him there, eventually captured him at Montreuil. He was arraigned at the Old Bailey, and the case fully proved. His sentence was 7 years' transportation. The gravest crimes continued at intervals to inspire the town with horror, and concentrate public attention upon the jail of Newgate, and the murderers immured within its walls. Courvoisier's case made a great stir. There was unusual atrocity in this murder of an aged, infirm gentleman, a scion of the ducal house of Bedford, by his confidential valet and personal attendant. Lord William Russell lived alone in Norfolk Street, Park Lane. He was a widower and 73 years of age. One morning in May, his lordship was found dead in his bed with his throat cut. The fact of the murder was first discovered by the housemaid, who, on going down early, was surprised to find the dining-room in a state of utter confusion. The furniture turned upside down, the drawers of the escritoire open and rifled, a bundle lying on the floor as though thieves had been interrupted in the act. The housemaid summoned the cook, and both went to call the valet, Courvoisier, who came from his room ready dressed, a suspicious circumstance as he was always late in the morning. The housemaid suggested that they should see if his lordship was all right, and the three went to his bedroom. While Courvoisier opened the shutters, the housemaid, approaching the bed, saw that the pillow was saturated with blood. The discovery of the murdered man immediately followed. The neighbourhood was alarmed, the police sent for, and a close inquiry forthwith commenced. That Lord William Russell had committed suicide was at once declared impossible. It was also clearly proved that no forcible entry had been made into the house. The fresh marks of violence upon the door had evidently been made inside, and not from outside. Moreover, the instruments, poker and chisel, by which they had no doubt been effected, were found in the butler's pantry, used by Courvoisier. The researches of the police soon laid bare other suspicious facts. The bundle found in the dining room contained, with clothes, various small articles of plate and jewellery which a thief would probably have put into his pocket. Upstairs, in the bedroom, a rouleau box for sovereigns had been broken open, also the jewel box and note case, from the latter of which was abstracted a £10 note known to have been in the possession of the deceased. His lordship's watch was gone. Further suspicion was caused by the position of a book and a wax candle by the bedside. The latter was so placed that it could throw no light on the former, which was a Life of Sir Samuel Romilly. The intention of the real murderer to shift the crime to burglars was evident, although futile, and the police, feeling convinced that the crime had been committed by some inmate of the house, took Courvoisier into custody and placed the two female servants under surveillance. The valet's strange demeanour had attracted attention from the first. He had hung over the body in a state of dreadful agitation, answering no questions and taking no part in the proceedings. 3 days later, a close search of the butler's pantry produced fresh circumstantial evidence. Behind the skirting board, several of his lordship's rings were discovered. Near it was his Waterloo medal, and the above-mentioned £10 note. Further investigation was rewarded by the discovery in the pantry of a split gold ring, used by Lord William to carry his keys on. Next, and in the same place, a chased gold key, and at last his lordship's watch was found secreted under the leads of the sink. All this was evidence sufficient to warrant Courvoisier's committal for trial, but still he found friends, and a liberal subscription was raised among the foreign servants in London to provide funds for his defence. Courvoisier, when put on his trial, pleaded not guilty, but on the second day the discovery of fresh evidence, more particularly the recovery of some of Lord William's stolen plate, induced the prisoner to make a full confession of his crime to the lawyers who defended him. This placed them in a position of much embarrassment. To have thrown up their brief would have been to have secured Courvoisier's conviction. Mr. Phillips, who led in the case, went to the other extreme, and in an impassioned address implored the jury not to send an innocent man to the gallows. It will be remembered that the question whether Mr. Phillips had not exceeded the limits usually allowed to counsel was much debated at the time. The jury without hesitation found Courvoisier guilty, and he was sentenced to death. The prisoner's demeanour had greatly changed during the trial. Coolness, amounting almost to effrontery, gave way to hopeless dejection. On his removal to Newgate after sentence, he admitted that he had been justly convicted, and expressed great anxiety that his fellow servants should be relieved from all suspicion. Later in the day he tried to commit suicide by cramming a towel down his throat, but was prevented. Next morning he made a full confession in presence of his attorney and the governor, Mr. Cope. In this he gave as the motives of his crime a quarrel he had with his master, who threatened to discharge him without a character. Lord William, according to the valet, was of a peevish, difficult temper. He was annoyed with his man for various small omissions and acts of forgetfulness, and on the night of the murder had taken Courvoisier to task rather sharply. Finally, on coming downstairs after bedtime, Lord William had found Courvoisier in the dining-room. "What are you doing here?" asked his lordship. "You can have no good intentions. You must quit my service to-morrow morning." This seems to have decided Courvoisier, who took a carving knife from the sideboard in the dining-room, went upstairs to Lord William's bedroom, and drew the knife across his throat. "He appeared to die instantly," said the murderer in conclusion. His account of his acts and movements after the deed varied so considerably in the several documents he left behind that too much reliance cannot be placed upon his confession. His last statement contains the words, "The public now think I am a liar, and they will not believe me when I say the truth." This was no doubt the case, but this much truth his confession may be taken to contain: that Courvoisier was idle, discontented, ready to take offence, greedy of gain, that he could not resist the opportunity for robbery offered him by his situation at Lord William Russell's, that, when vexed with his master, he did not shrink from murder, both for revenge and to conceal his other crimes. Courvoisier wished to commit suicide in Newgate, but was prevented by the vigilant supervision to which he was subjected while in gaol. The attempt was to have been made by opening a vein and allowing himself to bleed to death. The Sunday night before his execution he would not go to bed when ordered. The governor insisted, but Courvoisier showed great reluctance to strip. The order was, however, at length obeyed, and the whole of the prisoner's clothes were minutely searched. In the pocket of the coat, Mr. Cope, the governor, found a neatly folded cloth, and asked what it was for. Courvoisier admitted that he had intended to bind it tightly round his arm and bleed himself to death in the night. The next inquiry was how he hoped to open a vein. "With a bit of sharpened stick picked out of the ordinary firewood." "Where is it?" asked the governor. The prisoner replied that he had left it in the mattress of which he had just been deprived. The bed was searched, but no piece of sharpened wood was found. It was thought that it might have been lost in changing the mattresses. The cloth above referred to belonged to the inner seam of his trousers, which he had managed to tear out. There is nothing to show that Courvoisier really contemplated self-destruction. A murder which reproduced many of the features of that committed by Greenacre soon followed, and excited the public mind even more than that of Courvoisier's. Daniel Good's crime might have remained long undiscovered but for his own careless stupidity. He was coachman to a gentleman at Roehampton. One day he went into a pawnbroker's at Wandsworth, and bought a pair of breeches on credit. At the same time he was seen to steal and secrete a pair of trousers. The shop boy gave information. Good was followed to his stables by a policeman, but obstinately denied the theft. The policeman insisted on searching the premises, at which Good displayed some uneasiness. This increased when the officer, accompanied by two others, a neighbour and a bailiff, entered one of the stables. Good now offered to go to Wandsworth and satisfy the pawnbroker. Just at this moment, however, the searchers found concealed under two trusses of hay a woman's headless and dismembered trunk. At the constable's cry of alarm, Good rushed from the stable and locked the door behind him. Some time elapsed before the imprisoned party could force open the doors, and by then the fugitive had escaped. Medical assistance having been summoned, it was ascertained how the dismemberment had been effected. At the same time, an overpowering odour attracted them to the adjoining harness room, where the missing remains were raked out, half consumed in the ashes of a wood fire. In the same room a large axe and saw were found, covered with blood. Inquiry into the character of Good exposed him as a loose liver. who kept company with several women. One, called his sister but supposed to be his wife, had occupied a room in South Street, Manchester Square, with a son of goods by a former wife. Another wife, real or fictitious, existed in Spitalfields, and evidence was given of close relation between Good and a third woman, a girl named Butcher, residing at Woolwich. The victim was the first of these three. Good had told her, much to her perturbation, that she was to move from South Street to Roehampton, and one day he fetched her. They were seen together on Barnes Common, and again in Putney Park Lane, where they were talking loud and angrily. The poor creature was never seen again alive. The actual method of the murder was never exactly ascertained. Good himself remained at large for some weeks. He had tramped as far as Tunbridge, where he obtained work as a bricklayer's labourer. He there gave satisfaction for industry, but he was taciturn and would hold no converse with his fellows. The woman where he lodged noticed that he was very restless at night, moaning and sighing much. Detection came unexpectedly. He was recognized by an ex-policeman who had known him at Roehampton, and immediately arrested. In his effects were found the clothes he had on at the time of his escape from the stables, and under the jacket he was wearing was a piece of a woman's calico apron stained with blood, which he had used to save the pressure on his shoulder by the hod. Good was committed to Newgate and tried at the Central Criminal Court before a crowded court. He made a rambling defence, ended by saying, "Good ladies and gentlemen all, I have a great deal more to say, but I am so bad I cannot say it." The case was clearly proved against him, and he was condemned, sentenced, and duly executed. End of section 16. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 17 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 17, Newgate Notorieties, continued, Part 2. Hocker's murder is in its way interesting, as affording another proof of the extraordinary way in which the culprit returned to the scene of his guilt. The cries of his victim, a Mr. Delarue, brought passers-by and policemen to the spot, a lonely place near a dead wall beyond Belsize Hall, Hampstead, but too late to give substantial aid. While the body lay there still warm, battered and bleeding from the cruel blows inflicted upon him by his cowardly assailant, a man came by singing. He entered into conversation with the policeman, and learnt, as it seemed for the first time, what had happened. His remark was, "It is a nasty job." He took hold of the dead hand, and confessed that he felt queer at the shocking sight. This sight was his own handiwork, yet he could not overcome the strange fascination it had for him, and remained by the side of the corpse till the stretcher came. Even then he followed it as far as Belsize Lane. It was here that the others engaged in their dismal office in removing the dead first got a good look at the stranger's face. He wanted a light for a cigar, and got it from a lantern which was lifted up and fully betrayed his features. It was noticed that he wore a mackintosh. Next day the police, in making a careful search of the scene of the murder, picked up a coat button, which afterwards played an important part in the identification of the murderer. A letter, which afforded an additional clue, was also found in the pocket of the deceased. Still, it was many weeks before any arrest was made. In the meantime, the police were not idle. It came out by degrees that the person who had been seen in Belsize Lane on the night the body was found was a friend of the deceased. His name was Hocker. He was by trade a lady's shoemaker, and it was also ascertained that after the day of the murder he was flush of money. He was soon afterwards arrested on suspicion, and a search of his lodgings brought to light several garments saturated with blood, a coat among them much torn and stained, with 3 buttons missing, one of which corresponded with that picked up at Hampstead. The letter found in the pocket of the deceased was sealed with a wafer marked F, and many of the same sort were found in the possession of the accused. This was enough to obtain a committal, after several remands, but the case contained elements of doubt, and the evidence at the trial was entirely circumstantial. A witness deposed to meeting Hocker soon after the cries of murder were heard, running at a dog trot into London, and others swore that they plainly recognized him as the man seen soon afterwards in the lane. A woman whom he called on the same evening declared he had worn a mackintosh, his coat was much torn, there was a stain of blood on his shirt cuff, and he was in possession, the first time to her knowledge, of a watch. This was Delarue's watch, fully identified as such, which Hocker told his brother Delarue had given him the morning of the murder. These were damnatory facts, which well supported the prosecution. The prisoner made an elaborate defense, in which he sought to vilify the character of deceased as the seducer of an innocent girl to whom he, Hocker, had been fondly attached. When her ruin was discovered, her brother panted for revenge. Hocker, whose skill in counterfeiting handwriting was known, was asked to fabricate a letter making an assignation with Delarue in a lonely part of Hampstead. Hocker and the brother went to the spot, where the latter left him to meet his sister's seducer alone. Soon afterwards Hocker heard cries of "murder," and proceeding to where they came from, found Delarue dead, slain by the furious brother. Hocker was so overcome, feeling himself the principal cause of the tragedy, that he rushed to a slaughter-house in Hampstead and purposely stained his clothes with blood. Such an extravagant defence did not weigh with judge or jury. The first summed up dead against the prisoner, and the latter, after retiring for 10 minutes, found him guilty. Hocker's conduct in Newgate, while under sentence of death, was most extraordinary. He drew up several long statements, containing narratives purely fictitious, imputing crimes to his victim and repeating his line of defence, that Delarue had suffered by the hands of imaginary outraged brothers, acting as the avengers of females deeply injured by him. Hocker made several pretended confessions and revelations, all of which were proved to be absolutely false by the police on inquiry. His demeanour was a strange compound of wickedness, falsehood, and deceit. But at the fatal hour his hardihood forsook him, and he was almost insensible when taken out of his cell for execution. Restoratives were applied, but he was in a fainting condition when tied, and had to be supported by the assistant executioner, while Calcraft adjusted the noose. There was an epidemic of murder in the United Kingdom about 1848-9. In November of the first named year occurred the wholesale slaughter of the Jermys in their house, Stanfield Hall, by the miscreant Rush. Soon afterwards, in Gloucestershire, a maidservant, Sarah Thomas, murdered her mistress, an aged woman, by beating out her brains with a stone. Next year, John Gleeson Wilson, at Liverpool, murdered a woman, Anne Henrichson, also a maidservant, and 2 children, while in Ireland a wife dashed out her husband's brains with a hammer. London did not escape the contagion, and prominent among the detestable crimes of the period stands that of the Mannings at Bermondsey. These great criminals suffered at Horsemonger Lane Gaol, but they were tried at the Central Criminal Court, and were for some time inmates of Newgate. Their victim was a man named Patrick O'Connor, a custom-house gauger, who had been a suitor of Marie de Roux before she became Mrs. Manning. Marie de Roux, up to the time of her marriage, had been in service as lady's maid to Lady Blantyre, daughter of the Duchess of Sutherland, and Manning hoped to get some small government appointment through his wife's interest. He had failed in this as well as in the business of a publican, which he had at one time adopted. After the marriage, a close intimacy was still maintained between O'Connor and the Mannings. He lived at Mile End, whence he walked often to call at 3, Minver Place, Bermondsey, the residence of his old love. O'Connor was a man of substance. He had long followed the profitable trade of a money-lender, and by dint of usurious interest on small sums advanced to needy neighbours, had amassed as much as £8,000 or £10,000. His wealth was well known to Maria, as he called Mrs. Manning, who made several ineffectual attempts to get money out of him. At last this fiendish woman made up her mind to murder O'Connor and appropriate all his possessions. Her husband, to whom she coolly confided her intention, a heavy brutish fellow, was yet aghast at his wife's resolve, and tried hard to dissuade her from bad purpose. In his confession after sentence, he declared that she plied him well with brandy at this period, and that during the whole time he was never in his right senses. Meanwhile, this woman, unflinching in her cold, bloody determination, carefully laid all her plans for the consummation of the deed. One fine afternoon in August, O'Connor was met walking in the direction of Bermondsey. He was dressed with particular care, as he was to dine at the Mannings and meet friends, one a young lady. He was seen afterwards smoking and talking with his hosts in their back parlour, and never seen again alive. It came out in the husband's confession that Mrs. Manning induced O'Connor to go down to the kitchen to wash his hands, that she followed him to the basement, that she stood behind him as he stood near the open grave she herself had dug for him, and which he mistook for a drain, and that while he was speaking to her, she put the muzzle of a pistol close to the back of his head and shot him down. She ran upstairs, told her husband, made him go down to look at her handiwork, and as O'Connor was not quite dead, Manning gave the coup de grace with a crowbar. After this, Mrs. Manning changed her dress and went off in a cab to O'Connor's lodgings, which, having possessed herself of the murdered man's keys, she rifled from end to end. Returning to her own home, where Manning meantime had been calmly smoking and talking to the neighbours over the basement wall, the corpse lying just inside the kitchen all the while, the two set to work to strip the body and hide it under the stones of the floor. This job was not completed till the following day, as the hole had to be enlarged, and the only tool they had was a dust shovel. A quantity of quicklime was thrown in with the body to destroy all identification. This was on a Thursday evening. For the remainder of that week, and part of the next, the murderers stayed in the house, and occupied the kitchen close to the remains of their victim. On the Sunday Mrs. Manning roasted a goose at this same kitchen fire, and ate it with relish in the afternoon. This cold-blooded indifference, after the event, was only outdone by the premeditation of this horrible murder. The hole must have been excavated and the quicklime purchased quite 3 weeks before O'Connor met his death, and during that time he must frequently have stood or sat over his own grave. Discovery of the murder came in this wise. O'Connor, a punctual and well-conducted official, was at once missed at the London docks. On the 3rd day his friends began to inquire for him, and at their request 2 police officers were sent to Bermondsey to inquire for him at the Mannings, with whom it was well known that he was very intimate. The Mannings had seen or heard nothing of him, of course. As O'Connor still did not turn up, the police, after a couple of days, returned to Minver Place. The house was empty, bare, and stripped of all its furniture. and its former occupants had decamped. The circumstance was suspicious, and a search was at once made of the whole premises. In the back kitchen, one of the detectives remarked that the cement between certain stones looked lighter than the rest, and on trying it with a knife, he found that it was soft and new, while elsewhere it was set and hard. The stones were at once taken up. Beneath them was a layer of fresh mortar, beneath that a lot of loose earth, amongst which a stocking was turned up, and presently a human toe. 6 inches lower, the body of O'Connor was uncovered. He was lying on his face, his legs tied up to his hips so as to allow of the body fitting into the hole. The lime had done its work so rapidly that the features would have been indistinguishable but for the prominent chin and a set of false teeth. The corpse settled all doubts, and the next point was to lay hands upon the Mannings. It was soon ascertained that the wife had gone off in a cab with a quantity of luggage. Part of this she had deposited to be left till called for at one station, while she had gone herself to another, that at Euston Square. At the first, the boxes were impounded, opened, and found to contain many of O'Connor's effects. At the second, exact information was obtained of Mrs. Manning's movements. She had gone to Edinburgh. A telegraphic message, then newly adapted to the purposes of criminal detection, advised the Edinburgh police of the whole affair, and within an hour an answer was telegraphed stating that Mrs. Manning was in custody. She had been to brokers to negotiate the sale of certain foreign railway stock, with which they had been warned from London not to deal, and they had given information to the police. Her arrest was planned, and when the telegram arrived from London, completed. An examination of her boxes disclosed a quantity of O'Connor's property. Mrs. Manning was transferred to London and lodged in the Horsemonger Lane jail, where her husband soon afterwards joined her. He had fled to Jersey, where he was recognized and arrested. Each tried to throw the blame on the other. Manning declared his wife had committed the murder. Mrs. Manning indignantly denied the charge. The prisoners were in due course transferred to Newgate, to be put upon their trial at the Central Criminal Court. A great number of distinguished people assembled as usual at the Old Bailey on the day of trial. The Mannings were arraigned together, the husband standing at one of the front corners of the dock, his wife at the other end. Manning, who was dressed in black, appeared to be a heavy, bull-necked, repulsive-looking man, with a very fair complexion and light hair. Mrs. Manning was not without personal charms. Her face was comely. She had dark hair and good eyes, and was above the middle height, yet inclined to be stout. She was smartly dressed in a plaid shawl, a white lace cap. Her hair was dressed in long crape bands. She had lace ruffles at her wrist, and wore primrose-colored kid gloves. The case rested upon the facts which have been already set forth, and was proved to the satisfaction of the jury, who brought in a verdict of guilty. Manning, when sentence of death was passed on him, said nothing, but Mrs. Manning, speaking in a foreign accent, addressed the court with great fluency and vehemence. She complained that she had no justice, there was no law for her, she had found no protection either from judges, the prosecutor, or her husband. She had not been treated like a Christian, but like a wild beast of the forest. She declared that the money found in her possession had been sent her from abroad, that O'Connor had been more to her than her husband, that she ought to have married him. It was against common sense to charge her with murdering the only friend she had in the world. The culprit was really her husband, who killed O'Connor out of jealousy and revengeful feelings. When the judge assumed the black cap, Mrs. Manning became still more violent, shouting, "No, no, I will not stand it. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves," and would have left the dock had not Mr. Cope, the governor of Newgate, restrained her. After judgment was passed, she repeatedly cried out, "Shame!" and stretching out her hand, she gathered up a quantity of the rue, which, following ancient custom dating from the days of the jail fever, was strewn in front of the dock, and sprinkled it towards the bench with a contemptuous gesture. On being removed to Newgate from the court, Mrs. Manning became perfectly furious. She uttered loud imprecations, cursing judge, jury, barristers, witnesses, and all who stood around. Her favorite and most often repeated expression was, "Damn, seize you all!" They had to handcuff her by force against the most violent resistance, and still she raged and stormed, shaking her clenched and manacled hands in the officers' faces. From Newgate, the Mannings were taken in separate cabs to Horsemonger Lane Gaol. On this journey her manner changed completely. She became flippant, joked with the officers, asked how they liked her "resolution" in the dock, and expressed the utmost contempt for her husband, whom she never intended to acknowledge or speak to again. Later her mood changed to abject despair. On reaching the condemned cell, she threw herself upon the floor and shrieked in an hysterical agony of tears. After this, until the day of execution, she recovered her spirits and displayed reckless effrontery, mocking at the chaplain and turning a deaf ear to the counsels of a benevolent lady who came to visit. Now she abused the jury, now calling Manning a vagabond, and through all ate heartily at every meal, slept soundly at night, and talked with cheerfulness on almost any subject. Nevertheless, she attempted to commit suicide by driving her nails, purposely left long, into her throat. She was discovered just as she was getting black in the face. Manning's demeanour was more in harmony with his situation, and the full confession he made elucidated all dark and uncertain points in connection with the crime. The actual execution, which took place at another prison than Newgate, is rather beyond the scope of this work, but it may be mentioned that the concourse was so enormous that it drew down the well-merited and trenchant disapproval of Charles Dickens, who wrote to the Times saying that he believed a sight so inconceivably awful as the wickedness and levity of the immense crowd collected at the execution this morning could be imagined by no man, and presented by no heathen land under the sun. The horrors of the gibbet, and of the crime which brought the wretched murderers to it, faded in my mind before the atrocious bearing, looks, and language of the assembled spectators. When I came upon the scene at midnight, the shrillness of the cries and howls that were raised from time to time, denoting that they came from a concourse of boys and girls already assembled in the best places, made my blood run cold. It will be in the memory of many that Mrs. Manning appeared on the scaffold in a black satin dress, which was bound tightly round her waist. This preference brought the costly stuff into disrepute, and its unpopularity lasted for nearly 30 years. I will briefly describe one or two of the more remarkable murders in the years immediately following, then pass on to another branch of crime. Robert Marley, at the time of his arrest, called himself a surgical instrument maker. It was understood also that he had served in the army as a private, and had, moreover, undergone a sentence of transportation. But it was supposed that he had been once in a good position, well born and well educated. When lying under sentence of death in Newgate, he was visited by a lady, a gentlewoman in every sense of the word, who was said to be his sister. His determined addiction to evil courses had led to his being cast off by his family, and he must have been at the end of his resources when he committed the crime for which he suffered. His offence was the murder of Richard Cope, a working jeweller, shopman to a Mr. Berry of Parliament Street. It was Cope's duty to stay in the shop till the last, close the shutters, secure the stock of watches and jewellery, then lock up the place and take on the keys to Mr. Berry's private house in Pimlico. Cope, a small man, crippled and of weakly constitution, was alone in the shop about 9:30. The shutters were up, and he was preparing to close, when Marley entered and fell upon him with a life-preserver, meaning to kill him and rifle the shop. The noise of the struggle was heard outside in the street, and bystanders peeped in through the shutters, but no one entered or sought to interfere in what seemed only a domestic quarrel. A milliner's porter, Lerigo, was also attracted by the noise of the row, but after walking a few paces he felt dissatisfied and returned to the spot. Pushing the shop door open, he saw Marley finishing his murderous assault. Lerigo turned for assistance to take the man into custody. Marley, disturbed, picked up a cigar and parcel from the counter, then ran out, pursued by Lerigo only. Marley ran along the street, down into Cannon Row, then into Palace Yard, where the watermen of the cab tank, in obedience to Lerigo's shouts, collared the fugitive. Escorted by his two captors, Marley was taken back into Parliament Street to the jeweller's shop. The policemen were now in possession. Two of them supported Cope, who was still alive, although insensible, and Marley was apprehended. The evidence against him was completed by his identification by Cope in Westminster Hospital, who survived long enough to make a formal deposition before Mr. Jardin, the police magistrate, that Marley was the man who had beaten him to death. Marley at his trial was undefended, and the sheriffs offered him counsel, but he declined. The witnesses against him all spoke the truth, he said. There was no case to make out. Why waste money on lawyers for the defense? His demeanor was cool and collected throughout. He seemed, while in Newgate, to realize thoroughly that there was no hope for him, and was determined to face his fate bravely. After sentence, the Newgate officers who had special charge of him noticed that he slept well and ate well, enjoying all his meals. One of them went into his cell just at dinner time. The great clock of St. Sepulchre's close by was striking the hour, and Marley, who had his elbows on the table, with his head resting on his hands, looked up and observed calmly, "Go along, clock. Come along, gallows." On the dread morning he came out to execution quite gaily, and tripped up the stairs to the scaffold. His captors, it may be added, Lerigo and Allen, were warmly commended by the judge for their courage and activity. The former was given a reward of 20 and the latter of £10. A murderous assault on a police constable, which so nearly ended fatally that the culprit was sentenced to death, although not executed, was perpetrated in 1852. The case was accompanied with the most shocking brutality. Cannon, by trade a chimney sweep, had long been characterized by the bitterest hatred of the police force, and had been repeatedly sentenced to imprisonment for most desperate and ferocious attacks upon various constables. His last victim was Dwyer, a fine young officer who had been summoned to take Cannon into custody when the latter was drunk and riotous in front of a public house. Dwyer found Cannon bleeding profusely from a wound in the head, and persuaded him to go to a doctor's. They walked together quietly for some little distance. Then Cannon, without the slightest warning, threw the constable on his back and violently assaulted him by jumping on his chest and stomach, and by getting his hand inside Dwyer's stock with the idea of strangling him. Dwyer managed to overpower his assailant and got to his feet, but Cannon butted at him with his head and again threw him to the ground, after which he kicked his prostrate foe in the most brutal and cowardly manner, and until he was almost senseless and bruised from head to foot. Once more Dwyer got to his feet, and managed, by drawing his staff, to keep Cannon at bay until a second constable came to his aid. All this time not one of a numerous body of bystanders offered to assist the policeman in his extremity. On the contrary, many of them encouraged the brutal assailant in his savage attack. To Cannon's infinite surprise, he was indicted for attempt to murder, and not for a simple assault, and found guilty. The judge, in passing sentence of death, told him he richly deserved the punishment. As Dwyer survived, Cannon escaped the death sentence, which was commuted to penal servitude for life. A handsome sum was subscribed for the injured constable, who was disabled for life. Only a few have vied with Cannon in fiendish cruelty and brutality. One of these was Mobbs, who lived in the Minories, generally known by the sobriquet of General Haynau, a name execrated in England about this time. Mobbs systematically ill-used his wife for a long space of time, and at last cut her throat. For this he was executed in front of Newgate in 1833. Emmanuel Barthélemy again, the French refugee, was a murderer of the same description, who despatched his victim with a loaded cane, after which, to secure his escape, he shot an old soldier who had attempted to detain him. He was convicted and executed. He died impenitent, declaring that he had no belief and that it was idle to ask forgiveness of God. "I want forgiveness of man. I want those doors of the prison opened." Barthélemy was generally supposed to have been a secret agent of the French police. I will now pass to grave but less atrocious crimes. In 1850 occurred the first of a series of gigantic frauds, which followed each other at no long intervals, which had a strong family likeness, and originated all of them to make money easily, without capital, and at railroad speed. Walter Watts was an inventor, a creator, who struck an entirely new and original line of crime. Employed as a clerk in the Globe Assurance, he, with unusual quickness of apprehension, discovered and promptly turned to account an inexcusably lax system of management, which offered peculiar chances of profit to an ingenious and unscrupulous man. It was the custom in this office to make the banker's pass-book the basis of the entries in the company's ledgers. Thus, when a payment was made by the company, the amount disbursed was carried to account in the general books from its entry in the pass-book, and without reference to or comparison with the documents in which the payment was claimed. This pass-book, when not at the bank, was in the exclusive custody of Watts. The checks drawn by the directors also passed through his hands. To him, too, they came back to be verified and put by after they had been cashed by the bank. In this way, Watts had complete control over the whole of the monetary transactions of the company. He could do what he liked with the pass-book, and by its adoption, as described as the basis of all entries, there was no independent check upon him if he chose to tamper with it. This he did to an enormous extent, continually altering, erasing, and adding figures to correspond with and cover the abstractions he made of various checks as they were drawn. It seems incredible that this pass-book, which, when produced in court, was a mass of blots and erasures, should not have created suspicion of foul play either at the bank or at the company's board. Implicit confidence appears to have been placed in Watts, who was the son of an old and trusted employee, and, moreover, a young man of plausible address. Watts led two lives. In the West End he was a man of fashion, with a town-house, a house at Brighton, and a cellar full of good wine at both. He rode a priceless hack in Rotten Row, or drove down to Richmond in a mail phaeton and pair. He played high, and spent his nights at the club, or in joyous and dissolute company. When other pleasures palled, he took a theatre, and posed as a munificent patron of the dramatic art. Under his auspices, several stars appeared on the boards of the Marylebone Theatre, and later he became manager of the newly rebuilt Olympic at Wych Street. No one cared too closely to inquire into the sources of wealth. Some said he was a fortunate speculator in stocks, others that he had had extraordinary luck as a gold digger. Had his West End and little informed associates followed him into the city, whither he was taken every morning in a smart brougham, they would have seen him alight from it in Cornhill, and walk forward on foot to enter as a humble and unpretending employee the doors of the Globe Assurance Office. His situation, exactly described, was that of a check clerk in the cashier's department, and his salary was £200 a year. Nevertheless, in this position, through the culpable carelessness which left him unfettered, he managed between 1844 and 1850 to embezzle and apply to his own purposes some £71,000. The detection of these frauds came while he was still prominently before the world as the lessee of the Olympic. Rumours were abroad that serious defalcations had been discovered in one of the insurance offices, but it was long before the public realized that the fraudulent clerk and the great theatrical manager were one and the same person. Watts's crime was discovered by the secretary of the Globe Company, who came suddenly upon the extensive falsification of the pass-book. An inquiry was at once set on foot, and the frauds were traced to Watts. The latter, when first taxed with his offence, protested his innocence boldly, and positively denied all knowledge of the affair, and he had so cleverly destroyed all traces that it was not easy to bring home the charge. But it was proved that Watts had appropriated one cheque for £1,400, which he had paid into his own bankers, and on this he was committed to Newgate for trial. There were two counts in the indictment: one for stealing a cheque value £1,400, the second for stealing a bit of paper value 1 penny. The jury found him guilty of the latter only, with a point of law reserved. This was fully argued before 3 judges, who decided that the act of stealing the bit of paper involved a much more serious offence, and told him they should punish him for what he had really done, and not for the slight offence as it appeared on the record. The sentence of the court, one of 10 years' transportation, struck the prisoner with dismay. He had been led to suppose that 12 months' imprisonment was the utmost the law could inflict, and he broke down utterly under the unexpected blow. That same evening he committed suicide in Newgate. The details of the suicide were given at the inquest. Watts had been in ill health from the time of his first arrest. In Giltspur Street, Compter, where he was first lodged, he showed symptoms of delirium tremens, and admitted that he had been addicted to the excessive use of stimulants. His health improved, but he was still indifferent when he was brought up for sentence, and he was an occupant of the Newgate Infirmary. He returned from court in a state of gloomy dejection, and in the middle of the night one of the fellow prisoners who slept in the same ward noticed that he was not in his bed. This man got up to look for him, and found him hanging from the bars of a neighbouring room. He had made use of a piece of rope cut out from the sacking of his bedstead, and had tied his feet together with a silk pocket-handkerchief. The prison officers were called, but Watts was quite cold and stiff when he was cut down. Strange to say, a second suicide occurred in Newgate the same night, that of a prize-fighter named Donovan, tried the same day and convicted of manslaughter. Sentence of death had been recorded against Donovan, who, like Watts, had seemingly been overcome with sudden despair. In 1853, a second case of gigantic fraud alarmed and scandalized the financial world. It outshone the defalcations of Watts. Nothing to equal the excitement caused by the forgeries of Robert Ferdinand Pries had been known before in the city of London. He was a corn merchant who operated largely in grain. So enormous were his transactions that they often affected the markets and caused great fluctuations in prices. These had been attributed to political action. Some thought that the large purchases in foreign grains, effected at losing prices, were intended by the protectionists to depress the wheat market and secure the support of the farmers at the forthcoming election. Others, that Napoleon III, but recently proclaimed Emperor of the French, wished to gain the popularity necessary to secure the people. Few realized that these mysterious operations were the convulsive attempt of a ruined and dishonest speculator to sustain his credit. Pries, although enjoying a high reputation in the city, had long been in a bad way. His extensive business had been carried on by fraud. His method was to obtain advances twice over on the same bills of lading or corn warrants. The duplicates were forged. In this way he obtained vast sums from several firms, and one to which he was indebted upwards of £50,000 subsequently stopped payment. Pries at length was discovered, through a dishonoured cheque for £3,000, paid over as an instalment of £18,000 owing for an advance on warrants. Inquiries were instituted when the cheque was protested, which led to the discovery of the forgeries. Pries was lodged in Newgate, tried at the Old Bailey, and transported for life. Another set of frauds, which resembled those of Pries in principle, although not in practice, were soon afterwards discovered. These were the forgeries of Joseph Windle Cole. This clever but unscrupulous trader proposed to gain the capital he needed for business purposes by raising money on dock warrants for imported goods which had no real existence. When such goods arrived, they were frequently left at a wharf, paying rent until it suited the importer to remove them. The dock warrant was issued by the wharfinger as certificate that he held the goods. The warrant thus represented money, and was often used as such, being endorsed and passed from hand to hand as other negotiable bills. Cole's plan was to have a wharf of his own, nominally occupied by a creature trading as Maltby and Company. Goods would be landed at this wharf. Maltby and Company would issue warrants on them deliverable to the importer, and the goods were then passed to be stored in neighbouring warehouses. The owners of the latter would then issue a second set of warrants on these goods, in total ignorance of the fact that they were already pledged. Cole quickly raised money on both sets of warrants. He carried on this game for some time with great success, and so developed his business that in 1 year his transactions amounted to a couple of millions of pounds. He had several narrow escapes. Once a warrant holder sent down a clerk to view certain goods, and the clerk found that these goods had already a stop upon them or were pledged. Cole escaped by throwing the blame on a careless partner, and at once removed the stop. Again, some of the duplicate and fictitious warrants were held by a firm which suspended payment, and there was no knowing into whose hands they might fall. Cole found out where they were, and redeemed them at a heavy outlay, thus obtaining business relations with the firm that held them, which were soon developed, much to that firm's subsequent anger and regret. Last of all, the well-known bankers Overend and Gurney, whose own affairs created much excitement some years later, wishing to verify the value of warrants they held, and sending to Maltby and Company's wharf, found out half the truth. These bankers, wishing for more specific information, asked Davidson and Gordon, a firm with which Cole was closely allied, whether the warrants meant goods or nothing. They could not deny that the latter was the truth, and were forthwith stigmatized by Mr. Chapman, Overend and Gurney's representative, as rogues. But Overend and Gurney took no steps to make the swindle public, and therefore, according to people of more rigid principle, became in a measure a party to the fraud. End of section 17. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 18 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 18. Newgate Notorieties Continued, Part 3. The course of the swindlers was by no means smooth, but it was not till 1854 that suspicion arose that anything was wrong. A firm which held a lot of warrants suddenly demanded the delivery of the goods they covered. The goods having no existence, Cole of course could not deliver them. About this time Davidson and Gordon, the people above mentioned, who had fraudulent warrants out of their own to the extent of £150,000, suspended payment and absconded. This affected Cole's credit, and ugly reports were in circulation charging him with the issue of simulated warrants. These, indeed, were out to the value of £367,800. Cole's difficulties increased more and more. Warrant holders came down upon him demanding to realize their goods. Cole now suspended payment. Maltby, who had bolted, was pursued and arrested, to end his life miserably by committing suicide in a Newgate cell. Cole, too, was apprehended, and in due course tried at the Central Criminal Court. He was found guilty and sentenced to the seemingly inadequate punishment of 4 years' transportation. Davidson and Gordon were also sentenced to imprisonment. A more distressing case stands next on the criminal records. The failure and subsequent sentence of the bankers Messrs. Strahan, Paul, and Bates for the fraudulent disposal of securities lodged in their hands. This firm was one of the oldest banking establishments in the kingdom, and dated back to the Commonwealth when, under the title of Snow and Walton, it carried on business as pawnbrokers. The Strahan of the firm which came to grief was a Snow who changed his name for a fortune of £200,000. He was a man esteemed and respected in society and the world of finance, incapable, as it was thought, of a dishonest deed. Sir John Dean Paul had inherited a baronetcy from his father. Together with an honoured name, he was himself a prominent member of the Low Church, of austere piety, active in all good works. Mr. Bates had been confidential managing clerk, and was taken into the firm not alone as a reward for long and faithful service, but that he might strengthen it by his long experience and known business capacity. The bank enjoyed an excellent reputation. It had a good connection, and was supposed to be perfectly sound. Moreover, the partners were sober, steady men, who paid unremitting attention to business. Yet, even so early as the death of the first Sir John Paul, the bank was insolvent, and instead of starting on a fresh life with a new name, it should then and there have closed its doors. In December 1851, the balance sheet showed a deficiency of upwards of £70,000. The bank had been conducted on false principles. It had assumed enormous responsibilities. On one side, by the ownership of the Mostyn collieries, a valueless property, and on the other, by backing up an impecunious and rotten firm of contractors with vast liabilities and pledged to impossible works abroad. The engagements of the bank on these two heads, amounting to nearly £500,000 of money, produced immediate embarrassment and financial distress. The bank was already insolvent, and the partners had to decide between suspending payment or continuing to hold its head above water by flagitious processes. They chose, unhappily for themselves, the latter alternative. Money they must have, and money they raised to meet their urgent necessities upon the balances and securities deposited with them by their customers. This borrowing continued, and on such a scale that their paper was soon at a discount, and the various discount houses would not advance sufficient sums to relieve the necessities of the bank. Then it was that instead of merely pledging securities, the bank sold them outright, and thus passed the Rubicon of fraud. This went on for some time, and might never have been discovered had some good stroke of luck provided any of the partners with money enough to retrieve the position of the bank. But that passed from bad to worse. The firm's paper went down further and further in value. An application to the Committee of Bankers for assistance was peremptorily refused. Then came a run on the bank, and it was compelled to stop payment. Its debts amounted to 750,000, and the dividend it eventually paid was 3 2 in the pound. But worse than the bankruptcy was the confession made by the partners in the court. They admitted that they had made away with many of the securities entrusted to their keeping. Following this, warrants were issued for their arrest, the specific charge being the unlawful negotiation of Danish bonds and other shares belonging to the Reverend Dr. Griffiths of Rochester, to the value of £20,000. Bates was at once captured in Norfolk Street, Strand. Police officers went down at night to Nutfield, near Reigate, and arrested Sir John Paul, but allowed the prisoner to sleep there. Next morning they only just saved the train to town, and left Sir John behind on the platform, but he subsequently surrendered himself. Mr. Strahan was arrested at a friend's house in Bryanston Square. All three were tried at the Central Criminal Court and sentenced to 14 years' transportation, passing some time in Newgate en route. Bates, the least guilty, was pardoned in 1858. Two cases of extensive embezzlement, which were discovered almost simultaneously, those of Robson and Redpath, will long be remembered both within and without the commercial world. They both reproduced many of the features of the case of Watts already described, but in neither did the sums misappropriated reach quite the same high figure. But neither Robson nor Redpath would have been able to pursue their fraudulent designs with success had they not, like Watts, been afforded peculiar facilities by the slackness of system and the want of methodical administration in the concerns by which they were employed. Robson was of humble origin, but he was well educated, and he had some literary abilities. His proclivities were theatrical, and he was the author of several plays, one at least of which, Love and Loyalty, with Wallack in a leading part, achieved a certain success. He began life as a law writer, earning thereby some 15 or 18 shillings a week, but the firm he served got him a situation as clerk in the office of the Great Northern Railway, whence he passed to a better position under the Crystal Palace Company. He now married, although his salary was only £1 a week, but he soon got on. He had a pleasant address, showed good business aptitudes, and quickly acquired the approval of his superiors. Within a year he was advanced to the post of chief clerk in the transfer department, at a salary of £150 a year. His immediate chief was a Mr. Fasson, upon whose confidence he gained so rapidly through his activity, industry, and engaging manners, that ere long the whole management of the transfer department was entrusted to him. Some time elapsed before Robson succumbed to temptation. He was not the first man of loose morality and expensive tastes who preferred to risk his future reputation and liberty to the present discomfort of living upon narrow means. The temptation was all the greater because the chances of successful fraud lay ready to hand. Shares in the company were represented by certificates, which often enough never left the company's, or more exactly Robson's, hands. He conceived the idea of transferring shares, bogus shares, from a person who held none, to any one who would buy them in the open market. He took it for granted that the certificates representing these bogus shares, and which practically did not exist, would never be called for. This ingenious method of raising funds he adopted and carried on without detection till the defalcations from fraudulent transfers and fraudulent issues combined amounted to £27,000. With the proceeds of these flagitious frauds, Robson feasted and made merry. He kept open house at Kilburn Priory, entertained literary, artistic, and dramatic celebrities, had a smart turnout, attended all the race meetings, and dressed in the latest fashion. To his wife, poor soul, he made no pretence of fidelity, and she enjoyed only so much of his company as was necessarily spent in receiving guests at home, or could be spared from two rival establishments in other parts of the town. To account for his revenues, he pretended to have been very lucky on the Stock Exchange, which was at one time true to a limited extent, and to have succeeded in other speculations. When his friends asked why he, a wealthy man of independent means, continued to slave on as a clerk on a pittance, he replied gaily that his regular work at the Crystal Palace office was useful as a sort of discipline and kept him steady. All this time his position was one of extreme insecurity. He was standing over a mine which at any moment might explode. The blow fell suddenly and when least expected. One morning Mr. Fasson asked casually for certain certificates. Whether representing real or fictitious shares does not appear, but they were certificates connected in some way with Robson's long-practiced frauds, and he could not produce them. His chief asked sternly where they were. Robson said they were at Kilburn Priory. "Let us go to Kilburn for them together," said Mr. Fasson, growing suspicious. They drove there, and Robson on arrival did the honours of his house, rang for lunch to gain time, but at Mr. Fasson's pressing demands went upstairs to fetch the certificates. He came back to explain that he had mislaid them. Mr. Fasson, more and more ill at ease, would not accept this subterfuge, and declared they must be found. Robson again left him, but only to gather together hastily all the money and valuables on which he could lay his hands, with which he left the house. Mr. Fasson waited and waited for his subordinate to reappear, and at last discovered his flight. A reward was forthwith offered for Robson's apprehension. Meanwhile, the absconding clerk had coolly driven to a favourite dining place in the West End, where a fish curry and a brace of partridges were set before him, and he discussed the latter with appetite, but begged that they would never give him curry again, as he did not like it. After dinner he went into hiding for a day or two, then, accompanied by a lady not Mrs. Robson, he took steamer and started for Copenhagen. But the Continental police had been warned to look out for him, and two Danish inspectors got upon his track, followed him over to Sweden, and arrested him at Helsingfors. Thence he was transferred to Copenhagen and surrendered in due course to a London police officer. Little more remains to be said about Robson. He appears to have accepted his position, and to have at once resigned himself to his fate. When brought to trial he took matters very coolly, and at first pleaded not guilty, but subsequently withdrew the plea. Sergeant Ballantyne, who prosecuted, paid him the compliment of describing him as a young man of great intelligence, considerable powers of mind, and possessed of an education very much beyond the rank of life to which he originally belonged. Robson was found guilty, and sentenced to 2 terms of transportation, one for 20 and one for 14 years. Newgate officers who remember Robson still describe him as a fine young man who behaved well as a prisoner, but who had all the appearance of a careless, thoughtless, happy-go-lucky fellow. In many respects, the embezzlement of which Leopold Redpath was guilty closely resembled that of Robson, but it was based upon more extended and audacious forgeries. Redpath's crime arose from his peculiar and independent position as Registrar of Stock of the Great Northern Railway Company. This offered him great facilities for the creation of artificial stock, its sale from a fictitious holder, and transfer to himself. All the signatures in the transfer were forged. Not only did he thus transfer and realize bogus stock, but he bought bona fide amounts and increased their value by altering the figures, by inserting, say, 1 before 500 and thus making it £1,500, which larger amount was duly carried to his credit on the register and entered upon the certificates of transfer. By these means Redpath misappropriated vast sums during a period extending over 10 years. The total amount was never exactly made out, but the false stock created and issued by him was estimated at £220,000. Even when the bubble burst, Redpath, who had lived at the rate of £20,000 a year, had assets in the shape of land, house, furniture, pictures, and objets d'art to the value of £50,000. He began in a very small way. First a lawyer's clerk, he then got an appointment in the Peninsular and Oriental Company's office. Afterwards he set up as an insurance broker on his own account, but presently failed. His fault was generosity, an open-handed, unthinking charity which gave freely to the poor and needy the money which belonged to his creditors. After his bankruptcy he obtained a place as clerk in the Great Northern Railway Office, from which he rose to be assistant registrar with the special duties of transferring shares. He soon proved his ability, and by unremitting attention mastered the whole work of the office. Later on he became registrar, and in this more independent position developed to a colossal extent the frauds he had already practiced as a subordinate. Now he launched out into great expenditure, took a house in Chester Terrace, and became known as a Maecenas and patron of the arts. He had a nice taste in bric-a-brac and was considered a good judge of pictures. Leading social and artistic personages were to be met with at his house, and his hospitality was far famed. The choicest wines, the finest fruits, peas at 10 shillings a quart, 5 guinea pines, and early asparagus were to be found on his table. But his chief extravagance, his favourite folly, was the exercise of an ostentatious benevolence. The philanthropy he had displayed in a small way when less prosperous became now a passion. His name headed every subscription list. His purse was always open. Not content with giving where assistance was solicited, he himself sought out deserving cases and personally afforded relief. When the crash came, there were pensioners and other recipients of his bounty who could not believe that so good a man had really been for years a swindler and a rogue. Down at Weybridge, where he had a country place, his name was long remembered with gratitude by the poor. During the days of his prosperity he was a governor of Christ's Hospital, of the St. Anne's Society, and one of the supporters and managers of the Patriotic Fund. In his person he was neat and fastidious. He patronized the best tailors and had a fashionable coiffeur from Hanover Square daily to curl his hair. There was something dramatic in Redpath's detection. Just after Robson's frauds had agitated the minds of all directors of companies, the chairman of the Great Northern, Mr. Dennison, was standing at a railway station talking to a certain well-known peer of the realm. Redpath passed and lifted his hat to his chairman. The latter acknowledged the salute. But the peer rushed forward and shook Redpath warmly by the hand. "What do you know of our clerk?" asked Mr. Dennison of his lordship. "Only that he is a capital fellow, who gives the best dinners and balls in town." Redpath had industriously circulated reports that he had prospered greatly in speculation, but the chairman of the Great Northern could not realize that a clerk of the company could honestly be in the possession of unlimited wealth. It was at once decided at the board to make a thorough examination of all his books. Redpath was called in and informed of the intended investigation. He tried to stave off the evil hour by declaring that everything was perfectly right, but finding he could not escape, he said he would resign his post, and leaving the boardroom, disappeared. The inquiry soon revealed the colossal character of the frauds. Warrants were issued for Redpath's arrest, but he had flown to Paris. Thither police officers followed, only to find that he had returned to London. A further search discovered him at breakfast at a small house in the New Road. He was arrested, examined before a police magistrate, and committed to Newgate. Great excitement prevailed in the City and the West End when Redpath's defalcations were made public. The stock market was greatly affected, and society, more especially that which frequents Exeter Hall, was convulsed. The Central Criminal Court, when the trial came on, was densely crowded, and many curious eyes were turned upon the somewhat remarkable man who occupied the dock. He is described by a contemporary account as a fresh-looking man of 40 years of age, slightly bald, inclined to embonpoint, and thoroughly embodying the idea of English respectability. His manner was generally self-possessed, but his face was marked with uneasy earnestness, and he looked about him with wayward, furtive glances. When the jury found a verdict of guilty, he remained unmoved. He listened without emotion to the judge's well-merited censures, and received his sentence of transportation for life without much surprise. Redpath passed away into the outer darkness of a penal colony where he was still living a year or two back. But his name lingers still in this country as that of the first swindler of his time, and the prototype of a class not uncommon in our later days, that of dishonest rogues who assume piety and philanthropy as a cloak for their misdeeds. In Newgate, Redpath is remembered by the prison officer as a difficult man to deal with. From the moment of his reception he gave himself great airs, as a martyr and a man heavily wronged. By and by, when escape seemed hopeless, and after sentence, he suddenly degenerated into the lowest stamp of criminal, and behaved so as to justify a belief that he had been a jailbird all his life. It has been already remarked in these pages that with changed social conditions came a great change in the character of crimes. Highway robberies, for instance, had disappeared, if we except the spasmodic and severely repressed outbreak of garroting, which at one time spread terror throughout London. Thieves preferred now to use ingenuity rather than brute force. It was no longer possible to stop a coach or carriage or rob the postman who carried the mail. The improved methods of locomotion had put a stop to these depredations. People traveled in company as a rule. Only when single and unprotected were they in any danger of attack, and that but rarely. There were still big prizes, however, to tempt the daring, and none appealed more to the thievish instinct than the custom of transmitting gold by rail. The precious metal was sent from place to place, carefully locked up and guarded, no doubt, but were the precautions too minute, the vigilance too close to be eluded or overcome? This was the question which presented itself to the fertile brain of one Pierce, who had been concerned in various jobs of a dishonest character, and who for the moment was a clerk in a betting office. He laid the suggestion before Agar, a professional thief, who was of opinion it contained elements of success. But the collusion and active assistance of employees of the railway carriers were indispensable, and together they sounded one Burgess, a guard on the South-Eastern Railway, a line by which large quantities of bullion were sent to the Continent. Burgess detailed the whole system of transmission. The gold, packed in an iron-bound box, was securely lodged in safes locked with patent Chubbs. Each safe had 3 sets of double keys, all held by confidential servants of the company. One pair was with the traffic superintendent in London, another with an official in Folkestone, a third with the captain of the Folkestone and Boulogne boat. At the other side of the Channel, the French railway authorities took charge. The safes, while on the line en route between London and Folkestone, were in the guard's van. This was an important step, and they might easily be robbed some day when Burgess was the guard, provided only that they could be opened. The next step was to get impressions and fabricate false keys. A new accomplice was now needed within the company's establishment, and Pierce looked about long before he found the right person. At last he decided to enlist one Tester, a clerk in the traffic department, whom he thought would prove a likely tool. The 4 waited patiently for their opportunity, which came when the safes were sent to Chubbs to be repaired, and Chubbs sent them back, but only with 1 key, in such a way that Tester had possession of this key for a time. He lent it to Agar for a brief space, who promptly took an impression on wax. But the safes had a double lock. The difficulty was to get a copy of the second key. This was at length effected by Agar and Pierce. After hanging about the Folkestone office for some time, they saw at last that the key was kept in a certain cupboard. Still watching and waiting for the first chance, they seized it when the clerks left the office empty for a moment. Pierce boldly stepped in, found the cupboard unlocked. He removed the key, handed it to Agar outside, who quickly took the wax impression, handed it back to Pierce. Pierce replaced it, left the office, and the thing was done. After this, nothing remained but to wait for some occasion when the amount transmitted would be sufficient to justify the risks of robbery. It was Tester's business, who had access to the railway company's books, to watch for this. Meanwhile, the others completed their preparations with the utmost care. A weight of shot was bought and stowed in carpet bags ready to replace exactly the abstracted gold. Courier bags were bought to carry the stuff slung over the shoulders, and last but not least, Agar frequently travelled up and down the line to test the false keys he had manufactured with Pierce's assistance. Burgess admitted him into the guard's van, where he fitted and filed the keys till they worked easily and satisfactorily in the locks of the safe. One night Tester whispered to Agar and Pierce, "All right," as they cautiously lounged about London Bridge. The thieves took first-class tickets, handed their bags full of shot to the porters, who placed them in the guard's van. Just as the train was starting, Agar slipped into the van with Burgess, and Pierce got into a first-class carriage. Agar at once got to work on the first safe, opened it, took out and broke into the bullion box, removed the gold, substituted the shot from a carpet bag, refastened and resealed the bullion box, and replaced it in the safe. At Redhill, Tester met the train and relieved the thieves of a portion of the stolen gold. At the same station, Pierce joined Agar in the guard's van, and there were now 3 to carry on the robbery. The 2 remaining safes were attacked and nearly entirely despoiled in the same way as the first, and the contents transferred to the courier bags. The train was now approaching Folkestone, and Agar and Pierce hid themselves in a dark part of the van. At that station the safes were given out, heavy with shot, not gold. The thieves went on to Dover, and by, with Ostend tickets previously procured, returned to London without mishap, and by degrees disposed of much of the stolen gold. The theft was discovered at Boulogne, when the boxes were found not to weigh exactly what they ought, but no clue was obtained to the thieves, and the theft might have remained a mystery but for the subsequent bad faith of Pierce to his accomplice Agar. The latter was ere long arrested on a charge of uttering forged cheques, convicted and sentenced to transportation for life. When he knew that he could not escape his fate, he handed over to Pierce a sum of £3,000, his own, whether rightly or wrongly acquired never came out, together with the unrealized part of the bullion, amounting in all to some £15,000, and begged his accomplice to invest it as a settlement on a woman named Kay, by whom he had had a child. Pierce made Kay only a few small payments, then appropriated the rest of the money. Kay, who had been living with Agar at the time of the bullion robbery, went to the police in great fury and distress, and disclosed all she knew of the affair. Agar, too, in Newgate, heard how Pierce had treated him, and at once readily turned approver. As the evidence he gave incriminated Pierce, Burgess, and Tester, all three were arrested and committed to Newgate for trial. The whole strange story, the long incubation, and the elaborate accomplishment of the plot came out at the Old Bailey, and was acknowledged to be one of the most extraordinary on record. Scarcely had the conviction of these daring and astute thieves been assured, than another gigantic fraud was brought to light. The series of boldly conceived and cleverly executed forgeries, in which James Townsend Saward, commonly called Jem the Penman, was the prime mover, has probably no parallel in the annals of crime. Saward himself is a striking and in some respects an unique figure in criminal history. A man of birth and education, a member of the bar, and of acknowledged legal attainments, his proclivities were all downward. Instead of following an honourable profession, he preferred to turn his great natural talents and ready wits to the most nefarious practices. He was known to the whole criminal fraternity as a high-class receiver of stolen goods, a negotiator more especially of stolen paper, cheques and bills, of which he made a particular use. He dealt, too, in the precious metals, when they had been improperly acquired, and it was to him that Agar, Pierce, and the rest applied when seeking to dispose of their stolen bullion. But Saward's operations were mainly directed to the fabrication and uttering of forged cheques. His method was comprehensive and deeply laid. Burglars brought him the cheques they stole from houses, thieves what they got in pocketbooks. Cheques blank and cancelled were his stock in trade. The former he filled up by exact imitation of the latter, signature and all. When he could get nothing but the blank cheque, he set in motion all sorts of schemes for obtaining signatures, such as commencing sham actions and addressing formal applications merely for the reply. One stroke of luck which he turned to great account was the return from transportation of an old pal and confederate who brought with him some bills of exchange. Saward's method of negotiating the cheques was equally well planned. Like his great predecessor, Old Patch, he never went to a bank himself, nor did any of his accomplices. The bearer of the cheque was always innocent and ignorant of the fraudulent nature of the document he presented. In order to obtain messengers of this sort, Saward answered advertisements of persons seeking employment, and when these presented themselves, entrusted them as a beginning with the duty of cashing cheques. A confederate followed the emissary closely, not only to ensure fair play and the surrender of the proceeds if the cheque was cashed, but to give timely notice if it was not, so that Saward and the rest might make themselves scarce. As each transaction was carried out from a different address, and a different messenger always employed, the forgers always escaped detection. But fate overtook two of the gang, partly through their own carelessness, when transferring their operations to Yarmouth. One, named Hardwick, assumed the name of Ralph, and, to obtain commercial credit in Yarmouth, paid in £250 to a Yarmouth bank as coming from a Mr. Whitney. He forgot to add that it was to be placed to Ralph's credit, and when he called as Ralph, he was told it was only at Mr. Whitney's disposal, and that it could be paid to no one else. Hardwick, or Ralph, appealed to Saward in his difficulty, and that clever schemer sent an elaborate letter of instructions how to ask for the money. But while Hardwick was in communication with Saward, the bank was in communication with London, and the circumstances were deemed sufficiently suspicious to warrant the arrest of the gentleman at Yarmouth on a charge of forgery and conspiracy. Saward's letter to Hardwick fell into the hands of the police and compromised him. While Hardwick and Atwell were in Newgate awaiting trial, active search was made for Saward, who was at length taken in a coffee shop near Oxford Street under the name of Hopkins. He resisted at first and denied his identity, but on being searched, 2 blank cheques of the London and Westminster Bank were found in his pocket. He then confessed that he was the redoubtable Jem Saward, or Jem the penman, and was conveyed to a police court and thence to Newgate. At his trial, Atwell and Hardwick, 2 of his chief allies and accomplices, turned approvers, and the whole scheme of systematic forgery was laid bare. The evidence was corroborated by that of many of the victims who had acted as messengers, and others who swore to the meetings of the conspirators and their movements. Saward was found guilty, and the judge, in passing sentence on him of transportation for life, expressed deep regret that the ingenuity, skill, and talent which had received so perverted and mistaken direction had not been guided by a sense of virtue and directed to more honourable and useful pursuits. The proceeds of these forgeries amounted, it was said, to some thousands per annum. Saward spent all his share at low gaming houses and in all manner of debaucheries. He was in person a short, square-built man of gentlemanly address, sharp and shrewd in conversation and manner. He was 58 at the time of his conviction, and had therefore enjoyed a long innings. End of section 18. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 19 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths, Section 19, Later Records. The old notion always prevailed that Newgate was impregnable, so to speak, from within, and that none of its inmates could hope to escape from its secure precincts. Yet the jail, in spite of its fortress-like aspect, was by no means really safe. Year after year, prisoners determined to get free, and occasionally succeeded in their efforts. The inspector's reports mention many cases of evasion accomplished. There were others less successful. Charles Thomas White, awaiting execution for arson, made a desperate effort to escape from Newgate in 1827. He had friends and auxiliaries inside the jail and out. The cell he occupied was near the outer wall, and had he but been able to remove its iron bars, he might have descended into Newgate Street by means of a rope ladder. The ladder was actually made, of black sewing thread firmly and closely interwoven, but White could not remove the bars. The instruments needed for the purpose never reached him. It was noticed that he was most anxious to receive a pair of shoes for which he had asked, and when they arrived they were closely examined. Sewn in between the upper and lower leathers several spring saws were found, which would have easily cut through any bars. White, when taxed with his attempt, admitted that the accusation was true, and spoke with pride and satisfaction of the practicability of his scheme. There is an attempt at escape mentioned in Mr. Wakefield's book, which might have been an intended suicide. John Williams, a young fellow only 23 years of age, awaited execution in 1827 for stealing in a dwelling house. On the very morning on which he was to suffer, he eluded the vigilance, such as it was, of his officers, and climbed up the pipe of a cistern in the corner of the press yard, some thought with the idea of drowning himself. He never reached the cistern, but fell back into the yard, injuring his legs severely. Although his execution was imminent, a surgeon attended to his wounds, and he was carried more dead than alive to the scaffold. A harrowing scene followed. The wounds broke open and bled profusely while the last dread penalty was being performed, to the manifest excitement and indignation of the crowd. A more daring and skilful escape was effected in 1836 by the chimney sweep Henry Williams, who, while detained in the press yard as a capital convict, under sentence of death for burglary, managed to get away in the very same spot where his namesake had 9 years before so miserably failed. Escape seemed absolutely hopeless, and would certainly have been impossible to anyone less nimble than a chimney sweep, trained under the old system to ascend the most intricate flues. Even after Williams had got out, persons were disposed to disbelieve that the escape had been accomplished in the manner indicated. They preferred to credit it to carelessness or collusion from officers of the jail. Yet, from the circumstantial account given by Williams after recapture, there can be little doubt that he got away as will be described. Williams, as a capital convict, was lodged in the press yard or condemned ward. He had access to the airing yard, and there was for hours no kind of supervision. In one corner of the airing yard stood a cistern at some height from the ground. The wall beneath and above it was rusticated. In other words, the granite surface had become roughened, and offered a sort of foothold. About 50 feet from the ground level and above the cistern, a revolving chevaux de frise of iron was fixed, with only a short interval between it and the wall, supported by a horizontal iron railing with upright points. In the wall above the chevaux de frise projected a series of iron spikes sharp enough to forbid further ascent. Williams surveyed these formidable obstacles to evasion, and calmly proceeded to surmount them. His first task was to gain the top of the cistern. This he effected by keeping his back to one side of the angle, and working with his hands behind him while he used his bare feet like claws upon the other side of the wall angle. The condition of the stone surface just mentioned assisted him in this, and he managed to get beyond the cistern to the railing below the chevaux de frise. The least slip now would have been fatal to him, but he could not thrust his body in through the narrow space left by the chevaux de frise, and was compelled to work along the railing round 3/4 of the square of the yard, and at length reached a point opposite the top of the building containing the condemned wards. This had been a perilous and painful task. The spikes of the railing penetrated his flesh and made progression slow and difficult. But the worst part of the business was to jump from this irksome foothold of the iron grating on to the top of the building just mentioned, a distance of 8 or 9 feet. He had here completed his ascent. His next job was to descend outside Newgate. Clambering along the roof, he passed to the top of the Ordinary's residence, hoping to find an open skylight by which he might enter and so work downstairs. If the worst came to the worst, he intended to have gone down some chimney as he had often done before in the way of business, but he did not like the risk of entering a room by the fireplace and the chances of detection it offered. He traversed vainly all the roofs in Newgate Street, running a great risk of discovery as he passed by a lot of workmen at Tyler's manufactory in Warwick Square, which had formerly been the College of Physicians. As his coat was an encumbrance, he left it on the top of the third house in Newgate Street, and thus in shirt-sleeves, barefoot and bareheaded, he worked along to the roofs in Warwick Lane. Here he came upon a woman on the leads hanging out clothes to dry. Williams concealed himself behind a chimney till she had re-entered her garret, and then, following her down a step-ladder into the house, told his story, appealed to and won her compassion. She suffered him to pass downstairs. Below, he met another woman and a girl, both of whom were terrified at his appearance, but when he explained that he was running away from the gallows, they left him the road clear. To walk out into the street was an easy affair, and he was now free, with 1 and 4 in his pocket, and a shirt and trousers for all his clothing. Denied admission everywhere as a ragged, half-naked beggar, he tramped across London Bridge to Wandsworth, where he refreshed himself with a pint of strong ale, the first sustenance he had taken since his escape, and continued his march to Kingston, where he slept soundly under a hedge till next morning. Entering a town, he obtained employment at once as a chimney-sweep from a widow woman who gave him bub and grub, or food and 1 and 6 for every 9 days' work. Dissatisfied with this remuneration, he again took to the road and tramped into Hampshire, where he presently committed a burglary at Lymington, was caught, and lodged in Winchester jail. Mr. Cope, the governor of Newgate, having been communicated with, proceeded to Winchester, where he at once identified Williams. The success, although very short-lived, which attended him, no doubt inspired other inmates of Newgate to follow his example. It was for some time after this a constant practice to go up the chimneys in the hope of escaping by the flue. Even then, however, irons across barred the ascent after a certain distance, and in no one case did a fugitive get clear away. A man named Lears, under sentence of transportation for an attempt at murder on board ship, got up part of the way, but had to come down again covered with soot and filth just as the officers entered the ward. Lears was rewarded by being obliged to wear cross irons on his legs, a punishment rarely inflicted in Newgate, and probably one of the few cases of a recurrence, but under proper safeguards and limitations to the old system of chains. On another occasion Mr. Cope the governor came in and missed a man. The ward was 1 short of its number. What had become of the fellow? No one would answer. It was summer-time, and the grate was empty, but the governor promptly ordered a fire to be lighted. The effect was nearly instantaneous. The fugitive, uncomfortably ensconced in the flue, came down of his own accord, like Colonel Colt's raccoon. After this, great iron guards, just as are to be seen in lunatic asylums, were fixed over the fireplaces, and the prisoners had no longer access to the chimneys. Among the escapes still remembered was one in 1849, accomplished by a man who had been employed working at the roof of the chapel on the female side. He was engaged in whitewashing and cleaning. The officer who had him in charge left him on the stairs leading to the gallery. Taking advantage of being unobserved, he got out through the roof onto the leads, and travelled along them towards No. 1 Newgate Street. This was a public house. He stepped in at a garret window, coolly walked downstairs, and entered the bar. They asked him how he had cut his hand, which was bleeding, and he said he had done it while working up on the roof. No further notice was taken of him. No one seemingly suspected that he was a prisoner, and he was suffered to walk off without let or hindrance. In 1853, 3 men escaped in company from one of the wards in the middle yard. They were penal servitude men, their names Bell, Brown, and Barry, and they were awaiting transfer to Leicester, which with Wakefield was utilized as a receptacle for convicts not going to Western Australia, or any of the new establishments at home, at Portland, Dartmoor, or elsewhere. These men managed to cut a hole in the ceiling of the ward near the iron cage on the landing, and so got access to the roof. At that time rope mats were still used as beds. One of the 3, shamming ill, remained all day in his ward, where he employed himself unravelling the rope from the sleeping mats. By evening he manufactured a good long length, and after all was quiet, the 3 got onto the roof through the hole, and so on to Tyler's manufactory close by, whence they let themselves down into the street by the rope. These men were all in prison dress at the time of their escape, but one of their number, Bell, sent back his clothes a few days later by parcels delivery, with a civil note to the governor, saying he had no further use for them. All 3 fugitives were recaptured, Brown almost at once, then Barry, who was taken at the East End in a public house where he had arranged to meet a pal. The Newgate officers obtained information of this, and went to the spot, where they effected the capture, but not till they had had an exciting chase down the street. The 3rd, Bell, remained longest at large. He too was run into at a lodging in the Kingsland Road. The officers dropped on to him while he was still in bed, but as they came upstairs he jumped up and hid in a cupboard. All 3, after recapture, passed on as originally intended to Leicester, where they did their bit and were released, but only to be taken soon afterwards for a fresh offence, and again pass through Newgate with sentences of penal servitude. A later case was still more remarkable, as it was effected after the alteration of the prison and its reconstruction on the newest lines. A sailor, Crapps by name, occupied one of the upper cells in the new block. The doors, through incomplete knowledge of prison needs, were not, as now, sheeted with iron. The prisoner had nothing to deal with but wooden panels, and by dint of cutting and chopping he got both the lower panels out. Through the aperture he crept out onto the landing at the dead of night, and so down into the central space of the building. Under superior orders, all the doors and gates of this block were left open at night, to allow the night watchman to pass freely to all parts. This was considered safer than entrusting him with keys. Crapps walked at once into the yard and across to the female side, where he found some of the washing still hanging out to dry. He made a strong rope with several of the sheets, then, returning to the male yard, got hold of the step-ladder used in lighting the gas, and which under our more careful supervision would have been, as nowadays, chained up. Cutting the cord which fastened the 2 legs of the step-ladder, he opened them out and made one long length. With this, placed against the wall near the chevaux de frise, he made an escalade. The top of the wall was gained without difficulty. Along this Crapps crawled, and then dropped down onto the cook-house. He now put in requisition the rope made of the sheets, and with its help lowered himself into the street. Down below were market carts waiting for daylight, and among them Crapps found a refuge and friends. The first intimation of his escape was afforded by the police, who informed the prison authorities next day that a rope was hanging down from the cook-house roof. Nothing more was heard of Crapps. The curious thing in his case was that his offence was a trifling one. He was still untried, but would almost certainly have escaped with a minor penalty, say of 3 or 4 months' imprisonment. There is, however, no explanation of the motives which prompt prisoners to attempt escapes. Cases well authenticated have been known of men who had all but completed their sentences, and for whom the prison gates would open within a few days, who yet faced extraordinary risks to advance their enlargement by only a few hours. On the other hand, at the great convict establishments, such is the moral restraint of a systematic discipline, that numbers of men, lifers, and others with 10, 14, or 20 years to do, can be trusted to work out of doors without bolts and bars at a distance from the prison. The last escape from Newgate was only 3 years ago, and occurred just before the final closing of the prison. No report of it was made public, as the man was almost immediately recaptured. He was at work under the supervision of the artisan warder of the prison, who permitted him to go up onto the roof of the old wards in order to throw water for flushing purposes down a chute. He was out of sight while so employed, and remained so long absent that the warder, becoming uneasy, went in search of him. He had disappeared. Encouraged by the shouts and signals of some workmen employed on a building outside, the prisoner made one of the most marvellous jumps on record, from the building he was on to a distant wall with a drop of 60 feet between. Then he ran along the coping of the wall towards its angle with Tyler's manufactory, and dropped down onto the gridiron below. This was not strong enough to carry him, and he fell through. Suicides and executions were, however, always the most effectual methods of making exit from durance. Suicides at Newgate were numerous enough, but they seldom possessed any novel or unusual features. Prison suicides seldom do, except as regards ingenuity and determination. Only great resolution indeed, persisted in to the bitter end, would make death a certainty, so limited and imperfect are the means generally available. When a bit of rope carefully secreted, braces, shoestrings, shirt torn into strip are the only instruments, and a bar or a small hook at no elevation affords the only drop, strangulation would seldom supervene, but for the resolution of the miserable felo de se. One curious instance of a suicide carried out under the most adverse and extraordinary circumstances may be quoted. It was that of a long firm swindler by name Johnson, who contrived to hang himself from a hammock hook only 18 inches from the ground. The noose was one of his hammock straps, which he buckled round his throat. Having carefully spread out a blanket on the floor just below the hammock as it lay suspended, he fastened one end of the strap above mentioned to the hook, and then fell down. He might have saved himself at any moment by merely extending an arm, but he lay there patiently till death supervened. When discovered next morning quite dead, it was found that the strap actually did not touch his throat. 3 fingers might have been inserted between it and the flesh. The pressure was all on the arteries behind the ears, and surgical opinion stated that the stoppage of circulation was the cause of death. Probably dissolution came as easily and almost without pain. A laudable desire to invest executions with more and more solemnity and decorum gained ground as they became more rare. As more humane principles were introduced into prison management, greater attention was paid to the capital convicts, and the horrors of their situation while awaiting sentence were as far as possible mitigated and toned down. But there was little improvement in the ceremony itself. There were still untoward accidents occasionally at executions, and even the chief practitioner of recent times, Calcraft, was not always to be trusted to do his fell work efficiently. Having mentioned Calcraft's name, I may be permitted to digress for a moment to give a few particulars concerning the last officially appointed hangman of the city of London. After Calcraft's resignation, no successor was really appointed. Marwood, whose name is so familiar with the present generation, had no official status, and was merely an operator selected by the corporation, and who, on the strength of it, contracted with sheriffs and conveners to work by the job. But Calcraft regularly succeeded Foxen, who followed Botting, and Dennis, the actor in the 1780 riots. Calcraft was born at Baddow in Essex in 1800. He was a shoemaker by trade, and settled in London after his marriage in 1825. The story goes that about 1828 his attention was drawn early one morning to a man who leant against a lamp-post in Finsbury Square, coughing violently. Calcraft, who, in spite of the dreadful calling he subsequently followed, was always reputed a kindly man, invited the man with the cough to enter a neighbouring house and try a little peppermint for it. The other accepted, and they got into conversation. He told Calcraft that he was Foxen, the executioner, and that he was that moment on his way to Newgate to hang a man, but that his cough was getting so much the master of him that he feared he would not be able to carry on his duties much longer. "I have no idea who the sheriffs will get to do the work after me," said Foxen, adding that his assistant, Tom Cheshire, was given to drink and not to be trusted. "I think I could do that sort of job," said Calcraft on the spur of the moment. Foxen asked him his name and address, and went away. Calcraft thought no more of what had occurred till the next sessions at the Old Bailey, when the sheriffs sent for him and offered him the post of executioner for the city of London and Middlesex. He accepted, having at first Tom Cheshire as his assistant, then, for a time, when Cheshire was dismissed for drunkenness, a man named Osborne. After that he worked alone. I cannot find that Calcraft was sworn in when appointed, or any exact information when the old forbidding ceremony ceased to be practised. It was customary to make the executioner take the Bible in his hand and swear solemnly that he would dispatch every criminal condemned to die without favouring father or mother or any other relation or friend. When he had taken the oath he was dismissed with the words, "Get thee hence, wretch!" Calcraft's emoluments were a guinea per week, and an extra guinea for every execution. He got besides half a crown for every man he flogged, and an allowance to provide cats or birch rods. For acting as executioner of Horsemonger Lane Gaol, he received a retaining fee of £5 5s, with the usual guinea for each job. He was also at liberty to engage himself in the country, where he demanded and was paid £10 on each occasion. It was not always easy to get a hangman so cheap, as I have already indicated on a previous page. The onus and responsibility of carrying out the sentence is personal to the sheriff. A good story is told illustrating this. Some wags in Scotland seized Calcraft and kept him in durance the night before the execution. Meanwhile, the convener or sheriff was in despair, expecting that, failing the executioner, he would have to do the job himself. But fortunately for him, just at the last moment, Calcraft was set free. Calcraft's salary was more than the proverbial 13 halfpenny hangman's wages. The origin of this expression dates, it is said, from the time when the Scottish mark, a silver coin bearing the same relation to the Scottish pound that an English shilling does to an English pound, was made to pass current in England. The mark was valued at 13 halfpenny, or rather more than the shilling, which from time immemorial had been the hangman's wages. That very ancient perquisite, the convict's clothes, was never claimed by Calcraft, and it may be doubted whether he was entitled to it. On one particular occasion, however, he got them. A gentleman whose sins brought him to the gallows at Maidstone wished to do Calcraft a good turn, and sent to his London tailor for a complete new suit in which he appeared at his execution. He expressly bequeathed them to Calcraft, who was graciously pleased to accept them. On another occasion, an importunate person begged Calcraft eagerly to claim his right to the clothes and give them to him. Calcraft consented, got and bestowed the clothes, only to find that the person he had obliged exhibited them publicly. It may be added that of late years the clothes in which a convict has suffered are invariably burnt. Capital convicts go to the gallows in their own clothing and not in prison dress, unless the former is quite unfit to be worn. Calcraft shared the odium which his office, not strangely, has always inspired, but he was admitted into the jail, which his predecessors were not, and who were paid their wages over the gate, to obviate the necessity for letting them enter. To this curious etiquette was due the appointment of an official whose office has long since disappeared, the yeoman of the halter, whose business it was to provide the rope and do the pinioning, and who was paid a fee of 5 shillings. They did not dislike Calcraft, however, at Newgate. He was an illiterate, simple-minded man, who scarcely remembered what executions he had performed. He kept no record of them, and, when asked questions, referred to the officers of the jail. His nature must have been kindly. When he came to the prison for his wages, his grandchildren often accompanied him, affectionately clinging to his hands. And he owned a pet pony, which would follow him about like a dog. In his own profession he was not unskilful, but he proceeded entirely by rule of thumb, leaving the result very much to chance and the strength of the rope. He was so much in favor of short drops that his immediate successor, Marwood, stigmatized him as short drop man. Marwood being, on the other hand, in favor of giving a man as much rope as possible. With Calcraft's method there were undoubtedly many failures, and it was a common custom for him to go below the gallows just to steady their legs a little, in other words, to add his weight to that of the hanging bodies. Marwood, till latterly, seemed to have done his work more effectually, and has been known to give as much as 6 feet fall. This generally produces instantaneous death, although cases where complete fracture of the spinal cord occurred are said to be rare. Calcraft served the city of London till 1874, when he was pensioned at the rate of 25 shillings per week. The last execution at which he acted was that of Godwin on the 25th May, 1874. Marwood, who succeeded him, and who died while these sheets were in the press, was a Lincolnshire man, a native of Horncastle, who first took to the work from predilection and the idea of being useful in his generation, as he himself assured the writer of these pages. Until the time of his death he kept a small shop close to the church in Horncastle. Over the door in gilt letters were the words "Crown Office." In the window was a pile of official envelopes, ostentatiously displayed, while round about were shoestrings, bootlaces, and lasts. Marwood, strange to say, followed the same trade as Calcraft. Marwood was proud of his calling, and when questioned as to whether his process was satisfactory, replied that he heard no complaints. The strange competition amongst hundreds to succeed Marwood is a strange fact too recently before the public to need mention here. It may, however, be remarked that the wisdom of appointing any regular hangman is very open to question, and must be strongly deprecated on moral grounds as tending to the utter degradation of one individual. Possibly such changes may be introduced into the method of execution that the ceremony may be made more mechanical, thus rendering the personal intervention of a skilled functionary unnecessary. Executions long continued to be in public, in spite of remonstrance and reprobation. The old prejudices, such as that which enlisted Dr. Johnson on the side of the Tyburn procession, still lingered and prevented any change. It was thought that capital punishment would lose its deterrent effect if it ceased to be public, and the raison d'être of the penalty, which in principle so many opposed, would be gone. This line of argument prevailed over the manifest horrors of the spectacle. These increased as time passed. The graphic and terrible account given by Charles Dickens of the awful scene before Horsemonger Lane Gaol at the execution of the Mannings has already been quoted. Again, the concourse of people collected in front of Newgate to witness the execution, simultaneously, of the 5 pirates, part of the mutinous crew of the Flowery Land, was greater than on any previous occasion. It was a callous, careless crowd of coarse-minded, semi-brutalized folk who came to enjoy themselves. Few, if any, showed any feeling of terror, none were impressed with the solemnity or realized the warning which the sight conveyed. The upturned faces of the eager spectators resembled those of the gods at Drury Lane on Boxing Night. The crowd had come to witness a popular and gratuitous public performance, better than a prize fight or a play. No notion that they were assisting at a vindication of the law filled the minds of those present with dread. On the contrary, the prevailing sentiment was one of satisfaction at the success of the spectacle. The remarks heard amongst the crowd were of coarse approval. "So help me, ain't it fine?" one costermonger was heard to exclaim to his companion. "5 of them, all darkies in a row." The reply evinced equal satisfaction, and the speaker, with a profane oath, declared that he would like to act as Jack Ketch to the whole lot. To the disgrace of the better educated and better bred public, executions could still command the attention of curious aristocrats from the West End. At Muller's execution there was great competition for front seats, and the windows of the opposite houses, which commanded a good view, as usual fetched high prices. As much as £25 was paid for a first-floor front on this occasion. Never, indeed, had an execution been more generally patronized. This is proved by contemporary accounts, especially one graphic and realistic article which appeared in the Times, and which contributed in no small degree to the introduction of private executions. A great crowd was expected, and a great crowd came. They collected overnight in the bright light of a November moon. There were well-dressed and ill-dressed, old men and lads, women and girls. Rain fell heavily at intervals, but did not thin the concourse. Till 3 o'clock it was one long revelry of songs and laughter, shouting and often quarrelling, though, to do them mere justice, there was, at least till then, a half-drunken ribald gaiety among the crowd that made them all akin. There were preachers among the crowd, but they could not get a patient hearing. Then one struck up the hymn of the Promised Land, and the refrain was at once taken up with a mighty chorus. "Oh my, think I've got to die." This was presently superseded by a fresh catch. "Muller, Muller, he's the man," till a diversion was created by the appearance of the gallows, which was received with continuous yells. As day broke, the character of the crowd was betrayed. There were but few women, except of the most degraded sort. The men were mostly young men. Sharpers, thieves, gamblers, betting men, the outsiders of the boxing ring, bricklayers, labourers, dock workmen, German artisans and sugar bakers, with the rakings of cheap singing halls and billiard rooms, the fast young men of London. But all, whether young or old, men or women, seemed to know nothing, feel nothing, to have no object but the gallows, and to laugh, curse, or shout, as in this heaving and struggling forward they gained or lost in their strong efforts to get nearer where Muller was to die. The actual execution made some impression. The crowd was for a moment awed and stilled by the quiet, rapid passage from life to death. But before the slight, slow vibrations of the body had well ended, robbery and violence, loud laughing, Oaths, fighting, obscene conduct, and still more filthy language reigned round the gallows far and near. Such, too, the scene remained with little change or respite till the old hangman, Calcraft, slunk again along the drop, amid hisses and sneering inquiries of what he had had to drink that morning. He, after failing once to cut the rope, made a second attempt more successfully, and the body of Muller disappeared from view. It was preposterous to claim for such a scene as this that it conveyed any great moral lesson or had any deterring influence. Numbers of humane and thoughtful persons had long been convinced of this. Already the urgent necessity for abolishing public executions had been brought before the House of Commons by Mr. Hibbert, and the question, as part of the whole subject of capital punishment, had been referred to a royal commission in January 1864. Full evidence was taken on all points, and on that regarding public executions there was a great preponderance of opinion towards their abolition, yet the witnesses were not unanimous. Some of the judges would have retained the public spectacle. The ordinary of Newgate was not certain that public executions were not the best. Another distinguished witness feared that any secrecy in the treatment of the condemned would invest them with a new and greater interest, which was much to be deprecated. Foreign witnesses, too, were in favour of publicity. On the other hand, Lords Cranworth and Wensleydale recommended private executions. So did Mr. Spencer Walpole, MP. Sir George Grey thought there was a growing feeling in favour of executions within the prison precincts. Colonel, now Sir Edmund Henderson, was strongly in favour of them, based on his experience of them in Western Australia. He not only thought them likely to be more deterrent, but believed that a public ceremony destroyed the whole value of an execution. Other officials, great lawyers, governors of prisons, and chaplains supported this view. The only doubts expressed were as to the sufficiency of the safeguards, as to the certainty of death and its subsequent publication. But these, it was thought, might be provided by the admission of the press and the holding of a coroner's inquest. Duly impressed with the weight of evidence in favour of abolition, the Commission recommended that death sentences should be carried out within the jail, under such regulations as might be considered necessary to prevent abuse, and satisfy the public that the law had been complied with. But it is curious to note that there were several dissentients among the commissioners to this paragraph of the report. The judge of the Admiralty Court, the Right Honourable Stephen Lushington, the Right Honourable James Moncrieff, Lord Advocate Mr. Charles Neate, Mr. William Ewart, and last but not least, Mr. John Bright, declared that they were not prepared to agree to the resolution respecting private executions. Nevertheless, in the very next session, a bill was introduced by Mr. Hibbert, MP, and accepted by the government, providing for the future carrying out of executions within prisons. It was read for the first time in March 1866, but did not become law till 1868. The last public execution in front of Newgate was that of the Fenian Michael Barrett, who was convicted of complicity in the Clerkenwell explosion, intended to effect the release of Burke and Casey from Clerkenwell Prison, by which many persons lost their lives. Unusual precautions were taken upon this occasion, as some fresh outrage was apprehended. There was no interference with the crowd, which collected as usual, although not to the customary extent. But Newgate and its neighbourhood was carefully held by the police, both city and metropolitan. In the houses opposite the prison, numbers of detectives mixed with the spectators. Inside the jail was Colonel Fraser, the chief commissioner of the city police, and at no great distance, although in the background, troops were held in readiness to act if required. Everything passed off quite quietly, however, and Calcraft, who had been threatened with summary retribution if he executed Barrett, carried out the sentence without mishap. The sufferer was stolid and reticent to the last. The first private execution under the new law took place within the precincts of Maidstone jail. The sufferer was a porter on the London, Chatham, and Dover Railway, sentenced to death for shooting the station master at Dover. The ceremony, which was witnessed by only a few officials and representatives of the press, was performed with the utmost decency and decorum. The fact that the execution was to take place within the privacy of the gloomy walls, a fact duly advertised as completed by the hoisting of the black flag over the jail, had undoubtedly a solemn, impressive effect upon those outside. The same was realized in the first private execution within Newgate, that of Alexander Mackay, who murdered his mistress at Norton Folgate by beating her with a rolling pin and furnace rake, and who expiated his crime on the 8th September 1868. A more marked change from the old scene can hardly be conceived. Instead of the roar of the brutalized crowd, the officials spoke in whispers. There was but little moving to and fro. Almost absolute silence prevailed until the great bell began to toll its deep note, and broke the stillness with its regular and monotonous clangor, and the ordinary, in a voice trembling with emotion, read the burial service aloud. Mackay's fortitude, which had been great, broke down at the supreme moment before the horror of the stillness, the awful impressiveness of the scene in which he was the principal actor. No time was lost in carrying out the dread ceremony, but it was not completed without some of the officials turning sick, and the moment it was over, all who could were glad to escape from the last act of the ghastly drama at which they had assisted. Private executions at their first introduction were not popular with the Newgate officials, and for intelligible reasons. The change added greatly to the responsibilities of the governor and his subordinates. Hitherto the public had seemed to assist at the ceremony. The moment, too, that the condemned man had passed through the debtors' doors onto the scaffold, the prison had done with him, and the great outside world shared in the completion of the sacrifice. This feeling was the stronger because all the ghastly paraphernalia, the gallows itself, and the process of erecting and removing it, rested with the city architect and not with the prison officials. Moreover, after the execution, under the old system, the latter had only to receive the body for burial after it had been cut down by the hangman, and placed decently in a shell by the workmen who removed the gallows. Under the new system, the whole of the arrangements from first to last fell upon the officers. It was they who formed the chief part of the small select group of spectators. Upon them devolved the painful duty of cutting down the body and preparing for the inquest. All that the hangman, whoever he may be, does under the new regime is to unhook the halter and remove the pinioning straps. The interment in a shell filled with quicklime in the passageway leading to the Old Bailey is also a part of the duty of the prison officials. This strange burial ground is one of the most ghastly of the remaining sights in Newgate. It was sometimes used as an exercising yard, and for the greater security of prisoners it is roofed in with iron bars, which gives it, at least overhead, the aspect of a huge cage. Underfoot and upon the walls, roughly cut into the stones, are single initial letters, the brief epitaphs of those who lie below. As this burial ground leads to the adjacent Central Criminal Court, accused murderers, on going to and returning from trial, literally walked over what, in case of conviction, would be their own graves. The older officers, with several of whom I have conversed, have thus had unusual opportunities of watching the demeanor of murderers both before trial and after sentence. All as a rule, unless poignant remorse has brought a desire to court their richly merited retribution, are buoyed up with hope to the last. There is always the chance of a flaw in the indictment, of a missing witness, or extenuating circumstances. Even when in the condemned cell, with a shameful death within measurable distance, many cling still to life, expecting much from the intercession of friends or the humanitarianism of the age. All, almost without exception, sleep soundly at night, except the first after sentence, when the first shock of the verdict and the solemn notification of the impending blow keeps nearly all awake, or at least disturbs their night's rest. But the uneasiness soon wears off. The second night sleep comes readily, and is sound. Many of the most abandoned murderers snore peacefully their 8 hours, even on the night immediately preceding execution. All, too, have a fairly good appetite, and eat with relish up to the last moment. A few go further and are almost gluttonous. Giovanni Lanni, the Italian boy who murdered a French woman in the Haymarket and was arrested on board ship just as he was about to leave the country, had a little spare cash, which he devoted entirely to the purchase of extra food. He ate constantly and voraciously after sentence, as though eager to cram as many meals as possible into the few hours still left him to live. Geoffrey, who murdered his own child, an infant of 6, by hanging him in a cellar in 7 Dials, called for a roast duck directly he entered the condemned cell. The request was not granted, as the old custom of allowing capital convicts whatever they asked for in the way of food has not been the rule in Newgate. The diet of the condemned is the ordinary diet of the prison, but to which additions are sometimes made, chiefly of stimulants if deemed necessary, by the medical officer of the jail. The craving for tobacco which so dominates the habitual smoker often leads the convicted to plead hard for a last smoke. As a special favor, Wainwright was allowed a cigar the night before execution, which he smoked in the prison yard, walking up and down with the governor, Mr. Sidney Smith. Wainwright's demeanour was one of reckless effrontery, steadily maintained to the last. His conversation turned always upon his influence over the weaker sex, and the extraordinary success he had achieved. No woman could resist him, he calmly assured Mr. Smith that night as they walked together, and he recounted his villainies one by one. His effrontery was only outdone by his cool contempt for the consolations of religion. The man who had made a pious life a cloak for his misdeeds, the once exemplary young man and indefatigable Sunday school teacher, went impenitent to the gallows. The only sign of feeling he showed was in asking to be allowed to choose the hymns on the Sunday the condemned sermon was preached in the prison chapel, and this was probably only that he might hear the singing of a lady with a magnificent voice who generally attended the prison services. During the singing of these hymns, Wainwright fainted, but whether from real emotion or the desire to make a sensation was never exactly known. On the fatal morning he came gaily out of his cell, nodded pleasantly to the governor, who stood just opposite, and then walked briskly towards the execution shed, smiling as he went along. There was a smile on his face when it was last seen, and just as the terrible white cap was drawn over it. Wainwright's execution was within the jail, but only nominally private. No less than 67 persons were present, admitted by special permission of the sheriff. Rumour even went so far as to assert that among the spectators were several women disguised in male habiliments, but the story was never substantiated, and we may hope that it rested only on the idle gossip of the day. Many, like Wainwright, were calm and imperturbable throughout their trying ordeal. Catherine Wilson, the poisoner, was reserved and reticent to the last, expressing no contrition, but also no fear. A tall, gaunt, repulsive-looking woman, who no more shrank from cowardly secret crimes than from the penalty they entailed. Kate Webster, who was tried at the Central Criminal Court and passed through Newgate, although she suffered at Wandsworth, is remembered at the former prison as a defiant, brutal creature who showed no remorse, but was subject to fits of ungovernable passion, when she broke out into language the most appalling. The man Marley displayed fortitude of a less repulsive kind. He acknowledged his guilt from the first. When the sheriff offered him counsel for his defense, he declined, saying he wished to make none. The witnesses for the prosecution spoke the truth. During the trial and after sentence, he remained perfectly cool and collected. When visited one day in the condemned cell, just as St. Sepulchre's clock was striking, he looked up and said laughingly, "Go along, clock. Come along, gallows." He tripped up the chapel stairs to hear the condemned sermon, and came out with cheerful alacrity on the morning he was to die. Some condemned convicts converse but little with the warders who have them unceasingly in charge. Others talk freely enough on various topics, but principally upon their own cases. When vanity is strongly developed, there is the keen anxiety to hear what is being said about them outside. One was vexed to think that his victims had a finer funeral than he would have. The only subject another showed any interest in was the theatres and the new pieces that were being produced. A third, Christian Sattler, laughed and jested with the officers about Jack Ketch, who, through the postponement of the execution, would lose his Christmas dinner. When they brought in the 2 watchers to relieve guard one night, Sattler said, "2 fresh men, may I speak to them? Yes, I must caution you," he went on to the warders, "not to go to sleep, or I shall be off through that little hole," pointing to an aperture for ventilating the cell. On the morning of execution he asked how far it was to the gallows, and was told it was quite close. "Then I shall not wear my coat," he cried. "Jack Ketch shall not have it," being under the erroneous impression that the convict's clothes were still the executioner's perquisite. Often the convicts give way to despair. They are too closely watched to be allowed to do themselves much mischief, or suicides would probably be more frequent. But it is neither easy to obtain the instruments of self-destruction, nor to elude the vigilance of their guard. The man, Bousfield, however, whose execution was so sadly bungled, made a determined effort to burn himself to death by throwing himself bodily on to the fire in the condemned ward. He was promptly rescued from his perilous condition, but not before his face and hands were badly scorched. They were still much swollen when he was led out to execution. Miller, the Chelsea murderer, who packed his victim's body in a box and tried to send it by parcels delivery, tried to kill himself, but ineffectively, by running his head against his cell wall. A few other cases of the kind have occurred, but they have been rare of late years, whether in Newgate or elsewhere. End of section 19. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 20 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 20, Newgate Notorieties, Part 1. As these records draw to a close, the crimes I chronicle become so much more recent in date that they will be fresh in the memory of most of my readers. Nevertheless, in order to give completeness to the picture, I have attempted to draw of crime in connection with Newgate, from first to last. I must make some mention in this my penultimate chapter of some of the most heinous offences of modern times. The crime of poisoning has always been viewed with peculiar loathing and terror in this country. It will be remembered that as far back as the reign of Henry VIII, a new and most cruel penalty was devised for the punishment of the Bishop of Rochester's cook, who had poisoned his master and many of his dependents. Sir Thomas Overbury was undoubtedly poisoned by Lord Rochester in the reign of James I, and it is hinted that James himself nearly fell a victim to a nefarious attempt of the Duke of Buckingham. But secret poisoning on a wholesale scale, such as was practised in Italy and France, was happily never popularized in England. The well-known and lethal aqua tofania, so called after its inventress, a Roman woman named Tofana, and which was so widely adopted by ladies anxious to get rid of their husbands, was never introduced into this country. Its admission was probably checked by the increased vigilance at the custom houses, the necessity for which was urged by Mr. Addison when Secretary of State in 1717. The cases of poisoning in the British calendars are rare, nor indeed was the guilt of the accused always clearly established. It is quite possible that Catherine Blandy, who poisoned her father at the instigation of her lover, was ignorant of the destructive character of the powders, probably arsenic, which she administered. Captain Donellan, who was convicted of poisoning his brother-in-law, Sir Theodosius Broughton, and executed for it, would probably have had the benefit in these days of the doubts raised at his trial. A third case, more especially interesting to us as having passed through Newgate, was that of Eliza Fenning, who was convicted of an attempt to poison a whole family by putting arsenic in the dumplings she had prepared for them. The charge rested entirely on circumstantial evidence, and as Fenning, although convicted and executed, protested her innocence in the most solemn manner to the last, the justice of the sentence was doubted at the time. Yet it was clearly proved that the dumplings contained arsenic, and that she and she alone had made the dough, that arsenic was within her reach in the house, that she had had a quarrel with her mistress, and that the latter, with all others who tasted the dumplings, were similarly attacked, although no one died. The crime of poisoning is essentially one which will be most prevalent in a high state of civilization, when the spread of scientific knowledge places nefarious means at the disposal of many instead of limiting them, as in the days of the Borgias and Brinvilliers, to the specially informed and unscrupulously powerful few. The first intimation conveyed to society of the new terror which threatened it was in the arrest and arraignment of William Palmer, a medical practitioner, charged with doing to death persons who relied upon his professional skill. The case contained elements of much uncertainty, and yet it was so essential, in the interests and for the due protection of the public, that the fullest and fairest inquiry should be made, that the trial was transferred to the Central Criminal Court under the authority of an act passed on purpose known as the Trial of Offences Act, and sometimes as Lord Campbell's Act. That the administration of justice should never be interfered with by local prejudice or local feeling is obviously of paramount importance, and the powers granted by this act have been frequently put in practice since. The trial of Catherine Windsor, the baby farmer, was thus brought to the Central Criminal Court from Exeter Assizes, and that of the Stauntons from Maidstone. Palmer's trial caused the most intense excitement. The direful suspicions which surrounded the case filled the whole country with uneasiness and misgiving, and the deepest anxiety was felt that the crime, if crime there had been, should be brought home to its perpetrator. The Central Criminal Court was crowded to suffocation. Great personages occupied seats upon the bench. The rest of the available space was allotted by ticket, to secure which the greatest influence was necessary. People came to stare at the supposed cold-blooded prisoner with morbid curiosity, to scan his features and watch his demeanor through the shifting, nicely balanced phases of his protracted trial. Palmer, who was only 31 at the time of his trial, was in appearance short and stout, with a round head covered rather scantily with light sandy hair. His skin was extraordinarily fair, his cheeks fresh and ruddy, although his face, though commonplace, was not exactly ugly, There was certainly nothing in it which indicated cruel cunning or deliberate truculence. His features were not careworn, but rather set, and he looked older than his age. Throughout his trial he preserved an impassive countenance, but he clearly took a deep interest in all that passed. Although the strain lasted 14 days, he showed no signs of exhaustion, either physical or mental. On returning to jail each day, he talked freely and without reserve to the warders in charge of him, chiefly on incidents in the day's proceedings. He was confident to the very last that it would be impossible to find him guilty. Even after sentence and until within a few hours of execution, he was buoyed up with the hope of reprieve. The conviction that he would escape had taken so firm a hold of him that he steadily refused to confess his guilt, lest it should militate against his chances. In the condemned cell he frequently repeated, quote, "I go to my death a murdered man." End quote. He made no distinct admissions even on the scaffold, but when the chaplain at the last moment exhorted him to confess, he made use of the remarkable words, quote, "If it is necessary for my soul's sake to confess this murder, I ought also to confess the others, I mean my wife and my brothers." End quote. Yet he was silent when specifically pressed to confess that he had killed his wife and his brother. Palmer was ably defended, but the weight of evidence was clearly with the prosecution, led by Sir Alexander Cockburn, and public opinion at the termination of the trial coincided with the verdict of the jury. Originally a doctor in practice at Rugeley, in Staffordshire, he had gradually withdrawn from medicine and devoted himself to the turf. But his sporting operations did not prosper, and he became a needy man, always driven to desperate straits for cash. To meet his liabilities, he raised large sums on forged bills of acceptance drawn upon his mother, a woman of some means, whose signature he counterfeited. In 1854 he owed a very large sum of money, but he was temporarily relieved by the death of his wife, whose life he had insured for £13,000. There is every reason to suppose that he poisoned his wife to obtain possession of this sum upon her death. His brother was supposed to have been his next victim, upon whose life he had also effected an insurance for another £13,000. The brother, too, died conveniently, but the Life Office took some exception to the manner of death, and hesitated to disburse the funds claimed by Palmer. After this, Palmer tried to get a new insurance on the life of a hanger-on, one Bates, but no office would accept it, no doubt greatly to Bates's longevity. Meanwhile, the bill discounters who held the forged acceptances with other promissory notes began to clamor for payment and talk of issuing writs. Palmer, alive to the danger he ran of a prosecution for forgery should the fraud he had committed be brought to light, sought about for a fresh victim to supply him with funds. He fixed upon a sporting friend, Mr. John Parsons Cook, who had been in luck at Shrewsbury races, both as a winner and a backer, whom he persuaded to go and stay at Rugeley in an hotel just opposite his own house. It was there that Cook was first taken ill with violent retchings and vomitings, all dating from visits of Palmer, who brought him medicines and food. Palmer's plan was to administer poison in quantities insufficient to cause death, but enough to produce illness which would account for death. For this purpose he gave, or there was the strongest presumption that he gave, antimony, which caused Cook's constant sickness. Quantities of antimony were found in the body after death. While Cook lay ill, Palmer, in his name, pocketed the proceeds of the Shrewsbury settling, and so got the money for which he was prepared to barter his soul. The last act now approached, and in order to avoid the detection of this last fraud, Palmer laid his plans for disposing of Cook. He decided to use strychnia, or the vegetable poison otherwise known as nux vomica, and one of the many links in the long chain of evidence was an entry in a book of Palmer's to the effect that, quote, "strychnia kills by causing tetanic fixing of the respiratory muscles." End quote. The purchase by Palmer of strychnia was proved. The night he bought it, Cook, who had been taking certain pills under medical advice, not Palmer's, was seized with violent convulsions. He had swallowed his pills as usual, at least Palmer had administered them. Whether the ordinary or his own pills will never be known, except as may be inferred from the results, which indicate that he had taken the latter. Cook recovered this time. It was probably Palmer's intention that he should recover, wishing to encourage the supposition that Cook was in a bad way. Next night, Cook had a second and more violent attack. That day, Palmer had bought more strychnia and had called in a fresh doctor. The second attack was fatal, and ended in Cook's death from tetanus. This tetanus, according to the prosecution, was produced by strychnia, and followed the administration of pills by Palmer, prescribed nominally by the fresh doctor, for which Palmer had substituted his own. Cook's death was horrible, fearful paroxysms and cramps ending in suffocation by the tetanic rigor which caught the muscles of the chest. After Cook's death, his stepfather, who was much attached to him, came to Rugeley. He was struck with the appearance of the corpse, which was not emaciated, as after a long disease ending in death, while the muscles of the fingers were tightly clenched, not open as usual in a corpse. He said nothing, but began to feel uneasy when he found that Cook's betting book was missing, and that Palmer put it forward that his friend had died greatly embarrassed, with bills to the amount of £4,000 out in his name. Palmer, too, showed an indecent haste in preparing the body for interment, and in obtaining the usual certificate. After this, the stepfather insisted upon a post-mortem, which was conducted somewhat carelessly. The intestines were, however, preserved and sent for analysis, but it was proved that Palmer tried hard to get possession of the jar containing them, and even sought to upset the vehicle by which they were being conveyed a part of the way to London. The examination of the stomach betrayed the presence of antimony in large quantities, but no strychnia, and it was on the entire absence of the latter that the defense was principally based when Palmer was brought to trial. All the circumstances were so suspicious that he could not escape the criminal charge. He had already been arrested on a writ issued at the instance of the moneylenders, and an action had been commenced against Mrs. Palmer on her acceptances. It came out at once that these had been forged, and the whole affair at once took the ugliest complexion. A government prosecution was instituted, and Palmer was brought to Newgate for trial at the Central Criminal Court. There was not much reserve about him when there. He frequently declared before and during the trial that it would be impossible to find him guilty. He never actually said that he was not guilty, but he was confident he would not be convicted. He relied on the absence of the strychnia. But the chain of circumstantial evidence was strong enough to satisfy the jury, who agreed to their verdict in an hour. At the last moment, Palmer tossed a bit of paper over to his counsel, on which he had written, quote, "I think there will be a verdict of not guilty." End quote. Even after the death sentence had been passed upon him, he clung to the hope that the government would grant him a reprieve. To the last, therefore, he played the part of a man wrongfully convicted, and did not abandon hope even when the High Sheriff had told him there was no possibility of a reprieve, and within a few hours of execution. He suffered at Stafford in front of the jail. Palmer speedily found imitators. Within a few weeks occurred the Leeds poisoning case, in which the murderer undoubtedly was inspired by the facts made public at Palmer's trial. Dove, a fiendish brute, found from the evidence in that case that he could kill his wife, whom he hated, with exquisite torture, and with a poison that would leave, as he thought, no trace. In the latter hope he was happily disappointed, but as this case is beyond my subject, I merely mention it as one of the group already referred to. 3 years later came the case of Dr. Smethurst, presenting still greater features of resemblance with Palmer's, for both were medical men, and both raised difficult questions of medical jurisprudence. In both, the jury had no doubt as to the guilt of the accused, only in Smethurst's case the then Home Secretary, Sir George Cornwall Lewis, could not divest his mind of serious doubt, and of which the murderer got the benefit. Smethurst's escape may have influenced the jury in the Poplar poisoning case, which followed close on its heels, although in that the verdict of not guilty was excusable, as the evidence was entirely circumstantial. There was no convincing proof that the accused had administered the poison, although beyond question that poison had occasioned the death. Dr. Smethurst was long an inmate of Newgate, and was tried at the Central Criminal Court. He had all the characteristics of the poisoner, the calm deliberation, the protracted dissimulation, as with unshrinking, relentless wickedness the deadly work is carried on to the end. Smethurst's victim was a Miss Banks, with whom he had contracted a bigamous marriage. He had met her at a boarding-house, where he lived with his own wife, a person of shady antecedents, and whom he left without scruple to join Miss Banks. The latter seems to have succumbed only too willingly to his fascinations, and to have as readily agreed to marry him in spite of the existence of the other Mrs. Smethurst. Probably the doctor had told her the story he brought forward when tried for bigamy, namely, that Mrs. Smethurst had no right to the name, but had a husband of her own, one Johnson, alive, a story subsequently disproved. Miss Banks seems to have counted upon some species of whitewashing, no less than the repudiation of the other marriage, and told her sister as much when they last met. For some months Smethurst and Miss Banks lived together as man and wife, first in London and then at Richmond. She had a little fortune of her own, some £1,700 or £1,800, and a life interest in £5,000, a fact on which Smethurst's counsel dwelt with much weight as indicating a motive for keeping her alive rather than killing her. But probably the lump sum was the bait, or perhaps Smethurst wished to return to his temporarily deserted first wife. Whatever the exact cause which impelled him to crime, it seems certain that he began to give her some poison, either arsenic or antimony, or both in small quantities, with the idea of subjecting her to the irritant poison slowly but surely until the desired effect, death, was achieved. As she became worse and worse, Smethurst called in the best medical advice in Richmond, but was careful to prime them with his facts and lead them, if possible, to accept his diagnosis of the case. Smethurst was found guilty by the jury and sentenced to death. But a long public discussion followed, and in consequence he was reprieved. The Home Secretary, in a letter to the Lord Chief Baron, stated that, quote, "Although the facts are full of suspicion against Smethurst, there is not absolute and complete evidence of his guilt." End quote. Smethurst was therefore given a free pardon for the offence of murder, but he was subsequently again tried for bigamy and sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment. Catherine Wilson was a female poisoner who did business wholesale. She was tried in April 1862 on suspicion of having attempted to poison a neighbor with oil of vitriol. The circumstances were strange. Mrs. Wilson had gone to the chemist's for medicine, and on her return had administered a dose of something which burnt the mouth badly but did not prove fatal. Wilson was acquitted on this charge, but other suspicious facts cropped up while she was in Newgate. It appeared that several persons with whom she was intimate had succumbed suddenly. In all cases the symptoms were much the same: vomiting, violent retching, purging, such as are visible in cholera, and all dated from the time when she knew a young man named Dixon, who had been in the habit of taking colchicum for rheumatism. Mrs. Wilson heard then casually from a medical man that it was a very dangerous medicine, and she profited by what she had heard. Soon afterwards Dixon died, showing all the symptoms already described. Soon afterwards a friend, Mrs. Atkinson, came to London from Westmoreland and stayed in Mrs. Wilson's house. She was in good health on leaving home, and had with her a large sum of money. While with Mrs. Wilson, she became suddenly and alarmingly ill and died in great agony. Her husband, who came up to town, would not allow a post-mortem, and again Mrs. Wilson escaped. Mrs. Atkinson's symptoms had been the same as Dixon's. Then Mrs. Wilson went to live with a man named Taylor, who was presently attacked in the same way as the others, but, thanks to the prompt administration of remedies, he recovered. After this came the charge of administering oil of vitriol, which failed as has been described. Last of all, Mrs. Wilson poisoned her landlady, Mrs. Soames, under precisely the same conditions as the foregoing. Here, however, the evidence was strong and sufficient. It was proved that Mrs. Wilson had given Mrs. Soames something peculiar to drink, that immediately afterwards Mrs. Soames was taken ill with vomiting and purging, and that Mrs. Wilson administered the same medicine again and again. The last time Mrs. Soames showed great reluctance to take it, but Wilson said it would certainly do her good. This mysterious medicine Wilson kept carefully locked up, and allowed no one to see it, but its nature was betrayed when this last victim also died. The first post-mortem indicated death from natural causes, but a more careful investigation attributed it beyond doubt to overdoses of colchicum. Dr. Alfred Taylor, the great authority and writer on medical jurisprudence, corroborated this, and in his evidence on the trial fairly electrified the court by declaring it his opinion that many deaths, supposed to be from cholera, were really due to poison. This fact was referred to by the judge in his summing up, who said that he feared it was only too true that secret poisoning was at that time very rife in the metropolis. Wilson was duly sentenced to death, and suffered impenitent, hardened, and without any confession of her guilt. Although murder by insidious methods had become more common, cases where violence of the most deadly and determined kind was offered had not quite disappeared. I will mention two cases of this class, one accompanied with piracy on the high seas, the other perpetrated in a railway carriage, and showing the promptitude with which criminals accept and utilize altered conditions of life, more particularly as regards locomotion. The first case was that of the Flowery Land, which left London for Singapore on the 28th July, 1863, with a cargo of wine and other goods. Her captain was John Smith, the first and second mates, Carswell and Taffur. There were two other Englishmen on board, and the rest of the crew were a polyglot lot, most of them, as was proved by their subsequent acts, blackguards of the deepest dye. 6 were Spaniards, or rather natives of Manila, and men of colour. 1 was a Greek, another a Turk. There were also a Frenchman, a Norwegian, the carpenter, 3 Chinamen, a Sclavonian, and a black on board. Navigation and discipline could not be easy with such a nondescript crew. The captain was kindly, but somewhat intemperate. The first mate, a man of some determination, and punishment such as rope's ending and tying to the bulwarks had to be applied to get the work properly done. The 6 Spaniards, the Greek and the Turk, were in the same watch. 8 truculent and reckless scoundrels who, brooding over their fancied wrongs and burning for revenge, hatched amongst them a plot to murder their officers and seize the ship. The mutiny was organized with great secrecy and broke out most unexpectedly in the middle of the night. A simultaneous attack was made upon the captain and the first mate. The latter had the watch on deck. One half of the mutineers fell upon him unawares with handspikes and capstan bars. He was struck down, imploring mercy, but they beat him about the head and face till every feature was obliterated, and then, still living, flung him into the sea. Meanwhile the captain, roused from his berth, came out of the cabin, was caught near the companion by the rest of the mutineers, and promptly dispatched with daggers. His body was found lying in a pool of blood, in a nightdress, stabbed over and over again in the left side. The captain's brother, a passenger on board the Flowery Land, was also stabbed to death and his body thrown overboard. The second mate, who had heard the hammering of the capstan bars and the handspikes, with the first mate's and captain's agonized cries, had come out, verified the murderers, and then shut himself up in his cabin. He was soon summoned on deck, but as he would not move, the mutineers came down and stood in a circle round his berth. Leon, or Lyons, who spoke English, when asked, said they would spare his life if he would navigate the ship for them to the River Plate or Buenos Aires. Taffir, the second mate, agreed, but constantly went in fear of his life for the remainder of the voyage. And although the mutineers spared him, they ill-treated the Chinamen and cut one badly with knives. Immediately after the murder, cases of champagne, which formed part of the cargo, were brought on deck and broached. The captain's cabin ransacked, his money and clothes divided amongst the mutineers, as well as much of the merchandise on board. Leon wished to make every one on board share and share alike, so as to implicate the innocent with the guilty. But Vartos, or Watto, the Turk, would not allow any but the 8 mutineers to have anything. The murders were perpetrated on the 10th September, and the ship continued her voyage for nearly 3 weeks, meeting and speaking one ship only. On the 2nd October they sighted land, 10 miles distant. The mutineers took command of the ship, put her about till nightfall, by which time they had scuttled her, got out the boats, and all left the ship. The rest of the crew were also permitted to embark, except the Chinamen, one of whom was thrown into the water and drowned, while the other 2 were left to go down in the ship, and were seen clinging to the tops until the waters closed over them. The boats reached the shore on the 4th October. Leon had prepared a plausible tale to the effect that they belonged to an American ship from Peru bound to Bordeaux, which had foundered at sea, that they had been in the boats 5 days and nights, but that the captain and the others had been lost. The place at which they landed was not far from the entrance to the River Plate. A farmer took them in for the night, and drove them next day to Rocha, a place north of Maldonado. Taffir, the mate, finding there was a man who could speak English at another place 20 miles off, repaired there secretly, and so gave information to the Brazilian authorities. The mutineers were arrested, the case inquired into by a naval court-martial, and the prisoners eventually surrendered to the British authorities, brought to England, and lodged in Newgate. Their trial followed at the Central Criminal Court. 8 were arraigned at the same time: 6 Spaniards, Leon, Blanco, Durano, Santos, and Marsolino; Vartos the Turk, and Carlos the Greek. 7 were found guilty of murder on the high seas, and 1, Carlos, acquitted. 2 of the 7, Santos and Marsolino, were reprieved, and their sentences commuted to penal servitude for life, The remaining 5 were executed in one batch. They were an abject, miserable crew, cowards at heart, but some, especially Lopez, continued bloodthirsty to the last. Lopez took a violent dislike to the officer of the ward in charge of them, and often expressed a keen desire to do for him. They, none of them, spoke much English except Leon, commonly called Lyons. After condemnation, as the rules now kept capital convicts strictly apart, they could not be lodged in the 2 condemned cells, and they were each kept in an ordinary separate cell of the newly constructed block, with the traps or square openings in the cell door let down. A full view of them was thus at all times obtainable by the officers who, without intermission, day and night patrolled the ward. On the morning of execution, the noise of fixing the gallows in the street outside awoke 1 or 2 of them. Lyons asked the time, and was told it was only 5. "Ah," he remarked, "they will have to wait for us then till 8." Lopez was more talkative. When the warder went in to call him, he asked for his clothes. He was told he would have to wear his own. "Not give clothes? In Russia, Italy always give chaps clothes." Then he wanted to know when the policemen would arrive, and was told none would come. "The soldiers, then?" No soldiers either. "What, you not afraid let us go all by ourselves? Not so in Russia or Spain." The convicts were pinioned 1 by 1, and sent singly out to the gallows. As the first to appear would have some time to wait for his fellows, a difficult and painful ordeal, the seemingly most courageous was selected to lead the way. This was Durano, but the sight of the heaving mass of uplifted, impassioned faces was too much for his nerves, and he so nearly fainted that he had to be seated in a chair. The execution went off without mishap. End of section 20. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 21 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 21, Newgate Notorieties, Part 2. In July 1864 occurred the murder of Mr. Briggs, a gentleman advanced in years and chief clerk in Robarts Bank. As the circumstances under which it was perpetrated were somewhat novel, and as some time elapsed before the discovery and apprehension of the supposed murderer, the public mind was greatly agitated by the affair for several months. The story of the murder must be pretty familiar to most of my readers. Mr. Briggs left the bank one afternoon as usual, dined with his daughter at Peckham, then returned to the city to take the train from Fenchurch Street home, travelling by the North London Railway. He lived at Hackney, but he never reached it alive. When the train arrived at Hackney station, a passenger who was about to enter one of the carriages found the cushions soaked with blood. Inside the carriage was a hat, a walking stick, and a small black leather bag. About the same time, a body was discovered on the line near the railway bridge by Victoria Park. It was that of an aged man, whose head had been battered in by a life-preserver. There was a deep wound just over the ear, the skull was fractured, and there were several other blows and wounds on the head. Strange to say, the unfortunate man was not yet dead, and he actually survived more than 24 hours. His identity was established by a bundle of letters in his pocket, which bore his full address: T. Briggs, Esquire, Robarts and Company, Lombard Street. The friends of Mr. Briggs were communicated with, and it was ascertained that when he left home the morning of the murderous attack, he wore gold-rimmed eyeglasses and a gold watch and chain. The stick and bag were his, but not the hat. A desperate and deadly struggle must have taken place in the carriage, and the stain of a bloody hand marked the door. The facts of the murder and its object, robbery, were thus conclusively proved. It was also easily established that the hat found in the carriage had been bought at Walker's, a hatter's in Crawford Street, Mary-le-Bone, while within a few days Mr. Briggs's gold chain was traced to a jeweller's in Cheapside, Mr. Death, who had given another in exchange for it to a man supposed to be a foreigner. More precise clues to the murderer were not long wanting. Indeed, the readiness with which they were produced and followed up showed how greatly the publicity and wide dissemination of the news regarding murder facilitate the detection of crime. In little more than a week, a cabman came forward and voluntarily made a statement which at once drew suspicion to a German, Franz Müller, who had been a lodger of his. Müller had given the cabman's little daughter a jeweller's cardboard box bearing the name of Mr. Death. A photograph of Müller, shown the jeweller, was identified as the likeness of the man who had exchanged Mr. Briggs's chain. Last of all, the cabman swore that he had bought the very hat found in the carriage for Müller at the hatter's, Walker's, of Crawford Street. This fixed the crime pretty certainly upon Müller, who had already left the country, thus increasing suspicion under which he lay. There was no mystery about his departure. He had gone to Canada by the Victoria sailing ship, starting from the London docks and bound to New York. Directly the foregoing facts were established, a couple of detective officers, armed with a warrant to arrest Müller, and accompanied by Mr. Death, the jeweller, and the cabman, went down to Liverpool and took the first steamer across the Atlantic. This was the city of Manchester, which was expected to arrive some days before the Victoria, and did so. The officers went on board the Victoria at once. Müller was identified by Mr. Death, and the arrest was made. In searching the prisoner's box, Mr. Briggs's watch was found, wrapped up in a piece of leather, and Müller, at the time of his capture, was actually wearing Mr. Briggs's hat, cut down and somewhat altered. The prisoner was forthwith extradited and sent back to England, which he reached with his escort on the 17th September the same year. His trial followed at the next sessions of the Central Criminal Court, and ended in his conviction. The case was one of circumstantial evidence, but, as Sir Robert Collier, the Solicitor General, pointed out, it was the strongest circumstantial evidence which had ever been brought forward in a murder case. It was really evidence of facts which could not be controverted or explained away. There was the prisoner's poverty, his inability to account for himself on the night of the murder, and his possession of the property of the murdered man. An alibi was set up for the defense, but not well substantiated, and the jury without hesitation returned a verdict of guilty. Müller protested after sentence of death had been passed upon him that he had been convicted on a false statement of facts. He adhered to this almost to the very last. His case had been warmly espoused by the Society for the Protection of Germans in this country, and powerful influence was exerted both here and abroad to obtain a reprieve. Müller knew that any confession would ruin his chances of escape. His arguments were specious and evasive when pressed to confess. "Why should man confess to man?" he replied. "Man cannot forgive man, only God can do so. Man is therefore only accountable to God." But on the gallows, when the cap was over his eyes, and the rope had been adjusted round his neck, and within a second of the moment when he would be launched into eternity, he whispered in the ear of the German pastor who attended him on the scaffold, "I did it." While in the condemned cell, He conversed freely with the warders in broken English or through an interpreter. He is described as not a bad-looking man, with a square German type of face, blue eyes which were generally half-closed, and very fair hair. He was short in stature. His legs were light for the upper part of his body, which was powerful, almost Herculean. It is generally supposed that he committed the murder under a sudden access of covetousness and greed. He saw Mr. Briggs's watch chain and followed him instantly into the carriage, determined to have it at all costs. His crime under this aspect of it was less premeditated and less atrocious, therefore, than that of Lefroy. One other curious murder may be added to the two foregoing. Christian Sattler was, by birth, a German. He had led a wild life, had left his native land, and enlisted first in the French army in Algeria, afterwards in the British-German Legion, raised for the Crimean War. At the disbandment of the force, as he was without resources, he turned his attention to hotel robberies, by which he lived for some years. He at length stole a carpet-bag containing valuables and fled to Hamburg. Thither he was pursued by a detective officer, Inspector Thane, who, being unable to obtain his extradition legally, had him inveigled on board an English steamer, where the arrest was made. Sattler was ironed for safe custody, a proceeding which he vehemently resented, and begged that they might be removed, as the handcuffs hurt his wrists. The inspector said that they could not be removed till he reached England. This reply of his contained no promise of immediate release. Sattler probably misunderstood, and he declared that the police officer had broken faith with him, having, moreover, stated that, while at sea, the captain of the ship was responsible for the security of the prisoner. As Sattler brooded over his wrongs, his rage got the upper hand, and he resolved to wreak it upon Thane. Although manacled, he managed to get a pistol from his chest and load it. The next time Thane entered his cabin, he fired at him point blank, and lodged 3 bullets in his breast. The unfortunate man survived till he landed, but died in Guy's Hospital. Sattler was tried for murder and convicted, his defense being that he had intended to commit suicide, but that, on the appearance of this officer who had wronged him, he had yielded to an irresistible impulse to kill him. Sattler was a very excitable, although not an ill-tempered man. While in Newgate awaiting trial, he frequently tried to justify his murder by declaring that the police officer had broken faith with him. He would shoot any man or any policeman like a dog, or any number of them who had treated him in that way. His demeanour immediately preceding his execution I have referred to in the last chapter. Several cases of gigantic fraud, rivaling any already recorded, were brought to light between 1856 and 1873. I propose next to describe the leading features of the most important of these. Another case of long-continued successful forgery was brought to light 2 years after the convictions of Saward and his accomplices. This conspiracy was cleverly planned, but had scarcely so many ramifications as that of Saward. Its originators were a couple of men, Wagner and Bateman, who had already been convicted of systematic forgery and sentenced to transportation, but they had been released on ticket of leave in 1856. As a blind for their new frauds, they set up as law stationers in York Buildings, Adelphi, and at once commenced their nefarious traffic. Forged checks and bills were soon uttered in great numbers, as well as base coin. The police, suspecting the house in York Buildings, put a watch on the premises, which they kept up for more than a year, and thus obtained personal knowledge of all who passed in and out, but without obtaining any direct evidence. At length a man was caught in the act of passing a forged check at the Union Bank, and recognized as one of the frequenters of the bogus law stationers. His arrest led to that of others. Among them was a man named Chandler, formerly a bill discounter by profession, who, by degrees, to meet his extravagant expenditure, took to appropriating the bills entrusted to him, and so lost his business, after which he became a clerk to Messrs. Wagner and Bateman. Chandler, while in Newgate, turned informer and betrayed the whole conspiracy. Besides his employers, a jeweller named Humphreys was in the swim, at whose shop in Red Lion Square was discovered a quantity of base gold and silver coins, with all the latest appliances for coining, including those of electroplating, also a furniture dealer and one or two more commonplace rogues. The arch-villain was never taken into custody. He, like Saward, was an artist in penmanship. He was a German named Kerp, 80 years of age, who had spent his whole life in imitating other people's signatures, and had acquired the most consummate skill in the practice. His copies were generally pronounced indistinguishable from and as good as the originals. The aged but wary Kerp, the moment the plot was discovered, vanished, and was never more heard of. Much the same plan was adopted by these forgers as by Saward to get their checks cashed. They advertised for clerks, and employed the most likely of the applicants by sending them to the bank. It was one of these, Glendinning, who had allowed himself to be utilized for some time in this way, whose capture led to the breaking up of the gang. The principals in this conspiracy, Wagner and Bateman, were sentenced to penal servitude for life, the others to 20 and 10 years. It was stated in evidence that the moneys obtained by these forgeries amounted to £8,000 or £10,000, and that the forged checks which had been presented but refused amounted to double the sum. Wagner, after conviction, offered to reveal, for a reward of £3,000, a system which had long been in practice of defrauding the exchequer of vast sums by means of forged stamps. His offer was not, however, accepted. A more elaborate plot in many ways, more secretly, more patiently prepared than the preceding, or indeed than any in the calendar, was the case of the forgeries upon the Bank of England, discovered in 1863, but not before the forged paper had been put in circulation for more than a couple of years. In 1861, a man named Burnet came with his wife and took up his residence at Whitchurch, Hampshire, at no great distance from Laverstock, where are Messrs. Portal's mills for the manufacture of banknote paper. Burnet had only just come out of jail, after completing a sentence of penal servitude. His object in visiting Whitchurch was to undermine the honesty of some workmen in the mills, and he eventually succeeded, his wife making the first overtures, in persuading a lad named Brown to steal some of the bank paper. Brown took several sheets, and then was detected by Brewer, a fellow workman of superior grade, who threatened to betray the theft. But Brewer, either before or after this, succumbed to temptation, and stole paper on a much larger scale than Brown. All that was taken was handed over to Burnet, or a woman in black, whom Brown met by appointment at Waterloo Station. To facilitate his operations, Brewer obtained a false master key from Burnet, which gave him access to all parts of the mills, the packing room included. In this part of the mills, a large quantity of banknote paper was kept at the period of the robbery, and in the states known as waterleaf and sized, which are the penultimate processes of manufacture. One more remains, that of glazing, without which no paper is issued for engraving. None of the stolen paper was glazed, and this was an important clue to the subsequent discovery of the crime. Sometime in 1862, a large deficiency in the stock of bank paper unglazed was discovered at the mills. Soon afterwards, the inspectors of bank notes at the Bank of England detected the presentation at the bank of spurious notes on genuine paper. The two facts, taken in conjunction, led to the employment of the police and the offer of a reward of £1,500 for the detection of the offenders. By this time Brown alone had stolen 300 or 400 sheets, each containing 2 notes, many of the sheets suitable for engraving any kind of note from £1,000 downwards. The amount of Brewer's abstractions, who was eventually acquitted, was never exactly estimated. Suspicion appears to have rested on Brown, who had left Laverstock, and he was soon approached by the police. Almost directly he was questioned, he made a clean breast of the whole affair. The next step was to take the principals, and under such circumstances as would ensure their conviction. A watch was set on Burnet, who was followed to the shop of one Buncher, a butcher in Strutton Ground. Buncher was then tracked to North Kent Terrace, New Cross, where a Mr. and Mrs. Campbell resided, with whom he did business in exchanging the false notes. The police officers now taxed Mrs. Campbell with complicity and frightened her into collusion. With her assistance on a certain day, a couple of bricks were taken out of the wall dividing her front and back parlours. The officers ensconced themselves in the latter and waited for Buncher's expected visit. He came to complete a sale of forged notes, and he wanted a couple of £100 for what he had. Mrs. Campbell offered him less, and there was an altercation, in the course of which Buncher became very violent, and at length, after using much intemperate language, he left the place in a huff. In the course of his remarks, however, he said, "I am the man that has got all the bank paper. I have £30,000 now, and the Bank of England cannot stop it." This was all the police wanted to know. They next watched Buncher, and found that he paid frequent visits to Birmingham. They also discovered that through the intermediacy of one Robert Cummings, well known as a reputed coiner, he had been introduced to a man named Griffiths, an engraver and copperplate printer. Griffiths was an unusually clever and skilful workman, who had devoted all his talent and all his energies for some 17 years to the fabrication of false banknotes. On a certain day, the 27th October, 1862, the two were arrested simultaneously, Buncher in London and Griffiths in Birmingham. Nothing was found in Buncher's premises in Strutton Ground, which were thoroughly searched, but proofs of Griffiths' guilt were at once apparent on entering his workroom. In one corner was a printing press actually in use, and on it were 21 forged Bank of England notes without date or signature. On the bed were 20 forged £10 notes, complete and ready for use, and 25 £5 notes. Mother plates for engraving the body of the notes lay about, and other plates for various processes. More than this, Griffiths took the police to a field, where in a bank a number of other plates were secreted. Griffiths afterwards admitted that he had been employed in defrauding the bank since 1846, and the prominent part he played secured for him on conviction the heaviest sentence of the law. This was penal servitude for life, Buncher's sentence being 25 and Burnet's 20 years. Cummings, who had introduced Buncher to Griffiths, was also tried for being in possession of stolen bank paper for improper purposes. But as there was no independent corroboration of the informer's evidence, according to the custom of the British law, the case was considered not proved, and he was acquitted. On his return to Newgate to be finally discharged, Cummings jumped up the stairs and fairly danced for joy. But he was not long at large. He was too active an evildoer, and was perpetually in trouble. Commencing life as a resurrection man, when that trade failed through the change in the law, and no more bodies were to be bought, he devoted his energies to coining and forgery, and in the latter line was a friend and associate of Saward's. One narrow escape he had, however, before he abandoned his old business. A Bow Street officer saw him leaving London in the evening by Camberwell Green, accompanied by 2 other men. It was well known that they were resurrectionists, and a strict watch was kept at all the turnpike gates on the southern roads leading into London. An officer was placed for this purpose at New Cross, Camberwell, and Kennington gates. Presently old Bob drove up to Camberwell Gate in the same cart in which he had been seen to start. The officers rushed out to detain him. "What have you got here? We must search the cart," they cry. "By all means," replies Bob, and a close investigation follows, without any detection of the corpse concealed. Bob was therefore allowed to pass on, but they had the body all the same. It had been dressed up in decent clothes and made to stand upright in the cart. With the police officers it had passed muster as a living member of the party. Cummings was repeatedly run in for the offence of coining and uttering bad money, whether coin or notes. His regular trade, followed before he took to the life of resurrectionist, was that of an engraver. He was a notorious criminal, an habitual offender in his own particular line, one who would stick at no trifles to evade detection or escape capture. It is told of Bob Brennan, an official specially employed for years by the Mint to watch and prosecute coiners, that he received information that coining was carried on by Cummings and others at a place in Westminster. He went there with a posse of officers and forced his way upstairs to the first floor, where the coiners, unexpectedly disturbed, fell an easy prey. But the police nearly paid the penalty of capture with their lives. Proceeding cautiously down the stairs, they found that the flooring at the bottom had been taken up. Where it had lain was a yawning gulf or trap sufficient to do for the whole body of police engaged in the capture. Cummings was caught shortly afterwards. He was a tall, slender man, with a long face and iron-grey hair. The community of coiners of which he was so notorious a member were a low lot, the lowest among criminals, except perhaps the smashers or those who passed the counterfeit money. It was not easy to detect coiners or bring home their guilt to them. Those who manufactured and those who passed had no direct dealings with each other. The false coin was bought by an agent from an agent, and dealings were carried on secretly at the Clock House in 7 Dials. The annals of fraudulent crime probably contain nothing which in dramatic interest can compare with the conviction of William Ruppel for forgery. As the case must still be well remembered by the present generation, it will be necessary to give here only the briefest summary. William Ruppel was the eldest but illegitimate son of a wealthy man who subsequently married Ruppel's mother, and had further legitimate issue. William was brought up as an attorney, and became in due course his father's man of business. As such, he had pretty general control over his father's estates and affairs. In 1855 he instructed certain solicitors to prepare a deed of gift as from his father, conveying to him estates near Kingston. The old gentleman's signature to this deed of gift was a forgery, but upon this forged and false conveyance William Ruppel, who had already embarked upon a career of wild extravagance, obtained a mortgage of £7,000. In 1856 the father died. It had been supposed up to this date that he had willed his property, amounting in all to upwards of £200,000. But after the funeral, William Ruppel produced another and a later will, leaving everything to the widow, and constituting William sole executor. This will was a deliberate forgery. 5 or 6 years later, William Ruppel minutely described how he had effected the fraud. The day his father died, he got the keys of his private bureau, opened it, and took out the authentic will. After reading it and finding this unfavorable to himself, he resolved to carry out his deliberate plan, namely, to suppress it and substitute another. He himself prepared it on a blank form which he had brought with him on purpose. To this fraudulent instrument he appended forged signatures, and in due course obtained probate. As he possessed nearly unbounded influence over his mother, her accession to the property meant that William could dispose of it as he pleased. He embarked forthwith in a career of the wildest extravagance, and ere long he had parted in his mother's name with most of the landed estates. One large item of his expenditure was a contested election at Lambeth, which he gained at a cost of £10,000. No fortune could stand the inroads he made into his mother's money, and in 1862 he was obliged to fly the country, hopelessly and irretrievably ruined. His disappearance gave color and substance to evil reports already in circulation that the will and conveyance above referred to were fictitious documents. His next brother, who should have inherited under the authentic will, forthwith brought an ejectment on the possessor of lands purchased on the authority of the forged conveyance and will. The case was tried at Guildford Assizes, and caused intense excitement, the hardship to the holders of these lands being plain should the allegations of invalidity be made good. The effect of establishing the forgeries would be to restore to the Ruppel family lands for which a price had already been paid in all good faith to another, but a criminal, member of the family. At first the case was contested hotly, but to the profound astonishment of everyone inside and outside the court, William Ruppel himself was brought as a principal witness to clench the case by a confession altogether against himself. He told his story with perfect coolness and self-possession, but in a grave and serious tone. Every word he uttered was said with consideration and sometimes with a long pause, but at the same time with an air of the most entire truthfulness and candor. He confessed himself a perjurer in having sworn to the false will, and a wholesale forger, having manufactured no less than 10 false signatures to deeds involving on the whole some £350,000. For these crimes William Ruppel was tried at the Central Criminal Court on the 24th September 1862. He declined to plead, but a plea of not guilty was recorded. The case was easily and rapidly disposed of. Ruppel made a long statement more in exculpation than in his defense. He complained that he had at first been the dupe of others, and admitted that he had too readily fallen astray. But while repudiating the charges made against him of systematic extravagance and immorality, he confessed that his whole life had been a gigantic mistake, and he was ready to make what atonement he could. Mr. Justice Byles, in passing sentence, commented severely upon the commission of such crimes by a man in Ruppel's position in life, and passed the heaviest sentence of the law, transportation for life. Ruppel received the announcement with a cheerful countenance, and left the dock with evident satisfaction and relief at the termination of a most painful ordeal. Ruppel was quiet and submissive while in Newgate, unassuming in manner, and ready to make the best of his position. He carried this character with him into penal servitude, and after enduring the full severity of his punishment for several years, was at length advanced to the comparative ease of a post much coveted by convicts, that of hospital nurse. His uniform good conduct gained him release from Portland on ticket of leave in 1882, just 20 years after his conviction. A daring and cleverly planned robbery of diamonds was that of the Tarpies, man and wife, from an assistant of Loudon and Ryder's, the jewellers in Bond Street. The trick was an old one. The assistant called with the jewels on approbation at a house specially hired for the purpose in the West End, and was rendered insensible by chloroform, after which he was bound and the precious stones stolen. Mrs. Tarpey was almost immediately captured and put on her trial, but she was acquitted on the plea that she had acted under the coercion of her husband. Tarpey was caught through his wife, who was followed, disguised, and with her hair dyed black, to a house in the Marylebone Road, where she met her husband. On Tarpey's defence, it was stated that the idea of the theft had been suggested to him by a novel, at a time he had lost largely on the turf. The first plot was against Mr. Harry Emmanuel, but he escaped, and the attempt was made upon Loudon and Ryder. The last great case of fraud upon the Bank of England will fitly close this branch of the criminal records of Newgate. This was the well and astutely devised plot of the brothers Bidwell, assisted by Macdonnell and Noyes, all of them citizens of the United States, by which the bank lost upwards of £100,000. The commercial experience of these clever rogues was cosmopolitan. Their operations were no less world-wide. In 1871 they crossed the Atlantic, and by means of forged letters of credit and introduction from London, obtained large sums from continental banks in Berlin, Dresden, Bordeaux, Marseilles, and Lyons. With this as capital, they came back to England via Buenos Aires, and Austin Bidwell opened a bona fide credit in the Burlington or West End branch of the Bank of England, to which he was introduced by a well-known tailor in Savile Row. After this, the other conspirators travelled to obtain genuine bills and master the system of the leading houses at home and abroad. When all was ready, Bidwell first refreshed his credit at the Bank of England, as well as disarmed suspicion by paying in a genuine bill of Messrs. Rothschilds for £4,500, which was duly discounted. Then he explained to the bank manager that his transactions at Birmingham would shortly be very large, owing to the development of his business there in the alleged manufacture of Pullman cars. The ground thus cleared, the forgers poured in from Birmingham numbers of forged acceptances, all of which were discounted to the value of £102,217. The fraud was rendered possible by the absence of a check usual in the United States. There, such bills would be sent to the drawer to be initialed, and the forgery would have been at once detected. It was the discovery of this flaw in the banking system which had encouraged the Americans to attempt this crime. Time was clearly an important factor in the fraud, hence the bills were sent forward in quick succession. Long before they came to maturity, the forgers hoped to be well beyond arrest. They had, moreover, sought to destroy all clue. The sums obtained by Bidwell in the name of Warren at the Bank of England were lodged at once by drafts to Horton, another alias, in the Continental Bank. For these cash was obtained in notes. The notes were exchanged by one of the conspirators for gold at the Bank of England, and again, the same day, a second conspirator exchanged the gold for notes. But just as all promised well, the frauds were detected through the carelessness of the forgers. They had omitted to insert the dates in certain bills. The bills were sent as a matter of form to the drawer to have the date added, and the forgery was at once detected. Noyes was seized without difficulty, as it was a part of the scheme that he should act as the dupe, and remain on the spot in London till all the money was obtained. Through Noyes, the rest of the conspirators were eventually apprehended. Very little, if any, of the ill-gotten proceeds, however, was ever recovered. Large sums, as they were realized, were transmitted to the United States and invested in various American securities, where probably the money still remains. The prisoners who were committed to Newgate for trial had undoubtedly the command of large funds while there, and would have readily dispersed it to effect their enlargement. A plot was soon discovered, deep laid, and with many ramifications, by which some of the Newgate warders were to be bribed to allow the prisoners to escape from their cells at night. Certain friends of the prisoners were watched and found to be in communication with these warders, to whom it was said £100 apiece had been given down as the price of their infidelity. Further sums were to have been paid after the escape, and one warder admitted that he was to have £1,000 more paid to him, and to be provided with a passage to Australia. The vigilance of the Newgate officials, assisted by the city police, completely frustrated this plot. A second was nevertheless set on foot, in which the plan of action was changed, and the freedom of the prisoners was to be obtained by means of a rescue from the dock during the trial. An increase of policemen on duty sufficed to prevent any attempt of this kind. Nor were these two abortive efforts all that were planned. A year or two after, when the prisoners were undergoing their life sentences of penal servitude, much uneasiness was caused at one of the convict prisons by information that bribery on a large scale was again at work amongst the officials. But extra precautions and close supervision have so far proved effectual, and the prisoners are still in custody after a lapse of 10 years. I propose to end at this point the detailed account of the more prominent criminal cases which lodged their perpetrators in Newgate. The most recent affairs are still too fresh in the public mind to need more than a passing reference. Few of the Newgate notorieties of late years show any marked peculiarities. Their crimes follow in the lines of others already found, and often more than once, in the calendars. Violent passions, too easily aroused, prompted the Frenchwoman Marguerite d'Aix-Blanc to murder her mistress, Madame Riel, in Park Lane, as Courvoisier, the Swiss, had been tempted to murder Lord William Russell. Greed in the latter case was a secondary motive. It was the principal incentive with Kate Webster, that fierce and brutal female savage who took the life of her mistress at Richmond. Webster, it may be mentioned here, was one of the worst prisoners ever remembered in Newgate, most violent in temper, and addicted to the most frightful language. Webster's devices for disposing of the body of her victim will call to mind those of Theodore Gardell, of Good and Greenacre and Catherine Hayes. Greed in another form led the Stauntons to make away with Mrs. Patrick Staunton, murdering her with devilish cruelty by slow degrees. The judge, Sir Henry Hawkins, in passing sentence, characterized this as a crime more black and hideous than any in the criminal annals of the country. But it was scarcely worse than that of Mrs. Brownrigg, or that of the Meteyards, both of whom did their helpless apprentices to death. It was to effect the rupture of an irksome tie that led Henry Wainwright to murder Harriet Lane deliberately and in cold blood. In this case the tie was unsanctified, but it was not more inconvenient than that which urged Greenacre to a similar crime. In cold-blooded premeditation it rivaled that of the Mannings. As in that case, the grave had been dug long in anticipation, and the chloride of lime purchased to destroy the corpse. Henry Wainwright's attempt to get rid of the body was ingenious, but not original, and the circumstances which led to detection were scarcely novel proofs of the old adage that murder will out. Henry Wainwright's impassioned denial of his crime, even after it had been brought fully home to him, has many parallels in the criminal records. His disclaimer, distinct and detailed on every point, was intended simply for effect. He might swear he was not the murderer, that he never fired a pistol in his life, and that in spite of the verdict of the jury he left the dock with a calm and quiet conscience. But there was no doubt of his guilt, as the Lord Chief Justice told him, while expressing great regret at his rash assertion. Wainwright's demeanour after sentence has been described in the last chapter. Doubts were long entertained whether Thomas Wainwright, who was convicted as an accessory after the fact, had not really taken an active part in the murder. But a conversation overheard between the two brothers in Newgate satisfactorily exonerated Thomas Wainwright. Poisoning has still its victims. Christina Edmonds had resort to strychnia, the same lethal drug that Palmer used, her object being first to dispose of the wife of a man for whom she had conceived a guilty passion, then to divert suspicion from herself by throwing it on a confectioner whose sweetmeats she bought, tampered with, and returned to the shop. The trial of Miss Edmonds was transferred to the Central Criminal Court under Lord Campbell's Act already referred to. She was found guilty. It will be remembered that she made a statement which led to the impaneling of a jury of matrons, who decided that there was no cause for an arrest of judgment. Kate Webster followed the same course, but these pleas of pregnancy are not common nowadays. Although sentence of death was passed on Edmonds, it was commuted to penal servitude for life, but she eventually passed into Broadmoor Lunatic Asylum, where she busies herself with watercolour drawing. The still more recent cases of poisoning which have occurred were not connected with Newgate. The mysterious Bravo case, that of Dr. Lamson, and that of Kate Dover unhappily show that society is more than ever at the mercy of the insidious and unscrupulous administration of poisonous drugs. A case reproducing many of the features of the Flowery Land occurred 12 years later, when the crew of the Lenny mutinied, murdered the captain and mates, sparing the steward only on condition that he would navigate the ship to the Mediterranean. The mutineers were of the same stamp as the crew of the Flowery Land, foreigners, vindictive, reckless, and truculent ruffians, easily moved to murderous rage. The Lenny's men were all Greeks, except one known as French Peter, who was the ringleader and who had long been an habitual criminal, a reputed murderer, and certainly an inmate more than once of a French bagne. Conviction was obtained through the evidence of the steward and two of the least culpable of the crew. In Newgate, the Lenny mutineers were extremely well behaved. Resolute, determined-looking men, their courage broke down in confinement. They paid close attention to the counsels of the Archimandrite, and died quite penitent. A story is told of one of them, Big Harry, the wildest and most cut-throat-looking of the lot, which proves that he could be grateful for kindness, and was not all bad. He had steadfastly refused to eat meat on some religion's scruples, and for the same reason would not touch soup. He was glad, therefore, to get an extra allowance of bread, and to show his gratitude to the warder who procured this privilege for him, he made him a present. It was his own handiwork, a bird pecking at a flower, the whole manufactured, while in the condemned cell, of the crumb of bread made into paste. The flower had berries also of bread, fixed on stems made from the fibre drawn from the stuffing of his mattress, and the bird's legs were a couple of teeth broken off the prisoner's comb. Of the lesser criminals, forgers, thieves, swindlers, Newgate continued to receive its full share up to the last. But there were few cases so remarkable as the great ones already recorded. Mr. Bamel Oakley made a rich harvest for a time, and was said at the time of his trial to have obtained as much as £40,000 by false and fraudulent pretences. Messrs. Swindlehurst, Saffery, and Langley cleared a large profit by swindling the Artisans' Dwelling Company, and Madame Rachel passed through Newgate on her way to Millbank, convicted of obtaining jewelry under the false pretence of making silly women beautiful forever. The greatest cause célèbre, however, of recent times were the turf frauds by which the Comtesse de Goncourt was swindled out of large sums in sham sporting speculations. The conviction of the principals in this nefarious transaction, Benson, the two Kerrs, Bale, and Murray, led to strange revelations of dishonest practices amongst the detective police, and was followed by the arraignment and conviction in their turn of Michael John, Druskovich, Palmer, and Froggatt. End of section 21. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 22 of The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths, Section 22, Newgate Reformed. The time at length approached when a radical and complete change was to come over the old city jail. It was impossible for Newgate to escape forever the influences pressing so strongly towards prison reform. Elsewhere the spirit had been more or less active, although not uniformly or always to the same extent. There had been a pause in legislation, except of a permissive kind. The second and third Victoria, Cap 56, laid it down that individuals might be confined separately and apart in single cells. By other acts, local authorities were empowered to construct new jails or hire accommodation in the district, but no steps had been taken in Parliament to enforce a better system of discipline or to insist upon the construction of prisons on the most approved plan. As regards the first, however, Sir James Graham, when Home Secretary in 1843, had appointed a committee of prison inspectors, presided over by the Under Secretary of State, to draw up rules and dietaries, which were then recommended to and generally adopted by the visiting justices all over the kingdom. As regards the second, the government had set a good example, and in deciding upon the erection of Pentonville Prison, had embarked on a considerable expenditure in order to provide a model prison for general imitation. The first stone of Pentonville Prison was laid on the 10th April 1840 by the Marquis of Normanby, then Home Secretary, and the prison, which contained 520 cells, was occupied on the 21st December 1842. This building was a costly affair. The site was uneven and had to be leveled. Moreover, the gross expenditure was increased partly from its being considered necessary, as it was a national prison, to make a great archway and to make the character of it more imposing than if it had been situated in the country and had been an ordinary prison. Up to the 21st December 1842, with the additions made to that date, the total expenditure amounted to nearly £90,000, or about £180 per cell. On the other hand, it must be admitted that this was an experimental construction, and that too strict a limitation of outlay would have militated seriously against the usefulness of the building. Nor must it be overlooked that this, the first model prison, although obtained at a considerable cost, became actually what its name implied. Pentonville has really been the model on which all subsequent prison construction has been based. All prisons, at home and abroad, are but variations, of course with the added improvements following longer experience, of the pattern originated by the architectural genius of Sir Joshua Jebb. The internal arrangements of the new model were carefully supervised by a body of distinguished men, among which were many peers, Lord John Russell, Mr. Shaw Lefevre, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Benjamin Brodie, Major Jebb, R.E., and the two prison inspectors, Messrs. Crawford and Russell, with whose names the reader is already familiar. Major, afterwards Sir Joshua Jebb, was the moving spirit among these commissioners, and he is now generally recognized as the originator of modern prison architecture. The movement thus laudably initiated by the government soon spread to the provinces. Some jurisdictions, greatly to their credit, strove at once to follow the lead of the central authority. Within half a dozen years, no less than 54 new prisons were built on the Pentonville plan, others were in progress, and the total number of separate cells provided amounted to 11,000 odd. This list included Wakefield, Leeds, Kirkdale, Manchester, Birmingham, and Dublin. Liverpool was building a new prison with 1,000 cells, the county of Surrey one with 700. The cost in each varied considerably, the general average being from £120 to £130 per cell. At Pentonville the rate was higher, but there the expense had been increased by the site, the difficulty of access, and the admitted necessity of giving architectural importance to this, the national model prison. Other jurisdictions were less prompt to recognize their responsibilities, the City of London among the number, as I shall presently show at length. These were either satisfied with a makeshift and modified existing buildings without close regard to their suitability, or for a long time did nothing at all. Among the latter were notably the counties of Cheshire, Lincolnshire, Norfolk, Suffolk, Nottinghamshire, the East and North Ridings of Yorkshire. The south and west of England were also very laggard, and many years were still to elapse before the prisons in these parts were properly reconstituted. Not less remarkable than this diverse interpretation of a manifest duty was the variety of views as regards the discipline to be introduced in these new prisons. The time was one when thoughtful people who concerned themselves closely with social questions were greatly exercised as to the best system of treating the inmates of a jail. A new and still imperfectly understood science had arisen, the principles of which were debated by disputants of widely opposite opinions, with an earnestness that sometimes bordered upon acrimony. One school were strongly in favor of the continuous separation of prisoners, the other supported the theory of labor in association, but under a stringent rule of silence, with isolation only at night. Both systems came to us from the United States. The difference was really more in degree than in principle, and our modern practice has prudently tried to steer between the two extremes, accepting as the best system a judicious combination of both. But about 1850, the two sides were distinctly hostile, and the controversy ran high. High authorities were in favor of continuous separation. Colonel Jebb preferred it. Messrs. Crawford and Whitworth Russell were convinced that the complete isolation of criminals from one another was the true basis of a sound system of prison discipline. Prison chaplains of experience and high repute, such as Messrs. Field, Clay, Kingsmill, Burt, and Osborne, also advocated it. It was claimed for it that it was more deterrent, that in districts where it was the rule, evildoers especially dreaded coming under its irksome conditions. Another argument was that it afforded more hope of the reformation of criminals. The system of associated labor in silence had also its warm supporters, who maintained that under this system prisoners were more industrious and more healthy, that their condition was more natural, and approximated more nearly to that of daily life. Better industrial results were obtained from it, and instruction in trades was easier, and prisoners were more likely to leave jail with the means of earning an honest livelihood if so disposed. The opposing champions were not slow to find faults and flaws in the system they condemned. Separation was injurious to health, mental or physical, said one side. Men broke down when subjected to it for more than a certain period, and it was unsafe to fix this limit above 12 months, although some rash advocates were in favor of 18 months, some indeed of 2 years. The other side retorted that the system of associated labor was most costly, so many officers being required to maintain the discipline of silence. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to prevent communication and mutual contamination. It is scarcely necessary to follow the controversy further. I have only introduced the subject as showing how little as yet the state was impressed with the necessity for authoritative interference. The legislature was content to let local jurisdictions experimentalize for themselves, with the strange, anomalous result that a thief or other criminal might be quite differently treated according as he was incarcerated on one side or another of a border line. This variety was often extended to all branches of prison economy. There was an absolute want of uniformity in dietaries. In some prisons it was too liberal, in others too low. The amount of exercise varied from 1 to 2 hours daily to half the working day. The cells inhabited by prisoners were of very varying dimensions. Some were not sufficiently ventilated, others were warmed artificially and were unwholesomely close. The use of gas or some other means of lighting might be adopted, but more often was dispensed with. In a great number of prisons, no provision was made for the education of prisoners. In some others, there was a sufficient staff of schoolmasters and instructors. The discipline also varied greatly, from the severely penal to the culpably lax. The greatest pains might be taken to secure isolation. The prisoners might be supervised and watched at every step, and made liable to punishment for a trifling breach of an irksome code of regulations, or they might herd together or communicate freely as in the old worst days. They might see each other when they liked, and converse sotto voce, or make signs, or the chances of recognizing or being recognized were reduced to a minimum by the use of a mask. There was no general rule of employment. Hard labor was often not insisted upon in separate confinement. Sometimes it embraced the tread wheel, or the newly invented instruments known as cranks, which ground air. The alternative between labor or idleness, or the selection of the form of labor, were mere matters of chance, and decided according to the views of the local magistracy. They were approved of and employed at some prisons, at others objected to because they were unproductive, and because the machine was often so imperfect that the amount of effort could not be exactly regulated. Opinions differed greatly with regard to the tread wheel. Some authorities advocated it as a very severe and irksome punishment, which was yet under full control, and might be made to work corn mills or prove otherwise productive. Other authorities as strongly condemned it as brutalizing, unequal in its operation, and altogether a deplorable invention. The want of uniformity in prison discipline became ere long an acknowledged evil, pressing for some remedy, and the question was once more taken up in the House of Commons. In 1849, Mr. Charles Pearson, MP, moved for a committee to report upon the best means of securing some uniform system which should be punitive, reformatory, and self-supporting. But the session was far advanced, and the matter was relegated to the following year. In 1850, Sir George Grey brought forward a new motion to the same effect, which was promptly carried, with the additional instruction to the committee to suggest any improvements. The latter had reference more especially to a proposal emanating from Mr. Charles Pearson himself. That gentleman had come to the conclusion that the ordinary and hackneyed methods of treatment were practically inefficacious, and that a new system of prison discipline should be introduced. His plan was to devote the whole labor of prisoners sentenced to any term between 3 months and 4 years to agriculture. District prisons were to be established for this purpose, each of which would be in the heart of a farm of 1,000 acres. The prisoners were to cultivate the land and raise sufficient produce for their own support. Mr. Pearson backed up his recommendations by many sound arguments. Field labor, he urged, and with reason, was a very suitable employment, healthful, easily learnt, and well adapted to the circumstances of unskilled laborers. Such excellent returns might be counted upon that a margin of profit would be left after the cost of the prisons had been defrayed. The scheme was no doubt fascinating and in many respects feasible, but Mr. Pearson overlooked some points in which a more practical mind would have foreseen difficulty and perhaps forecasted failure. In his proposal, he dwelt much upon the humanizing effects of healthful open-air toil, anticipating the best results from a system which made earnings, and indeed release, dependent upon the amount of work done. That industry might thus be stimulated and encouraged was probable enough, and later experience has fully proved the advantage of a judicious system of gratuities for labor. But Mr. Pearson hardly considered the converse sufficiently, and omitted the fact that he might have to deal with that persistent idleness which is not an unknown characteristic of the criminal class. The hope of reward might do much, but no system of penal discipline is complete unless it can also count upon the fear of punishment. Mr. Pearson seems to have taken for granted that all prisoners would behave well in his district prisons. On that account, he made no provision to ensure safe custody, thinking perhaps that prisoners so well disposed would cheerfully remain in jail of their own accord. But an open farm of 1,000 acres would have offered abundant chances of escape, which some at least would have attempted, probably with success. The creation of an expensive staff for supervision, or the still more costly process of walling in the whole farm, would have greatly added to the charges of these establishments. I have lingered too long, perhaps, over Mr. Pearson's proposal, but some reference was indispensable to a scheme which marked the growth of public interest in prison affairs, and which was the germ of the new system since admirably developed in the convict prisons of this country. Mr. Pearson and the Committee of 1850 have the more claim on our consideration because, in the inquiry which followed, attention was again attracted to Newgate. The condition of that prison in 1850 may be gathered from the pages of the report. Not much had been done to remedy the old defects. Radical improvement was generally considered impossible. The great evil, however, had been sensibly diminished. There was no longer, or at worst but rarely, and for short periods, the same overcrowding. This was obviated by the frequent sessions of the Central Criminal Court, and the utilization of the 2 subsidiary prisons in Giltspur Street and Southwark. The prison population of Newgate was still subject to great fluctuations, but it seldom rose above 250 or 300 at the most crowded periods, or just before the sessional jail delivery, and at its lowest it fell sometimes to 50 or 60. These numbers would have still further decreased, and the jail would have been almost empty but for the misdemeanants who were still sent to Newgate, at times on long terms of imprisonment, and for the transports, whom the Home Office were often, as of old, slow to remove. The old wards, day rooms and sleeping rooms combined, of which the reader has already heard so much, now seldom contained more than 10 or a dozen each. Some sort of decorum was maintained among the occupants in the daytime. Drinking and gaming, the indiscriminate visitation of friends, and the almost unlimited admission of extra food, these more glaring defects had disappeared. But reformation was only skin deep. Below the surface, many of the old evils still rankled. There was as yet no control over the prisoners after locking up time. This occurred in summer at 8, but in the winter months it took place at dusk, and was often as early as 4 or 5. The prisoners were still left to themselves till next morning's unlocking, and they spent some 14 or 15 hours in total darkness and almost without check or control. Captain Williams, who was the inspector of prisons for the home district in succession to Messrs. Crawford and Russell, stated in evidence that he was visiting Newgate one night when he heard a great disturbance in one of the day and sleeping rooms, and on entering it found the prisoners engaged in kicking bundles of wood from one end of the ward to the other. Some attempt at supervision was exercised by the night watchman stationed on the leads, who might hear what went on inside. If any disturbance reached his ears, he reported the case to the governor, who next morning visited the ward in fault and asked for the culprit. The enforcement of discipline depended upon the want of honor among thieves. Unless the guilty prisoner was given up, the whole ward was punished, either by the exclusion of visitors or the deprivation of fire, sharp tests which generally broke down the fidelity of the inmates of the ward to one another. Later on, a more efficacious but still imperfect method of supervision was introduced. Iron cages, which are still to be seen in Newgate, were constructed on the landings, ensconced in which warders spent the night on duty and alert to watch the sleepers below, and check by remonstrance or threat of punishment all who broke the peace of the prison. These disciplinary improvements were, however, only slowly and gradually introduced. Other changes affecting the condition and proper treatment of prisoners were not made until the inspector had urged and recommended them. Thus, the wards, which, as I have said, were left in complete darkness, were now to be lighted with gas, and, after this most salutary addition, the personal superintendence of night officers, as already described, became possible. The rule became general as regards the prison dress. Hitherto clothing had been issued only to such as were destitute or in rags, and all classes of prisoners, those for trial and those sentenced for short terms or long, wore no distinguishing costume, although its use was admitted not only for cleanliness, but as a badge of condition and a security against escape. Renewed recommendations to provide employment resulted in the provision of a certain amount of oakum for picking, and 1 or 2 men were allowed to mend clothes and make shoes. The rules made by the Secretary of State were hung up in conspicuous parts of the prison. More officers were appointed, as the time of so many of those already on the staff was monopolized by attendance at the Central Criminal Court. Another custom which had led to disorder was abolished. Prisoners who had been acquitted were not permitted to return to the prison to show their joy and receive the congratulations of their unfortunate fellows. The corporation seems to have introduced these salutary changes without hesitation. It was less prompt, apparently, in dealing with structural alterations and improvements. Well-founded complaints had been made of the want of heating appliances in the jail. The wards had open fires, but the separate cells were not warmed at all. A scheme for heating the whole prison with hot water pipes, after the system now generally adopted elsewhere, was considered and abandoned because of the expense. As to the entire reconstruction of Newgate, nothing had been done as yet. This, with a scheme for limiting the jail to untried prisoners, had been urgently recommended by Lord John Russell in 1830. His letter to the corporation, under date 4th June, is an interesting document, and shows that even at that date the government contemplated the erection of a model prison. Lord John Russell, commenting upon the offer of the corporation to improve Newgate, provided it was henceforth used only for untried prisoners, suggested that Newgate should be entirely reconstructed, and the new building adopted as a model. The corporation had agreed to spend £20,000 on alterations, but £60,000 would suffice to reconstruct. Lord John, with great fairness, admitted that the whole of this burthen could not be imposed upon the city, seeing that since the establishment of the Central Criminal Court, Newgate received prisoners for trial from several counties, and he was therefore prepared to submit to Parliament a proposal that half the cost of reconstruction should be borne by public funds. He forwarded plans prepared by the inspectors of prisons, not for blind adoption, but as a guide. This plan was on the principle of cellular separation, a system, according to Lord John Russell, desirable in all prisons, but in a metropolitan prison absolutely essential. The corporation in reply demurred rather to accepting strict separation as a rule, feeling that it approached too nearly to solitary confinement. The court was, however, prepared to consider Lord John Russell's proposal with regard to the cost of rebuilding, but as the plan was confessedly experimental for the benefit of the country generally, the amount for which the city should be responsible should be distinctly limited, not to exceed a certain sum to be agreed upon. A proviso was also made that the magistrates should continue to exercise full control over the new jail, free from any other interference than that of the inspectors on the part of the government. No doubt wiser counsels prevailed with Lord John Russell, and on a more mature consideration he realized that the limited area of the existing Newgate site and the costliness of enlarging it forbade all idea of entirely reconstructing the jail so as to constitute it a model prison. It would be far better to begin at the beginning, to select a sufficiently spacious piece of ground and erect a prison which, from foundations to roofs, should be in conformity with the newest ideas. The preference given to the Pentonville system destroyed all hopes of a complete reformation of Newgate. But the condition of the great city jail was evidently considered a reproach by the city authorities, and a year after the opening of the new model at Pentonville, a serious effort was made to reconstruct Newgate. In 1845, the jail committee brought forward a definite proposal to purchase ground in the immediate vicinity for the erection of a new jail. This jail was nominally to replace the Giltspur Street Compter, the site of which was to be sold to Christ's Hospital, but the intention was, of course, to embody and absorb old Newgate in the new construction. The proposal made was to purchase some 50,000 square feet between Newgate, Warwick Lane, and the Sessions House, the situation having been proved by long experience to be salubrious. But when this suggestion was brought before the Court of Aldermen, various amendments were proposed. It was urged that the area selected for purchase must be excessively costly to acquire, and still quite inadequate for the city needs. The Home Secretary had laid it down that at least 5 acres would be indispensable, and such an area it was impossible to obtain within the limits of the city. Now, for the first time, the Tufnell estate in Holloway was mentioned. The corporation owned lands there covering from 19 to 20 acres. Why not move the city prison bodily into this more rural spot with its purer air and greater breathing space? Eventually, Holloway was decided upon as a site for the new city prison. The necessary preliminaries took some time, but the contracts for the new building were completed in 1849, when the works were commenced. The prison was to contain 404 prisoners, and the estimated expenditure was £79,000. It was to accommodate only the convicted prisoners sentenced to terms short of penal servitude, and after its completion the uses of Newgate were narrowed almost entirely to those of a prison of detention. It was intended as far as possible that, except awaiting trial, no prisoner should find himself relegated to Newgate. This principle became more and more generally the rule, although it has never been punctiliously observed. Now and again misdemeanants have found their way into Newgate, and within the last few years one offender against the privileges of the House of Commons. With the reduction of numbers to be accommodated, there was ample space in Newgate for its reconstruction on the most approved modern lines. In 1857 The erection of a wing or large block of cells was commenced within the original walls of the prison and upon the north or male side. This block contained 130 cells, embracing every modern improvement. It also contained 11 reception cells, 6 punishment cells, and a couple of cells for condemned criminals. This block was completed in 1859, after which the hitherto unavoidable and long-continued promiscuous association of prisoners came to an end. In 1861, a similar work was undertaken to provide separate cellular accommodation for the female inmates of Newgate, and by the following year 47 new cells had been built on the most approved plan. During this reconstruction, the female prisoners were lodged in Holloway, and when it was completed, both sides of the prison were brought into harmony with modern ideas. The old buildings were entirely disused, and the whole of the inmates of Newgate were kept constantly in separate confinement. With the last re-edification of Newgate, a work executed some 7 centuries after the first stone of the old jail was laid, the architectural records of the prison end. Nothing much was done at Newgate in the way of building, outside or in, after 1862. The Act for private executions led to the erection of the gallows shed in the exercising yard and at the flank of the passage from the condemned cells. The first glass house, or room in which prisoners could talk in private with their attorneys but yet be seen by the warder on the watch, had been constructed, and others were subsequently added. But no structural alterations were made from the date first quoted until the time of closing the prison in 1881. But in the interval, very comprehensive and, I think it must be admitted, salutary changes were successively introduced into the management of prisons. Newgate naturally shared in any advantages due to these reforms. I propose, therefore, to refer to them in the concluding pages of this work, and thus bring the history of prison discipline down to our own times. The last inquiry into the condition and management of our jails and houses of correction was that made by the Lords' Committee in 1863. The inquiry was most searching and complete, and the committee spoke plainly in its report. It animadverted strongly on the many and wide differences as regards construction, labor, diet, and general discipline which existed in the various prisons, leading to an inequality, uncertainty, and inefficiency of punishment productive of the most prejudicial results. The varieties in construction were still very marked. In many prisons the prisoners were still associated, and from the want of a sufficient number of cells, the principle of separation was still greatly neglected. Yet this principle, as the committee pointed out, must now be accepted as the foundation of prison discipline, while its rigid maintenance was, in its opinion, vital to the efficiency of the jails. Even where cells had been built, they were frequently below the standard size, and were therefore not certified for occupation as was required by law. Great numbers were not lighted at night, and were without means by which their inmates could communicate, in case of urgent necessity, with their keepers. Still greater were the differences with regard to employment. The various authorities held widely different opinions as to what constituted hard labor. Here the treadwheel was in use, there cellular cranks or hard labor machines. Both, however, varied greatly in mechanism and in the amount of energy they called forth, while the former was intended for the congregate labor of a number, and the latter, as its name implies, imposed continuous solitary toil. At other prisons, shot drill, the lifting and carrying of heavy round shot, was the favorite method of inflicting penal labor. With these differences were others as opposed concerning industrial occupation. The jail authorities often gave the highest, possibly undue, importance to the value of remunerative employment, and sought to make profitable returns from prisoners' labor the test of prison efficiency. In this view the committee could not coincide, and it was decidedly of opinion that in all short sentences the hard labor of the treadwheel, crank, and so forth should be the invariable rule. In dietaries, again, the same wide diversity of practice obtained. The efforts made by Sir James Graham years before to introduce uniformity in this particular had failed of effect. The Secretary of State's suggested scale of diet had seldom been closely followed. In some places the dietary was too full, in others too meagre. Its constituents were not of the most suitable character. More animal food was given than was necessary. Vegetables, especially the potato, that most valuable anti-scorbutic, was too often omitted. In a word, the value of diet as a part of penal discipline was still insufficiently recognized. The prisons were still far from inflicting the three punishments, hard labor, hard fare, and a hard bed, which Sir Joshua Jebb told the committee he considered the proper elements of penal discipline. It is interesting to note here that the committee of 1863 fully endorsed Sir Joshua's recommendations as regards a hard bed, and recommended that during short sentences or the earlier stages of a long confinement, the prisoners should be made to dispense with the use of a mattress and should sleep on planks. This suggestion was adopted in the Act of 1865, which followed the committee's report, and of which more directly Clause 92, Schedule 1 of that Act authorized the use of plank beds, which were adopted in many prisons. They are now the universal rule, introduced, as was erroneously supposed, by the prison commissioners appointed under the Prison Act of 1877. Their origin, it will be seen, dates back much further than that. Beds might well be made hard, and their use strictly limited. According to this Committee of 1863, beds in the smaller and most carelessly conducted prisons formed a large element in the life of a prisoner. In one jail, 15 hours were spent in bed out of the 24. This was in keeping with other grave defects and omissions. The minor borough prisons were the worst blot on the still dark and imperfect system. They were very numerous, very imperfect in construction and management, and they were very little required. In them, according to the committee, the old objectionable practices were still in full force. There was unrestrained association of untried and convicted, juvenile with adult prisoners, vagrants, misdemeanants, felons. There were dormitories without light, control, or regulation at night, which warders, dreading assault, were afraid to enter after dark, even to check rioting and disturbance. Prisoners still slept two in a bed. In one prison, the bedsteads had been removed lest the prisoners should break them up and convert them into weapons of offence. The prison buildings were in many places out of repair. Other houses often overlooked them. A single officer was the only custodian and disciplinary authority in the jail. Complete idleness was tolerated. There was neither penal labor nor light employment. The prisoners intercommunicated freely and exercised the most injurious corrupting influences upon one another. The total want of administration was very marked, but in one prison it was such that the prisoners' food was supplied daily from the neighboring inn, and the innkeeper's bill constituted the only accounts kept. The committee might well suggest the abolition of these jails, or their amalgamation with the larger county establishments in their immediate neighborhood. Some idea of the comparative uselessness of these small borough prisons was conveyed by some figures quoted by the committee. In 1862, there were in all 193 jails in England and Wales. Of these, 63 gave admittance during the entire year to less than 25 prisoners. 22 others received between 11 and 25. 14 received less than 11 and more than 6, while 27 received less than 6 prisoners and were in some instances absolutely tenantless. The result of the recommendation of the Committee of 1862 was the Prison Act of 1865. The penultimate of such enactments, many of the provisions of which still remain in force. The main object of this act was to compass that uniformity in discipline and treatment generally, which had long been admitted as indispensable and had never as yet been properly obtained. The legislature was beginning to overcome its disinclination to interfere actively or authoritatively with the local jurisdictions, although still very leniently disposed. However, it now laid down in plain language and with precise details the requirements of a good jail system. The separation of prisoners in cells duly certified by the inspectors was insisted upon, also their constant employment in labor appropriate to their condition. Hard labor of the first and second class was carefully defined. The former, which consisted principally of the treadwheel, cranks, capstans, shot drill, was to be the rule for all convicted prisoners throughout the early stages of their detention, while the latter, which included various forms of industrial employment, was the boon to which willing industry extending over a long period established a certain claim. The infliction of punishment more or less uniform was thus aimed at. On the other hand, new and careful regulations were framed to secure the moral and material well-being of the inmates of the jails. The law made it imperative that every prison should have a prison chapel, and that daily and Sunday services should be held. The chaplain's duties were enlarged, and the principle of toleration accepted to the extent of securing to all prisoners the ministrations of ministers of their own form of belief. Steps were taken to provide the illiterate with secular instruction. No less close was the care as regards preservation of health. Stringent rules were prescribed for the prison surgeons. Every prison was ordered to keep up an infirmary, and the medical supervision was to be strict and continuous. Dietaries were drawn up for adoption on the recommendation of a committee of experts. Baths were provided, ablutions ordered, and all appliances to ensure personal cleanliness. The administration of good government was to be watched over by the local magistracy, certain of whom, styled visiting justices, were elected to inspect the prisons frequently, to examine the prisoners, hear complaints, and check abuses. Under them, the governor or jailer was held strictly responsible. The books and journals he was to keep were minutely specified, and his constant presence in or near the jail was insisted upon. His disciplinary powers were defined by the Act, and his duties, both in controlling his subordinates and in protecting the prisoners from petty tyranny and oppression, every one of whom he was to see once every 24 hours. But discipline was to be maintained, if necessary, by punishment, while decency and good order were to be ensured by the strict prohibition of gambling and drunkenness. The latter was rendered nearly impossible by the penalties imposed on persons bringing spirituous liquors into the jail. The old custom, so fruitful of the worst evils, of keeping a tap inside the prison was made illegal. So was the employment of prisoners in any position of trust or authority. They were not to be turnkeys or assistant turnkeys, neither wardsman nor yardsman, overseer, monitor, or schoolmaster, nor to be engaged in the service of any officer of the prison. The Act of 1865 also encouraged and empowered the local authorities to alter, enlarge, or rebuild their prisons. They might raise funds for this purpose, provided a certificate for the necessity for the new works was given, either by the recorder, chairman of quarter sessions, or even by a couple of justices. Every facility was promised. The sanction of the Secretary of State would not be withheld if plans and estimates were duly submitted, and they met with the approval of his professional adviser, the Surveyor General of Prisons. The funds necessary would be advanced by the Public Works Loan Commissioners, and the interest might be charged against the county or borough rates. Nor were these the only inducements offered. Where local authorities were indisposed to set their prisons in order, or hesitated to embark upon any considerable expenditure to alter or rebuild, they were at liberty to hire suitable cell accommodation from any neighbours who might have it to spare, the only proviso that no such contract was valid between one jurisdiction and another unless the Secretary of State was satisfied that the prison it was intended to use came up in all respects to modern requirements. But the Act was not limited to permissive legislation. Its provisions and enactments were backed up by certain penalties. The Secretary of State was empowered to deal rather summarily with inadequate prisons, in other words, with those in which there was no separation, no proper enforcement of hard labor, no chapel, infirmary, and so forth. He could, in the first place, withhold the government grant in aid of prison funds by refusing the certificate to the Treasury upon which the allowance was paid. This he might do on the representation of the Inspector of Prisons, who was bound to report any deficiencies and abuses he might find at his periodical visits. The Secretary of State might go further. Where the local authority had neglected to comply with the provisions of the 1865 Act for 4 consecutive years, he could close the inadequate prison by declaring it unfit for the reception of prisoners. His order would at the same time specify some neighboring and more satisfactory prison which the local authority would be compelled to utilize instead, and with the concurrence of the other authority and on payment. A few provisos governed these rather extensive powers. It was necessary, for instance, to give due notice when the government grant was to be withdrawn, and with the warning, a copy of the particular defects and allegations was to be sent to the local authority. The latter, too, was to be laid before the House of Commons. In the same way, 6 months' notice was required in cases where the closing of a prison was contemplated, but if these conditions were observed, the Secretary of State could deal sharply enough with the defaulting jurisdictions. Yet the law was seldom, if ever, enforced. It was practically inoperative as regards the penalties for neglect. It was no doubt as irksome and inconvenient to the Secretary of State to avail himself of his powers, as it was difficult to bring home the derelictions of duties and evasion of the acts. Too much was left to the inspectors. It was nearly impossible for them to exercise a very close supervision over the whole of the prisons of the country. There were only 2 of them, and they could not visit each prison more than once in each year, sometimes not oftener than once in 18 months. The task imposed upon them, tending as it did to the imposition of a fine upon the local authorities, was not a pleasant one, and it is not strange if they did not very frequently hand up the offenders to the reproof and correction of the Secretary of State. As the almost inevitable consequence, while the more glaring defects in prison management disappeared, matters went on after the 1865 Act much the same as they had done before. Districts differed greatly in the attention they paid to prison affairs. In one part, the most praiseworthy activity prevailed. In another, there was half-heartedness, even apathy, and an almost complete contempt for the provisions of the Act. As the years passed, great want of uniformity continued to prevail throughout the prisons of the United Kingdom. The whole question assumed sufficient importance to become a part of the government programme when Lord Beaconsfield took office in 1874. The Home Secretary in that administration, Mr. now Sir Richard Cross, having applied himself vigorously to the task of reorganizing the whole system, became convinced that no complete reform could be accomplished so long as the prisons were left under the jurisdiction of the local authorities. The Prisons Bill of 1876 contemplated the transfer of the prisons to government. This bill, reintroduced in 1877, became law that year, after which the whole of the prisons, including Newgate, passed under the more direct control of the state. Since then, a strong central authority has labored steadfastly to compass concentration, to close useless prisons, and to ensure that uniformity of system, which all thoughtful persons had long admitted to be of paramount importance in the administration of prisons. 3 years after the advent of the prison commissioners, it was decided that Newgate was an excessively costly and redundant establishment. It was only filled at the periods when the sessions of the Central Criminal Court were in progress. At others, an expensive staff was maintained with little or nothing to do. At a short distance stood another prison of detention, that of Clerkenwell, with spare accommodation sufficient to receive all prisoners who were then committed to Newgate. These arguments were unanswerable. Accordingly, it was ordered by Sir William Harcourt, the present Secretary of State, that Newgate should cease to be used as a regular prison, and it is now, except during sessions or when the gallows is in requisition, practically and forever closed. End of section 22. Recording by Linda Johnson. End of the Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths.